Saturday morning from the Seat Unique Stadium. As you can see, it's quite grey, surprisingly so actually. Good morning from Ian Randall, good morning from Dan Whiting.
Morning.
And I know that Dan and I arrive at the ground from diametrically, is that the word? Diametrically opposite geographical locations. Polar opposites, yeah. And when I left the house this morning at 8 o'clock, it was glorious sunshine, hardly a cloud in the sky. When Dan left the house, what was the weather with you?
It was mizzle.
With apologies to Crowded House, by the way.
Yes, but you could not even see from Cumberland Basin as I drive in, you could not even see the Clifton Suspension Bridge, or you could just about make it out above you. That's how bad it was.
And it's still quite grey now. I do wonder, obviously they've used the lights on the first day of this match, so they could be used today if umpires Billy Taylor and Mark Newell thought they were necessary. Obviously the regulations are that once the lights are on, they stay on for the rest of the day, so they will probably try and start without, but the net effect of the first 2 days of this match is that, as you can see from the short details on the board there on your screen, 302 for 4 Sussex. Zafar Pujara needing a single for his 100, left a little high and dry last night by James Coles, who in the penultimate over took a single to prevent Pujara having the strike at the start of the last over of the day, and then got out himself, stumped, perhaps trying to give Pujara the strike off the fourth ball of that last over bowled by Zafar Gohar. 2 wickets for Zafar, and we'll hear from him a little bit later on before play gets underway. Tactically, Dan, Sussex are not going to not going to bail out before they get to 110 overs, are they?
No, they've got 25 overs to go till then. Gloucestershire have bowled 85 so far. I think Sussex will be targeting the 450. They'll definitely want the 400, but I think they might have one eye on the 450 because that leaves them, 148 off 25 overs, which isn't beyond the realms of possibility. And I think they'll be targeting that. Gloucestershire will be wanting to pick up as many wickets as possible for bowling points. They get another bowling point when there's 6 wickets down. They get another one after that when there's 9 wickets down. So Gloucestershire will want a bowling point. And then when Gloucestershire bat, firstly, they'll want to make the game safe because they're not going to win it from here, realistically, are they? Not unless there's some contrived declarations going on. So they'll want to make the game safe, and then I think that they will want to get as many batting bonus points as possible, which, as we know now, has changed. So you get them at 250, 300, 350, 400, 450, all within the first 110 overs of the innings. And Gloucestershire will want to maximise their amount of batting bonus points.
Yeah, the forecast for today, and we will get to yesterday's highlights in the sunshine in a moment. Forecast for today is there might be a shower this afternoon. It's a bit hit and miss showers. You might catch them, you might not. If we don't, obviously there will be in all 104 overs and 2 balls. Lunch today at 1:10 and tea at 4 o'clock to make up some time lost on the first 2 days. But yesterday we did get underway at 10:02 and we had 70 overs cricket in very, very bright conditions.
Way too short, and that's gone up in the air, and that's out. That's an awful shot.
Price again to Allsop, that's short, and you can't afford to bowl it there because Allsop was paddled that away. And Pujara's just absolutely placed that exactly where he wanted it, away through extra cover. That's going to just about reach the rope now.
Price in to Allsop, who plays that one very nicely and has timed it very nicely as well.
Zafar Gohar round the wicket to Pujara, that's too short, and it's cracked away for 4.
Here's Tom Price. And there's going to be 50 for Tom Allsop. Runs that down to 3rd. And that's 53 there. And that's a really, really good innings from him.
Price round the wicket, that's fired in a bit. It's gone very fine. And a chase for Zafar Gohar down towards the boundary at fine leg. And it will go all the way for 4. Pujara's finally picked that up from Ollie Price.
In. Short ball. Pujara hooks. And he's going to get 4 runs. Good cricket, that. That's short outside the off stump. And Pujara punishes that, cuts him away. And that's played lovely through the covers. Good footwork there. And Pujara clips him through the leg side. That's going to run away for 4 runs.
Waits again, edged and caught by Chris Dent. At last.
Deserved that. Shorter, and Coles chops that one away, and he's going to get 4 runs for it.
Coles, well, that's a nice shot. That's
beautiful.
That's as good a shot as we've seen today. If they really are going to push on here, and here is Pujara getting to his 50 with a single. So Varun, I hope if you're watching, 131 balls. For staying around the wicket, and Coles goes down the ground. I think that might have gone aerial actually, but he's got it on the bottom part of the bat and it's ended up going straight along the floor.
DeLunga comes in and Pujara plays that one beautifully, and he's going to get 4 runs there.
That short extra cover, and Pujara has got a full toss which he's pulled away onto the Kennington Avenue side of the ground. And has that gone for 6? Yeah. It has.
Oh, that's lovely placement from Pujara. Cuts it backward as square. In, short, wide, and Pujara puts it in exactly the same place. And he's going to move into the 80s.
Coles, he's got that away, and there's a chase for DeLunga. He's not going to get there.
DeLunga in, and that's turned fine there. It's going to be runs. That's gorgeous shot there from Coles. Let that come to him. Played it under his head. Here's Price to him. And that was going to be his 50. Coles just pushing that through the offside, pushing it through point.
Singdale to Coles. It was edged that and it's gone past the dive of Ollie Price at second slip down to the boundary for 4. Coles waiting again for Singdale. That's clipped away. That'll be 4 more. Singdale in again. Coles clips that away. That might be 4 more. There's a chase round for Matt Taylor. He's not going to pick that off, and that's going to go to the boundary at deep square.
So Coles, that's a lovely shot there. Whipped through square leg.
Coles is out. The last over of the day. Finished last night, 302.44. Just some numbers about Pujara's 99. Dan, you made the point on commentary yesterday about his acceleration. He had 11 runs off 56 balls. He got to his 50 off 131, and he got his next 49 runs off 49 balls. Just very, very smooth.
He's an absolute Rolls Royce of a player, isn't he? He really is. He's just went smoothly through the gears. He was watchful at first. His defence is rock solid. There's no room between his bat and pad at all. And, it's like your pockets, Ian. It's tighter than that, mate, I tell you. But he was absolutely world class. And some of the shots that he unfurled then, he just went, just put his foot on the accelerator slightly, a little bit more, and then some of the shots that he unfurled towards the end of the day, he's got them in his locker, and it was a joy to watch. And I think the Bristol crowd here as well, they appreciate good cricket. Obviously they want Gloucestershire to win, but they like watching world-class players, and what they saw yesterday was an absolute masterclass.
Well, his stand with James Coles was worth 144 until Zafar Gohar dismissed Coles in the last over, and at the close, Zafar spoke to Elliot Lake.
Zaf, 70 overs in the field today. Sussex had 302 for 4. A long day for you guys.
Yeah, it is, but we tried our best, and it's great to have a wicket in last ball. So hopefully we'll just take it tomorrow and try and come back and get early wickets.
Playing against Chiteshwar, Pujara goes in overnight, 99 not out. It must be a tough battle with him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not a great feeling to be not out 99 on overnight, hopefully, but I reckon he's experienced enough to sleep well. But if that one of us probably couldn't sleep all night, but
And you just mentioned it there with a wicket with the last ball of the day and 2 for yourself today, and you're also bowling a little bit with the new ball. Is that a role you've been enjoying?
Yeah, I don't mind it. Like you said, it's nice to have a wicket on last ball, but I reckon we could have a few more wickets. The way Aj and Delanga ball today, I reckon that was one of the best spells I've seen so far. So yeah, hopefully they'll just get reward tomorrow early, and then we get some wickets.
And finally, the sun's now out for us here at the Innings Stadium. Must be nice to have some cricket.
Yeah, I love that. First time of the season, I've got sun a bit here in Bristol as well, so it's nice feeling.
Here we go. Unbelievable shot. Terrific catch.
Is he ready? Very well done, and he's done superbly. And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips. There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
That's the scene here at the Seat Unique Stadium this morning. Quite grey, as you can see. There's Robbie Joseph out in the middle, maybe just sending a text to somebody before umpires head out to the middle. Just as an aside, perhaps an explanation of how the pitch played yesterday. Just saw Paul Collett from the ground staff on my way into the ground this morning. He confirmed that this not only is the pitch very central, which we've said, so you might have deduced it anyway, but this is the international wicket here at the Seat Unique Stadium, which probably explains why it offers far more to the batters than it does to the bowlers.
Yeah, it was docile yesterday, wasn't it? It was placid, and there wasn't a lot in it for the bowlers, but take nothing away from that innings by Cheteshwar Pujara,
no,
or from James Coles, who impressed me with that knock. He threw it away. He'll be disappointed with himself. He should have been here this morning. But he'll be disappointed with himself. I thought Tom Alsop batted well as well. He overcame some difficult conditions on the first day and made hay on the second day.
Yeah, and he made the point at the close that Ajit Singh Dale's spell in the afternoon, which ultimately accounted for him, was the most challenging part of yesterday. And I would say that was the area where you felt not only did Singhdale deserve his wicket, but he worked hard to get it. He kept the Sussex batters honest. He didn't give anything that was particularly loose, and in the end drew the edge that Chris Dent took fairly comfortably actually at first. It was one of those ones that you'd expect him to take, and he took it. There's a reminder too of the golf day, which is next Friday. Gloucestershire, of course, not playing in the next round of games. £299 plus VAT per team, and the number at the bottom of the screen is for you to call if you wish to book. I guess you can a team could be made up of individuals who turn up on the day rather than actually book as a team complete.
Yeah, single
players are welcome. And
yeah.
James is just nodding at me. James looking after the cameras again for us today. As ever, your emails, of course, are welcome during play. There is our email address, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Gloucestershire do have a almost new ball to bowl with. Zafar Gohar's got two balls to finish from the over that was incomplete last night when James Coles was out. Delanger and Singhdale for you, perhaps, Dan?
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because obviously Tom Price is your go-to man. In normal circumstances, he hasn't bowled particularly well in this game, but I think Tom Price is too good a cricketer not to give that new ball to. And
right, so you'd
go with Price
and Delanger.
I'd go Price, Delanger, and if one of them's bowling badly, Ajit comes in, because Ajit's been the pick of the bowlers. So, I think it's a good thing that he's got options up his sleeve now.
And particularly on this pitch, and maybe this game has shown that selection of 7 batters is like an insurance policy in a way, with Jack Taylor batting at 7, then Zafar, then Tom Price. I wonder if this game has shown that Dale might have to think in certain matches about playing an extra seamer, because Gloucestershire, I think, would have really benefited from an extra seamer yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. It's an interesting one, isn't it? And you've got to trust the process, as Mikel Arteta says at Arsenal. You have to trust the process, but you have to Dale knows what he's doing. He's been around, and I'm sure he knows what he's doing. But it's one of those ones where that 7th batsman was crucial, I think, at Glamorgan or at Worcester.
Yeah.
But here at Bristol, you do wonder whether the extra seamer might be more prudent, perhaps.
Because to win a game, can you take 20 wickets here with only 3 seam bowlers and 1 front-line spinner?
Yeah.
Is that enough of an artillery?
Yeah.
There's the bell.
Yeah,
getting underway in about 5 minutes.
He's got the spinning options up his sleeve, hasn't he? Obviously, Zafar Gohar is I think personally he's a world-class spinner. And then you've got Graham Van Buren and Ollie Price. And we haven't seen Miles Hammond or Chris Tent turn their arm over, have we yet? But
no.
You know,
No, and I think Graham would say that in England he hasn't really at any stage run through a team. So he is a supporting spinner rather than being a main spinner. Umpires are on the way. Lights are not on, so that's good.
New batsman's going to be Ollie Carter, young wicketkeeper.
Yeah, another one of the young Sussex crop. He'll have 2 balls of this Zafar Gohar over to face from the Ashley Down Road end, and Matt Taylor is out on the field as a fielding sub. So I wonder who is not on the field at the moment.
Jack Taylor's out there, isn't he? He missed all of yesterday, but he's on the ground today.
He's on the ground. Just seeing Ben Charlesworth is downstairs, ready to come out if necessary. So we'll just look round and see if we can spot who for Matt Taylor is not on the field at the moment.
There's Jack Taylor at cover.
Yes, so
I think it's Tom Price.
is it one of the...
Oh no, he's at mid-off, isn't he? No, that's Marchant.
Marchant DeLonge is at mid-off.
Who's at mid-on? Is that Tom Price?
Well, he's limbering up. I'd be surprised if that's not Marcus Harris there, is it? He wouldn't be bowling. Anyway, suffice to say, we're going to get underway, and we'll try and work out who that fielder is. So Zafar's got 2 balls to bowl to Ollie Carter, just to complete the incomplete over from last night. First one defended, and we've got underway absolutely on time. Umpires were very keen on both on day 1 here and on day 1 at Worcester to get underway before 11 o'clock. Here's Zafar in once more, and Carter tries to paddle that, doesn't get anything meaningful on it. And now Pujara on 99 will have Marchant DeLonge to bowl to him from this pavilion end. So this ball is only 6 overs old, so there'll still be some hardness in it, there'll still be some shine with it. And the interesting thing, as Dan said, was DeLonge, I think, was a given probably from at this point in the day. Who will bowl from the Ashley Down Road end, we'll see. Well, how attacking will Gloucestershire go with the scoreboard saying 302 for 4, I wonder, with the field? And the answer is just 2 fairly orthodox 2 slips, and there is a fine gully as well, but no third man, as is often the case, and three saving 1 on the offside.
Here's DeLonge from the pavilion end with that short run up. And plays it out to Pujara, takes the single. Van Buren hits the sides of the stumps, and Pujara comes through for his 58th first-class 100. Absolute masterclass from him. Really good innings, and he gets a warm round of applause from the Bristol crowd here. 191 balls, 13 fours, 1 6, and what an innings.
Yeah, batted as classily as anybody over the last 2 or 3 years that you and I have been doing the stream together.
Certainly is. I mean, I thought the best batsman I saw last year was Ryan Rickleton up at Cheltenham, and Pujara, I think, might have pipped him here. He's DeLonge, and that's a call behind. He's got a little... No, he's not. The umpire hasn't given it. Oh, Billy Taylor. He turned it down. Gloucestershire were confident there. Let's see if we can have another look at this one.
Carter's a real fidget at the crease, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, can't tell from that. Maybe his bat hit the ground, which made the noise.
That was... Well, clearly there was a noise because everybody went up, but maybe it was.
Here's DeLonge into Carter. who defends that solidly. Ollie Carter, another one from the Eastbourne stable. It seems to be a sort of good standard of cricket from round there. He's got a reputation as loving a scrap. Made his debut, aged just 19. And he got runs last week in the game against Yorkshire. Got his debut 100 against Glamorgan last year. Averaged 35, which is more than respectable. Wicket keeper. DeLunger into him, who defends. But Ian, I looked at his haircut earlier. Now, I know you're not one to talk about haircuts, all right? But he's got one of the worst mullets that I've seen on any cricketer ever in all my life.
Ever?
Ever.
That's a strong one, Dan.
I've seen Colin de Grandhomme, I've seen Bruce Reid, I've seen Ian Botham back in the 85 series. But this is an absolute shocker because it's all shaved at the side and it looks like Stevie Wonder's cut his hair. There he goes, tickles one down to Ajit Singh Dale down at long leg. Yeah, I mean, it's a bad one. It really is. I think you should let us know at home as well if you've seen some bad mullets on cricketers over the years and who they are. Drop us a line to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There it is on your screen.
And as you can see, the guy on the right has never had one of those.
DeLunger in. Oh, Pujara. Gorgeous. Watch out, Seagull. That's going to go all the way for 4 runs. He's in good nick, isn't he?
Yeah, that was as good, pleasant a shot as he played at any stage yesterday. And here is Tom Price. The slight delay in him coming onto the field of play. And Matt Taylor hands over the hand warmer. And it looks like it is going to be Ajit from the far end. So Gloucestershire starting with, I would say their 2 quickest bowlers. Tom Price would not be as quick as Ajit, I don't think.
No. Probably does a little bit more with the ball. He relies more on his movement, doesn't he, Tom Price? But yeah. I thought Ajit Singh Dale bowled very well yesterday. I thought it was a really good battle between him and Pujara, and I think, you know, Ajit would have learned a lot about that, bowling at a world-class batsman like that.
So Carter with a single and already a big appeal for a catch behind in his short stay at the wicket. Waits for Singh Dale under quite grey skies. That's short and it's got on top of it. Out to Zafar Gohar at point. Couldn't quite, I'd say, stem the flow of runs yesterday. It slowed to a trickle off Zafar, but there always seemed to be a single available somewhere, and that was indicative that the ball wasn't doing a great deal for him. Carter's batting outside his crease and then stepping back into it as he tries to turn that on the onside, straight to Marcus Harris. So 6-3 field, only 2 men in front of square on the leg side. Harris is at mid-wicket and Graham van Buren is at mid-on. Tom Price down at long leg.
It's been a lively start, hasn't it? We've only had, 8 balls, 10 balls this morning. We've already seen Pujara get to his 100, unfurl a gorgeous cover drive, and we've had that appeal turned down, caught behind off Ollie Carter.
Jack Taylor back on the field today. Dent is in that sort of floating 4th slip. So it's Jack Taylor and Ollie Price in the slips.
Ollie Price is a fantastic slip fielder. He catches pigeons in there, doesn't he?
Yeah, and interesting to see his technique as well. Whether he's one of those players who starts with his hands very, very low and comes up, which I always think is the more logical way, that you're liable to take the catch rather than hands on knees and then go down. You just start quite low. Ollie Carter's tried to pull that away past Van Buren. They'll get 1, and that's all there will be. Van Buren ran round the ball there a little bit, so they were just wondering about a second run. 309 for 4 Sussex. That run will tick up on the board. So remember, 110 overs is the limit for batting bonus points and indeed bowling bonus points as well. And Gloucestershire need 2 more wickets to get another bowling bonus point. Singdale in. Oh, he's beaten Pujara. He thinks he might have got a feather on that, but moral victory for the bowler. That's a nice line, and he just gets a pat on the back from Miles Hammond. He's fairly central in the crease there. Oh, that's just... Oh, I don't say it's straightened. It's held its line, I think, more than straightened.
Hasn't missed off stump by much either.
Pujara would have just parked that. One occasion yesterday when he went for a sharpish single and a direct hit might have had him in trouble. He had about 60 at the time. But other than that, it's been a chanceless innings. And he's back in the groove there again. But Singdale underway with a sharpish first over, just trying to get his rhythm on this 3rd day. We'll try and keep you in touch with what's happening elsewhere, particularly in Division 2, where Durham in particular very well placed to potentially win their game with Derbyshire today. This one of 3 games in the 2nd division, a couple of games too in Division 1.
We've had an email in. Alison Spurrell. Hello, Alison. Hope you're well. I don't know if you're on the ground or watching us from home, but always nice to hear from you. I'll come on to it after DeLunger. Do you want to do this one, Ian? You do this.
Yes, Alison is the can we say the charity knitter?
Yes. Yes. She'd like that.
Last year she raised nearly £600. There she is. Nearly 600 with the lovely Alex Lovell. £600 for St Peter's Hospice by knitting a chocolate cover for Christmas tables every time David Payne took a wicket. Double when he played for England or the Lions.
Fantastic. Great effort, Alison. Is DeLunger in past the umpire? And Carter just works that one backward of square. He's going to pick up a couple. Marcus Harris doing the fielding.
She says, this year I'm working on an older project. Some years ago I coordinated, some would say coerced, a group of former colleagues, 6 of us, to knit a life-size nativity scene called the Nativity, of course.
Very good,
It goes on display every year. Last December it was at the Mall for a month and we collected £19,000 for St Peter's Hospice. Overall we've raised over 200, well, it looks like that's 200,000. Well, fair play to you. And since Christmas I've been revamping the figures, giving everything a good wash, mending and restuffing. I think it will take most of the year until it goes out again. What an effort that is.
Martian in to Carter, who just gets a little bit late on that.
And if you like the sort of thing that Alison does, she has got a Just Giving page, and if you search Nativity, you'll get it.
With a K.
Yes, Nativity with a K. I think she also is a supporter of Walkers and Talkers as well. So
massive supporter.
Yeah, fair play for everything that you do, and thanks for being good enough to drop us an email as well.
Here's DeLunger in. That's down the leg side. Bracey tumbling away there. And no run.
In fact, that's a new thing, actually, because we have a screen. If you are watching the stream from somewhere unusual, why not send us a picture of where you're watching it?
Yeah.
Because we can put the picture up on our screen at this end, which I don't think we could do that last year, but that's a new thing.
DeLunger into Carter. Defends.
Now, if you're watching it from, I'm making this up, you're watching it from Grimsby, it might not be particularly photogenic, but you know, there are some nice. Cleethorpes isn't too bad.
Yeah. Nice haddock and chips up there.
Yeah. So there's a thought. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk, if you want to drop us a picture of where you're watching the stream from. If the stream's in shot, brilliant. If it's not, don't worry.
Yeah, and keep your mullets coming through as well. Here's DeLunger in to the mulleted Ollie Carter, because we want to hear about your worst mullets. And I've got a story, right, because Well, we've rain stop play. Tom from there, he's dropped us a line saying he's in full agreement about the Carter mullet. Just walked past him now and had to do a double take. A shocker, he says. Almost saw my breakfast again. Good job he's wearing a helmet. Brilliant.
And if you want to just emphasise the haircut, look at the Sussex website with the player profile pictures, because that does show exactly what we're on about. In fact, James might even be able to pull that up for us in due course if Carter hangs around long enough. Here is Singdale, second over of the morning from the Ashley Down road end, just pushed away by Pujara. And if anything taught us we were taught anything about yesterday, was the fact that he was quite prepared to stay in first or second gear for quite a while until he was comfortable to move up. And there might be a little bit of that this morning with him. I know he's played that one very nice shot off Delanger, but it's he just plays every ball on its merit, which is a great thing to do. Singdale, and again he defends.
Chris Manners has been in touch and he's given us Paul Smith of Warwickshire, who I'm in full agreement with you there, Chris. Paul Smith was another mulleted cricketer. Well, he's more of a sort of a rock star type player, wasn't he, Paul Smith? But
P.A. Smith, is that right?
But to get yes, but to get to the rock star sort of scenario, you've got to go through the mullet stage, haven't you? I think Chris Dent had a little bit of a mullet going on at one point when he was going for the sort of the top knot. He had to go through the mullet stage.
But Joe didn't time that. It was back of a length. He tried to force it past Miles Hammond in the covers, but didn't really get what he wanted onto it at all.
Do you remember the look in the 80s as well with a footballer where they started to
How old do you think I am?
Where they started to perm the mullet at the back. Chris Waddle style. I mean, that was a shocker. What was society thinking?
Two slips for Singdale, bowling without a sweater, and again Pujara just stands tall, plays it defensively out on the offside.
But talking of 80s fashion fads, John Barnes went through a stage of wearing tights playing football, and James Healy on our production side here was a massive fan of John Barnes, and his mum went out and bought him some tights which he went and played football in. So there's a story there.
Only on a cold day.
Oh well, I think it was August, Ian.
Oh,
but there you go. Got to keep up with the professionals.
Five saving a single for Singdale, and Hammond will do that in the covers once again. He's playing in a very, or comparatively small area of the outfield for his shots at the moment. Pujara, everything is between point and extra cover, and that's down to as much to Singdale's line as anything else. 20 overs to go after this on the bonus points. This is the 90th over of 110. Singdale in. Oh, Pujara can't get that away either. He's not giving him anything to drive here, is he, Ajit? He's just on that good length, just perhaps slightly back of a length, which is forcing Pujara to play in that over almost everything off the back foot. 311 for 4.
You know what we're seeing with Ajit Singdale now? We're seeing real consistency from him, aren't we? I mean, he bowled very well at Worcester last week. Lovely story there. Took a 6 for his parents were there to watch. But we're seeing him on a different type of wicket here, where he's not allowing, you know, he's not sort of bowling any rubbish, is he? He's still keeping the batsman honest. Here's March and DeLunger in to Carter, who plays that one just backward a point. They're only going to get one because Chris Dent's lively in that area.
And here's the thing, just about it's a slight sideways thing, this, but DeLonger's bowled all his overs from the pavilion end, and you're starting to see the tread of his footmarks on his run. So it does show that ground is still quite soft, isn't it?
Yep, certainly is. Here he comes. Pujara lets that one go. Right, we're going to show you at home the Ollie Carter mullet. There we go. Look at that. He's dyed it at the back as well. Oh,
Yeah, that's what comes with being 20 or 21, isn't it? Really. I mean, you wouldn't do that if you were older, would you? Would you? I don't think so.
no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Here's DeLunger in. And Pujara lets that one go through to
Or
the
as
gloves of James Brayson.
one sports coach I remember saying would say, what part of the thinking made you believe that was a good decision?
Yeah. Now, I don't know. I mean, Brighton's quite an edgy place. It's quite a, it's quite a cool place. It's at the cutting edge of fashion. And I don't know what they think of him down there as he strolls along the front at Hove. DeLunger in. Oh, Pujara again. Slightly over pitched, but he latches onto it straight away and nails it through the covers for 4 runs.
That is precisely the same shot that he played probably 2 overs ago against DeLunger, and it's gone almost to the same place against the same advertising board. Just literally picking the right ball, the right spot, and Van Buren had a vain chase, even on an outfield that's been, saturated by rain in the early part of this week and indeed over this last month. Very, very well timed, and Van Buren's taking that wide slip out now to try and stop that shot for Pujara. Chris Dent has gone in at short extra.
Yeah. Van Buren's thinking about it, though. He's thought about his fields yesterday. He rotated his bowlers. Nothing was happening, so he was just shuffling his pack, wasn't he? Here's DeLunger into Pujara, who then puts it through that gap where Chris Dent, that's sod's law, isn't it? And he'll pick up a couple, backward of square. Score 3-1-6 for 4.
Yeah, so
Pujara.
if he's going to pack, if he's not say pack the offside, but just put an extra fielder in there. So he's got a short extra and then quite a square cover in Miles Hammond. But the net effect of that is you've now just got even with a gully and a point on that side of the ground, Pujara he's just steered that into that gap between Ollie Price and Zafar Gohar.
Pujara's moved serenely on to 110. Ollie Carter's on 5. 3-1-8 for 4.
And you can use this. He's just threading the ball through those gaps.
Yeah, here's DeLunger into him. Short ball, Pujara rolls his wrists on it and it just goes for a single down to Ajit Singh Dale. That completes the over. Keep your mullets coming. Let us know who's got the worst mullet you've seen. Any cricketer. You said Colin de Grandhomme?
Yeah, Colin de Grandhomme did have one, but I think this season it's largely disappeared.
Yeah. There must be some Australians in there. There's been some really bad haircuts, especially the Neighbours days of the sort of mid to late 80s. I think Steve Waugh might have had a little bit of some mullet action going on at some point. Simon O'Donnell, I think he had a little bit of a mullet at the time.
Just to give you scores in other matches, they're playing at Lords between Kent and Middlesex. Kent 52 for 2, second time round, lead by 9 overall, so that's going to be a low scoring, potentially quite tight game. And at Edgbaston, Surrey lead Warwickshire by 61. They're 211 for 8 in their first innings, and that's taken them 80 overs to get that far. Singdale from the Ashley Down Road end has let go by Pujara. In the second division at Chester Street, Derbyshire now 5 down second time round. They're 108 for 5, still trailing Durham by 179, so that could be over today. And they're also playing at Grace Road, where Glamorgan are 186 for 5 in reply to Leicester's 407. So you fancy there's a big lead there, and Leicester should have to drive that game from that position. Well, they will be driving it. Singdale does have 2 slips to Pujara, and again a little bit back of a length, but he's worked onto the leg side by getting inside the line and Marcus Harris does the fielding. Just if you didn't catch the release earlier in the week, Grant Rolofson is coming to Gloucestershire to cover for Marcus Harris when he goes away with the Australian tourists. He's in their Ashes, the main Ashes squad. Rolofson to play in the T20, but is also registered to play in the Championship if required.
Yeah, good signing that.
So Carter waits down the leg side from Singdale, very, very fine. Might have only coming off the pad, I think. Yes, 4 leg byes. Nothing much that James Bracey could do about that. Just for the first time today, Singdale's line let him down there.
Yeah, good signing, Rolofson. I think he's Essex fans. He was at Essex last year, wasn't he? And Essex fans were very disappointed that they didn't re-sign him.
Did he only play in the Royal London though? Did he not play much in the T20?
I'm not sure. I
think the line that I read implied that the Royal London was where he was most impactful, if that's a phrase. Singdale in short once more, and Carter tries to pull that, gets it off the bottom edge of the bat, and it bounces down to Jack Taylor at first slip.
We've got Dan from Holmfirth, lovely part of the world up in Yorkshire, where they filmed Last of the Summer Wine, I believe. I had Sunday lunch there once, Yorkshire pudding, where the Sunday lunch was served in the Yorkshire pudding. Anyway, he has got something for us. Here we go. There you go, look at that.
It's a relaxing Saturday morning shot, isn't it?
Dan's got his trotters out there.
Singdale in, or very short. Tennis ball bounce. And actually a no ball called by Mark Newell.
But Dan, thanks for your email. Keep them coming. It's good to hear from you. And it's a lovely part of the world, Holmfirth. You ever been up that way? It's sort of near Huddersfield, that sort of area.
I heard one radio station earlier in the week. I think I was travelling home. I come back to that after this delivery, because it was about, and they were asking people for particular places where they had been, which perhaps were a bit off the beaten track and not known to other people. And one was delightful. I do remember this. I'd never been there, but there is a place, I think might be in North Yorkshire, called Boggle Hole.
Oh, okay. Never heard of it.
I think that is in the Dales somewhere. Somebody might correct me on that. But Carter again trying to get inside the line, but Chris Dent is there at mid-wicket. Prevents him adding to the 5. He's currently totted up. 326 for 4. Only 11 overs left here for Sussex to get more batting points. They're not really chasing it, Dan, though, are they?
Well, I think they're having a look, but as we saw yesterday, Mr. Pujara has got gears, hasn't he? And he can go through them. So, but yeah, going back to Holmfirth, have you ever had that, Ian, where you've been up to Yorkshire and the Yorkshire pudding is as big as your plate?
Yes.
And the roast is actually
served in it
inside the Yorkshire pudding.
Yeah. Or you have the Yorkshire pudding as a dessert, or no, as a starter. I think. No, someone's going to pull me up for that. It's as a starter on its own.
Jack Longstaff, who's from our marketing department, he's not from a million miles away from Yorkshire. He's shaking his head here at Ian. He's behind us here on the screen.
Personally, I prefer it with the beef.
So, it's like an hors d'oeuvre, is it?
Yeah. Ah. I'm sure that's right.
DeLunger in. I know Ian Botham, who, when he comes to London, he goes to a little backstreet place. I won't mention exactly where it is, because he goes there for privacy reasons. And apparently he just sort of holds court in the corner of this little pub, and occasionally shouts out to the landlord, who will sort of bring him over what he wants. It'll be like a Scotch egg, sausage roll, you know, that type of stuff, and it's known as Yorkshire tapas.
Yeah, Yorkshire pudding traditionally served with gravy as a starter.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Just gravy, nothing else.
DeLunger in. Oh, nice shot there by Pujara, who finds Zafar Gohar out at sort of a very wide third man there, or deep backward point perhaps.
Large Yorkshire puddings can be filled with things like chilli or sausages and served as a popular pub dish.
Well, see, watching the Gloucester stream, right, is not only good cricket here, you're watching a masterclass from Cheteshwar Pujara, but it's enlightening and educational.
Now, what you meant to say was you're listening to the master craftsman Dan Whiting.
Nothing like it, mate. Nothing like it. Carter just dots that one out into the offside. We had some wonderful stories. We were playing Lancashire last year, and well, there's some fantastic regional dishes from there, weren't there? And we learned all about rag pudding and parking and various other things. What would you get in Sussex? Probably roast pheasant, perhaps. Here's DeLunger. Oh, that's well bowled.
A little bit of swing there, I thought.
Yeah, a little bit of movement off the pitch, perhaps, as well.
Just a little bit of wobble in the air for DeLunger.
The ball's still new, but we are here under battleship grey skies, aren't we, in Bristol? Yeah, what would be a Sussex dish? Well, there's some good fish down there, isn't there? Comes in off the English Channel. Here's DeLunger in. Carter defends. No run. That completes the over. 3:27 for 4. Pujara 113. Carter is on 5. There are 97 overs left in the day, and that's 93 gone in the Sussex innings.
Yes, and obviously we're adding time from the first 2 days, hence why we've still got more than a normal full day's allocation of overs left. As a result of that, all the sessions today, or the first 2 sessions, will be 2 hours and 10 minutes, so it will be 10 past 1 for the lunch break, and we will go to tea at 4 o'clock, and then the remaining overs will be bowled from 4:20. Hopefully this grey stuff's going to burn off a little bit. Although Gloucestershire probably won't mind it being a bit overcast at the moment. Singdale in again to Pujara. Steers that out into the offside again. Hammond does the fielding. Tom Price doing some limbering up down to our left at fine leg. So could be that he might replace DeLunger shortly. Miles Hammond. Now, that's not a photograph from this season. That's going back at least a couple, I think. 2019, actually, James says. He's had the clippers out since. Singdale into Pujara. Oh, he played that round his pad a little bit, but he's so well set that just squeezed a single out to Zafar Gohar. But he's played a couple of lovely cover drives this morning already.
I like the way Miles there has swept it behind the ears. It's there we go. He sort of swept the sides behind the ears, so it's not actually a sort of technically a full-on mullet, but he's made it into a mullet. He's actually got it up there to actually sort of convert it. Good work, Miles Hammond. Good mullety work.
Singdale sprinting in once more. That's clipped the pad, but there was a bit of bat on that as well, was there? No, just a leg bite. And Tom Price in from the boundary at fine leg to field. He's not had a bowl yet this morning, but he may not be long. 0 for 89 yesterday, or over the first 2 days. But Sussex now batting into a third day, having had an hour on the first day and then 2 slightly extended sessions yesterday. Price just flexing his right arm there. Singdale To Pujara once more. Carter thought about it, more than thought about a single. And they will get one anyway. A little bit of sloppiness in the field gives Sussex a bonus run off an overthrow. Ball rebounding, in fact, off the stumps, off that attempted direct hit.
I'm going to show you a picture of Bruce Reid back in the, I think, the 86-87 tour of Australia.
It's a bit of a field change here. Graham van Buren's going into the offside for Carter, and they're going to have two short mid-wickets. Two short catching mid-wickets. So he goes straighter this time. Up to De Lange.
There we go, there's Bruce Reid along with the sort of mustachioed combo as well. That's a bad haircut, isn't it? I mean, if you went to the haircut and the barber gave you one of those, you wouldn't want to give him any money for it, would you?
Reid was about 6'9" too, wasn't he?
Big lad, yeah. Stick thin. Had a lot of injuries.
Singdale then with this flexible field, which has got two short catches on the leg side in front of square, which also indicates a bit more about the pace of the pitch too. But Carter picked up a single off the last delivery. There are the overall bowling figures. That will read one for 53 when that last single ticks up. So De Lange, Singdale and Zafar Gohar with the wickets. Sussex and making steady progress. They've added 29 this morning in 35 minutes. And we're going to see Tom Price, I think, for the first time today. De Lange having bowled 4 overs. And actually, probably in the last one, just seen that ball start to wobble about, and that may have been a factor in Graham van Buren's decision to bring Tom Price on, because he does move it a little bit in the air, possibly more than Marchant does.
Yeah, certainly does. He's, I mean, that's his, you know, number one in his armoury, isn't it? His movement, both through the air and off the pitch. And if anyone can get any swing out of this leaden sky, Tom Price will.
And they're packing he's packing the offside field as well, with Denton staying in at short extra.
Here he is. Past Billy Taylor. Oh, and that's an inside edge. That's gotten down to Ajit Singh Dal down at fine leg, but that's a full shot. So that's an encouraging start for Tom. Well bowled. Inside edge. Here's Price into the crease, and Pujara gets his bottom hand into that. He's looking for that leg side now. Now Graham van Buren has packed the offside. He's brought his bottom hand into that one, and he was looking for the mid-wicket gap from outside off stump, a la Vivian Richards in his pomp. Price to Pujara. Lets that one go through to Bracey.
That's almost the first time we've seen him play with that sort of bottom. He's only been in for more than 200 deliveries, and he hasn't really played that bottom-handed type shot at all.
Yeah.
It's been very, as Dan used the word yesterday, it's been a classical kind of innings, hasn't it?
Yeah. I think Alan Lamb had a bit of mullet action going on in the mid-80s.
Yes,
yeah.
Definitely.
Price in. Pujara just tickles that one into the leg side, and they're going to pick up a single. Finds the gap there between De Lange and Marcus Harris. Yeah, Alan Lamb, I think he's he liked the moustache mullet combo as well, didn't he? Like Bruce Reid. Triple Nelson on the board. Wonder if Gloucestershire can use it to their advantage. Yeah, look. Yeah, that's. It's moving into the realms of mulletdom, isn't it? It's not quite there, but it's.
I don't know whether James can find a photo here of Jim Fote, who played in that '73 Gillette final.
Price. Carter cuts away, but can only find Zafar Gohar. Backward point.
Jim's hair was quite long enough to be called a mullet at that point.
Yeah, I think it was just sort of the glam rock sort of phase of the early 70s, which, you know, wasn't sort of pure mulletdom, but it's a shocking haircut nonetheless.
Right, I don't know whether he's found one or not. He has, okay, I'll have a look at that in a minute.
He's giggling away.
Yeah.
It's obviously a classic coming up. Tom Price into Carter. Oh, Carter has a flash outside off stump and goes through to James Bracey. That completes the over. 3-3-3 for 4. Pujara 116.
I'm not sure whether it's actually quite the Ollie Carter mullet, but we'll see if we can.
Let's have a look at Jim Fote.
Look at that in a minute.
Here we go.
Zafar Gohar's going to have a 12 for the first time authentically today. He had that part over to complete, but he's now being brought back into the attack as Gloucestershire try and pick up these other 2 wickets they need for a second bowling bonus point. And it's not proving easy. This pitch is really heavily in favour of the batsman. And for Zafar, he's going to have the field set very deep on the leg side for Pujara. Left arm around the wicket from the Ashley Down Road end, and they're going to just pinch a single here out on the offside with the big gap on the leg side. Carter's been answering Pujara's calls for these singles, but 1 or 2 have been a bit tighter than others. And the question is now, I suppose, how will Carter approach batting against Zafar? The impression I have of him is that he is very positive, and that he will want to keep the scoreboard ticking, possibly faster than it has been. Not until he's had 1 or 2 sighters, though. Sky's brightening just a little bit, like lifting. Still quite grey though overhead. Carter does cut, and he slashes that past Ollie Price's left hand. It's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Ollie is a right-handed slip catch. That was very fine. It was going very quickly as well. Up went the left hand, even a real, you know, does it stick, does it not kind of moment. But he didn't really get a finger on that, and it's gone away for 4.
Went quickly though, didn't it?
It did. He's very close there too.
Well, I think he's got to come close because of the sluggish nature of the pitch, and you know, for the defensive prod. But when you get a full-on slash like that from Carter, it's one of those ones that's very sort of hard to judge where
and
to stand.
It was kind of at shoulder height, so it's hard to know where your body position needs to be to take those. If he'd have slashed it really hard at waist height, he might have caught it. But because of how far did he throw his hand up at it, you know, that was the split-second decision he had to make. Zafar in once more, and this time Carter defence. So the scenario you just want to keep in mind at the moment is Sussex have to get 110. I'll have 110 overs to get the bonus points, and Carter plays that dead weight.
We apologise to you at home if you can hear a pigeon cooing in our outside.
That's what it is it?
Yeah. It's somewhere in the loft and the girders up here.
Carter again uses his feet a little, gets a single up to Marchant de Lange at mid-on. Zafar pitched that right up. So here is the Jim Fote suggestion of a mullet.
Oh.
That's mean, that's a very thick head of hair, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's not quite the mullet of Ali Carter, because it's not shaved at the sides.
It's more of an early 70s glam rock. It's not a a traditional mullet. The mullet has to be shaved at the sides, and I think it's a faux mullet, Ian. Pseudo mullet. Tom Price. Approaching the crease. Carter plays off the back foot, no timing.
We had 45 minutes this morning, and no ball, by the way.
Yeah, another one. Tom Price is. I don't remember him doing this last year.
A little bit of an issue, particularly at the start of spells, it seems to be at the moment.
Into the crease. Carter has a big swing and doesn't get anything on that. Tom Price has taken 60 wickets in 18 games in his first-class career, averaging 22.27 with the ball, which is a very good start to your career, isn't it?
Excellent. And he's now finished his degree at Durham too, I think.
Yeah. That's wide and not given a wide, but just wide, and Carter lets it go through. Now, on ESPN Cricinfo, Price has got 6 no balls down against him, which that is because Ajit Singh Dale has only got the 1. So is that 3 no balls because you get 2 in the county championship, do you, or is that 6 no balls that he's given away?
So the overall scorecard, I think, suggests that it is 6 no balls.
Carter again has a big swing.
Because there are 14 on the scorecard, so it's 6 and 1.
Yeah.
So that is 6 genuine oversteppings.
Yeah.
Situations where he has overstepped.
But what a prospect he is. And a really nice lad as well, isn't he, Tom Price? He's one of the most sort of genuine guys. He's humble. And
just asking his captain whether Chris Dent can go a little bit squarer there. And Zafar has gone to deep backward point, and Dent literally probably 2 paces in front of square now to try and stop that attempted crack through the offside by Carter.
Here's Price in. Carter punches him into the offside. Can only find Miles Hammond.
The mulletless Miles Hammond.
The mulletless Miles Hammond, yes, at extra cover. Keep them coming.
Yes, I can say this, I think. There will be a lot of Gloucestershire supporters who are Gloucester Rugby fans, and one of their long-serving players, Billy Twelvetrees, has just announced he's going to leave the club at the end of the season and go to sign for Ealing, who play in the Championship.
Price in. Ooh, that's a good leave by Carter. Not missed off stump by much.
And Twelvetrees has a very distinctive haircut.
He certainly does.
And it is long and what you would call tassely, probably. I think you use the word tassely. But when he signed at Gloucester, there is a kind of a tradition that the players do one of 2 things to sort of welcome themselves into the into the squad. One of which is to have their head shaved.
Here's Price. End the over. Go on.
And the other one, I believe the volume is right, is to drink 8 pints of milk.
Right.
In a very short space of time.
Yeah.
Twelvetrees went for the head shave scenario.
Yeah.
And he has now done it again on leaving the club to help raise money for Ed Slater, who has been diagnosed with motor neurone disease.
Right.
So fair play to him. He and Geordie Reid had their heads shaved after Gloucester's last home game of the season. So the mullet, if you want to call it that, from 12 Trees has gone.
Ooh,
as has that delivery from Zafar Gohar, down the ground, straight for 6 off the bat of Cheteshwar Pujara. That was a clean hit.
It was. 12 Trees got a wonderful nickname as well, hasn't he? On British Lions, where he's known as 36.
36.
Because the Irish guys called him 12 Trees.
And you know what his father does for a living, do you?
No.
He's a tree surgeon.
Ha ha, brilliant.
So, in a sense, you couldn't. That was a story you'd think would be made up, but it's not. He is from Sussex too, interestingly, originally. 347 for 4. Sussex within 1 shot, potentially, of a 3rd batting bonus point.
There's been a number of players who played for both clubs, hasn't there? Bilassi played for both clubs.
Yeah, TMJ Smith.
Yes.
Zafar around the wicket and placed nicely by Pujara. He'll only get 1. Ajit Singh Dale's on boundary duty out in front of the scoreboard.
Jared Warner went down to Sussex on loan as well, I think, last year, didn't he? I think. Or 2 years ago, maybe?
Might have been 2 years ago. I don't think it was last year. He spent most of his time with us last year.
In the commentary box.
Seemed to. Zafar around the wicket with just a slip and a short leg, and that's cut away by Carter. That will go for 4, I think, just to the rope. Just beat the chase of Tom Price, and 350 up for Sussex. So at the moment, it looks as though they are well set to get to 400 in 110 overs.
Yeah, I think 450 might be slightly out of their reach though now. 12.3 overs to get 98.
Yeah. Carter
But you never know.
on to 16 with that last boundary. The board on your screen will tick up in a moment.
Yeah, they're looking for this now. You can see Pujara's opened up his arms and plonked Zafar for 6 into the Ashley Down Road end. Carter's now looking, and they're looking for the singles as well. So I wonder if they are targeting 450.
Yeah, it's quite a big ask from here. And Carter's tried to force that past Tom Price. Good diving stop at backward point. So 352 for 4. Seems a long time ago since Tom Haynes was dismissed back on Thursday. Yesterday, Ali Orr for 36, Tom Alsop for 67, and then James Coles in the last over for 74. The men out, and that's as far as it's got for Gloucestershire. Ben Charlesworth is on the field for Miles Hammond temporarily. Charlesworth apparently no after effects from that crack on the knee he took yesterday.
No, I've apologised to him as well this morning for putting it down as a dropped catch, which was a full-blooded slam into
And he
his
did
neck.
say, you know,
Technically it was, I think he said.
yeah, you know, it was a harsh call, but it wasn't an unfair call.
No, he's a lovely lad, Ben. He's a really good laugh. Here's Tom Price in. Pujara runs him down, opens the face. He's going to get at least 2. Zafar does some good work down there, relayed it back to Ollie Price, and they save a couple of runs.
Thanks to Alison Spurrell and to Dan from Holme Firth for getting in touch on the emails earlier today. I think James will remind you of the email if you want to drop us a line with your mullet photos, or
Look at
indeed
that good-looking man there.
where you might be watching today's play from.
Look at that good-looking man.
Well,
And
the one on the left.
no, there's Dan Whiting as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
Price. Bracey standing up to the stumps now, trying to pin Pujara back into his crease. Oh, he's nailed that. That's a cut shot. And that's gone to the boundary within a second. A little bit short from Tom Price, short and wide. And Pujara cashes in.
And also the slips have gone wider. Look where Jack Taylor is
Yeah.
at first slip. I wonder whether Bracey's actually taking the helmet off. He's going back, I think, to standing back now.
Yeah, well, I think they saw previously Pujara deliberately open the face and run it down there. So you do wonder whether, sort of there's a method in that.
I wonder if he can play it softly enough to squeeze it between the keeper and what is now effectively a second slip.
That would be delicate caressing.
Yeah, that would be just that would be rubbing your nose in it, wouldn't it, a bit? Say, okay, well, you've plugged that gap, so I'll just find another one.
Price to Pujara, who goes pulling, hits the splice though, and can only find a single to Marchand de Lange. Moves on to 1-3-1 now, Pujara.
It would feel rather an ugly phraseology to say that he's throwing the bat now, but he is starting to unfurl a few shots.
Yeah. I described him earlier as a Rolls Royce. The Rolls Royce, I think, it's in fifth gear now, isn't it? Or sixth gear, I think a roller's got. Don't know. I haven't got one in. You tell the public. You've got, man of your riches.
My old boss used to have one.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Price to Ollie Carter. They take a quick single to Van Buren. Oh, and he's had a shy at the stumps, and I think Pujara was gone with a direct hit, and it's missed the stumps by a whisker.
Not sure his bat was being run in either.
Pujara was slow getting off the mark there. I think it might have been a late call from Carter, but
any club coach will say, run your bat in along the floor.
Of course, it's one of the first things you're taught as an under 11, isn't it? I think.
Come back to your point about gears. The Sussex are trying to go through them here, aren't they?
Price. Carter lets that one go.
Just think of the rest of the Sussex batting order. Finn Hudson Prentice and Nathan McAndrew would try and put bat to ball, I think. And then Carson, Hunt and Crocombe. 9, 10, 11. But this really does look a very, very flat pitch.
Yeah. Price to Carter, who gets that one exactly where one of those two slips would have been a few balls ago, but Pujara there.
Tom Price's 100 is up.
3-6-1 for 4.
In
Pujara,
this over.
1-3-2.
Right at the end of that over.
Carter 17.
0 for 102 he has. That last ball will tick up. These two brought together when Coles was out of the last ball last night, so they've added 59 this morning. 59 in 56 minutes. Zafar's got a well spread field now. 5 men out. And Pujara, I think, I'm going to borrow another phrase of yours from yesterday, Dan, that was that now he can pick a single anywhere he wants, but he's been there long enough to be able to get that field pushed out. He's given Graham Van Buren all the problems, and he's now earned the right to just pick off the singles where he likes.
Yeah. He's calling for something there, Pujara. I don't know if he's calling for a drink and potentially a word from the coach. Well, maybe they're going to be talking declarations here.
Ollie Carter with 4 men on the off, 5 men on the offside, 3 of them saving 1, so he's gone fine down the leg side, and a chase for Jack Taylor here. They'll certainly take 2, there won't be any more than that. Taylor comes down to fine leg, and there's a long return in.
I'd be flabbergasted if Sussex did declare before the 110 overs and the bonus point situation was out of the equation.
Yeah, looks like it might be a change of gloves and a drink. Carter swats that past the umpire at point out to Ajit Singh Dale for just a single. He's the boundary rider out in front of the scoreboard. And yeah, so there's a set of gloves there, I think, from Tom Clark, who's the, so I think it's 12th man. Pujara cuts, and that I think will beat Singdale, although he's on the chase around the boundary and it'll just beat him. I think he thought it was going to go quicker than it did, and he might have got to it, but by the time he'd made up the decision to chase it, the ball was heading well over the rope. Again, just waiting for the ball to come to him, Pujara there. And Sussex powering on towards 400 here. Zafar staying around the wicket. Pujara plays that quietly out into the leg side. Lee Carter trying to get them a single. 100 overs gone, 10 overs to go until the end of the bonus point allocation, and Sussex are 369 for 4. Pujara's added 38 this morning.
One of Pujara's real key strengths is that he scores all around the wicket. He scores on the offside, he's very strong through the covers, he's very strong square the wicket as well, and off his legs he's delicate, and he scores in not quite a 360-degree arc, but he's very hard to set a field to once he's in. He's technically very correct, but he also scores all around the ground.
BBC's golf analyst Ken Brown. I had just a sense there that you were dropping into a Ken Brown moment. You know, around the greens. Just sense it.
Tom Price. And an email that's just played out into the covers. We had an email from one of the Indian guys watching us who's probably following the fortunes of Cheteshwar Pujara, and we welcome everyone who's joining us from India. So, Ian, do you want to go with that one?
Yeah, so Zafar Srinath was at Gloucestershire in 1995. Can you share experiences of his stint? That might be a challenge.
Price in, and that's footwork from Carter, biffs it over the top of the covers, and it goes for 4 over the top of extra cover. It wasn't pretty, but it was effective.
I was alive in 1995. I was watching cricket in 1995. But Srinath would have been around sort of my sort of early stages. He was only here for a year. He took a lot of... He took something like... Did he take 90 wickets that year?
He was a wonderful bowler, wasn't he? Really nice bowler, Zafar Srinath. Tom Price coming past umpire Billy Taylor. And Carter, that's a lovely shot there through the covers. That's much more orthodox, and that's a really, really good shot. Even Chris Dent's, don't know if he's applauding, encouraging Tom Price, or actually applauding the shot there from Ollie Carter, but it did deserve applause. It was lovely, very pleasant on the eye. Probably much more aesthetic than his haircut. Yeah, being a little conflab now. Price, Van Buren, Marchand de Lange doing the ball shining. 377 for 4. Price to Carter, who plays that one. Carter has carted Tom Price back over his head. He's only going to get a couple because Graham Van Buren does the fielding and just pulls the ball up shy of the rope here in front of us at the pavilion end. And it's another no ball. 7 now to Tom Price.
He's just striving a little bit, maybe.
But Tom Price, as I said earlier, it wouldn't surprise me if we do get a second innings in this game. Sort of guy who'll come back and pick up 5 or 6 in the second innings. He's that good a cricketer. He's not somebody who'll stay down for long. Just moving the man. He's moved his brother out to deep mid-wicket, and he's given Carter a short one. He tries to ramp him. Tries to sort of periscope him. Back over James Bracey, but misses the ball, and it goes through to the gloves. But Bracey is a slow-mo.
Yes, Srinath, 87 wickets at 19 he took in that summer.
Sounds like your career, Ian. Price. In. Good Yorker.
I knew it was a lot.
Carter blocks it.
That was his only year. And I'm trying to think who... And that was
Courtney would have still been here, wouldn't he? I think he was with the West Indies at the time. So
I wonder if he would have played... Did he play in the same side as Terry Alderman as the second overseas?
Price into Carter. Short ball off cutter. I think he's rolled his fingers across that. Slightly slower bouncer. And his brother does the fielding out at deep square.
I mean, Vance, just to say that, I mean, I wish I could remember more about Srinath. I think the only Gloucestershire cricket I would have watched that year would have been at the Cheltenham Festival.
Yeah.
So, and he did play, but that is 38 years ago.
Yeah. Tom Price has just gone off the field. Ben Charlesworth coming on 28 years ago. Well, 95.
95. 28, yeah, sorry, 28.
Bit of watery sunshine there on the...
The change in the left-arm spinner at the Ashdown Road end. Graham van Buren into the attack. Asks about an LBW against Carter. We did say even when he faced that delivery where I think it was the second ball he faced where he hit obviously back to floor, as we found out. That's a nice shot too. Past the diving dent in the covers, but there is a fielder on the fence. Ollie Price out there. And Gloucestershire right on the defensive here now with their field. They've got 5 men out for Van Buren, and I think that's just come off a very thin edge. Ben Charles was on the chase down towards the fence, and he won't be able to haul it in. That's gone for 4. And Sussex trying to really force this here, having got a really good platform. And it's gone past James Bracey, standing up. Carter to 37.
But you make your luck in cricket, don't you? And because there's no slip in there, because Sussex have batted well and got to 388 for 4, they've earned the right not to have a slip in there.
Van Buren again. Oh, that's tossed right up and almost played as a chop shot by Carter out to Ollie Price. When we finished yesterday, Dan, you did say that it felt like one of those innings where potentially, if the time had allowed, Sussex could have batted really big in this game, and Gloucestershire could have been back to where they were on some of those flat decks at the start of last season, where they could be in the field for 140 overs.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Surrey game here last year, for those of you who can't remember that one. It was Surrey ended up getting 603 all out. There was a 234 in there from Jamie Smith, 137 from Jordan Clark. Gloucestershire then responded with I think it was 427 for 2. Marcus Harris 124, Chris Dent not out 206, Miles Hammond not out 81. And thankfully it chucked it down with rain on the 4th day and we all went home.
Yeah, that was a very hard strip to get wickets on, and it may even be the same wicket we're using for this game.
I think it is
the international one.
Yeah, I think it is.
And it is a good surface.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a good batting surface. Whether it's a good cricket surface is DeLunga. That's down the leg side, slower ball. Pujara misses out there. Well, I mean it is a good surface. It's harsh to describe it as not, but I just prefer a pitch where it's got more of an even contest between bat and ball. Saying that, Gloucestershire have yet to bat on this. That's just off Pujara's thigh pad. It's gone down to fine leg. They think about a second.
But Sussex do have a very young attack, don't they?
They do, but, you know, the Gloucestershire guys have got to see the new ball off. Anyway, we'll come to that because we've got about 7.5 overs and Sussex need 59 for that maximum batting point.
I mean, they could have a real dart from here, couldn't they?
Well, I think they are already. I think they're having a dart now, aren't they? Here's DeLunga to Carter. Short ball. Carter plays that.
It's a half scoop, wasn't it?
It was. It was a curious shot. Anyway, it goes in 1 down to Ajit Singh Dale down at fine leg.
Three men saving 1 on the offside for Pujara. The field rather more spread for Carter.
DeLunga, good Yorker. Pujara equal to it.
Marchant's right arm comes up, doesn't it, after every delivery, almost as if he's expecting a wicket, or he's expecting to appeal for something.
I've got a feeling DeLunga might have had a mullet at some point. Here he is. There he goes again.
With the right arm?
With both arms that time. I think Pujara did work him off sort of middle leg there, but he's got another one for his troubles. Just
a hint, there might be a little bit of watery sunshine out there.
Yeah.
For the first time today.
See North Bristol bathed
noticeable.
North Bristol's bathed in it, isn't it?
Grey murk from earlier on has just burning off.
DeLunga into Carter, pushes him into the offside, just wide of Chris Dent, and that's another single. 394 for 4. That completes the 103rd over of the innings. So there's 7 left for Gloucestershire to Sussex to maximise their batting.
56 off 7.
It's on.
In a chase where you've got 2 batsmen pretty well in, well, 1 batsman very well in, and 1 batsman who's made 40 in fairly untroubled fashion, actually. We did debate about the Sussex middle order, what it might offer. Well, the answer is, on this wicket, it's offered plenty. Van Buren perhaps trying to buy a wicket here, with Carter chasing things. Just a dab out to Ben Charlesworth, who's subbing on the field for Miles Hammond at the moment. 3 out on the leg side. Carter doesn't go that way, just again asks for the single to the point fielder. Charlesworth in front of umpire Billy Taylor. Got 2 right-handers in here, but he's still choosing to stand at point on the mat that's covering the most worn of the wickets. Pujara goes away over wide, long off here, and it's bounced well away from Zafar Gohar and into the rope, and Sussex to 399. Pujara 143, and still accumulating runs here after 5.5 hours at the crease. Van Buren tosses that one up, and it's gone under Ben Charlesworth's dive there. That will be the 400. Will it go for the boundary? Ajit Singh Zell's on the chase, and it will just beat him. Charlesworth is at backward point. He's dived to try and reach it. He's gone over the top of it, and it's run away for 4. And Sussex get their 4th batting point. 403 for 4. And also that's a century stand now between these two. So the last 3 wickets have each produced a century partnership.
Yeah.
Van Buren in. Chopped again by Pujara. Lovely shot. A chase for Charlesworth. That may be 4 more down towards the boundary at 3rd man. Again, it'll just beat him. Economy of effort from Pujara. And him to 151. So he's 100 with a single early on this morning, and now to 151. 151 with 20 boundaries and 2 sixes, 236 balls.
Spoke about his placement there. He's hit one side of Charlesworth and then one the other side, and he's, you know, he can pick the gap, can't he?
Just one good over like this, or one good over for Sussex, like that one was, has kept them in with a chance of getting to 450 and 110. Now, here's a thought then. If they are to get, looking at the clock, it's 12:15. They've got 6 overs to go. Would you want to, if they got to 450 and 110 overs, would you then think, right, well, let's give Gloucestershire a little awkward stint up to lunch and declare straight away?
Yeah, oh yeah. I think he'll go at 110 overs because, I mean, Sussex aren't going to lose it from here, are they? So, you know, you might as well
get bowling.
Yeah, have a dip at Gloucestershire and see, you know, if you can maybe bowl Gloucestershire out in 2 sessions today. You never know how it's going to appear on the 4th day. DeLunga Yorker, Carter digs it out.
Because they might be left with something like 20 minutes.
Yeah, an awkward 20 minutes for Denton Harris to negotiate.
That would be an attacking way of going about it.
Here's Marshall. Well bowled, leg cutter, bowls it out, more like a leg spinner there, out the back of the hand as opposed to off the fingers.
Carter's hit 5 boundaries in his innings.
The leg cutter is normally bowled by getting that side of the ball, rolling your fingers across the ball like that, and the ball pitches to a right-hander and then goes away. But that one from DeLunga was actually bowled out the back of the hand there. Here he is. Oh, and that's great catch there, Graham Van Buren, and that is the end of Cheteshwar Pujara. He nails a half volley, which had 4 runs written all over it from Narchan DeLunga, and Graham Van Buren dives away to his right and plucks it out of the air. Well, great catch to finish off a great innings.
151 he made. That was a very, very good catch, a flying catch from Van Buren. I don't know whether James Healy can get us to look at that in slow motion at all. But Cheteshwar Pujara raises his bat to all parts of the ground as he walks off. Very, very good knock. And Ollie Price shook his hand too as he walked off. And 151 he's made out of 408 for 5. And this is Finn Hudson-Prentice to come in at number 7. And what a lovely scorecard to come in at as a lower middle order batter, when really everything to gain, nothing to lose from here.
Yeah, Haywards Heath lad, who was originally signed by Sussex. He was part of their academy back in 2014 and then was released. and was picked up under Steve Kirby, who's ex-Gloucestershire, as YC, a young cricketer with the MCC. And the YCs are there for, you know, those guys who get released or those guys who are on the fringes of second 11s, and it gives them an opportunity. They used to play in the second 11 league. I don't think they do anymore. And fitted Hudson Prentice, one of those. Curbs like the look of him. Took him to Derbyshire on a 6-week trial, and then Curbs and Davy Houghton signed him there. Anyway, here he is facing Marshawn DeLunga, who gives him a bumper straight away. Welcome to the crease, Finn.
We have 3 years at Derby and then back to Sussex, I think.
Yeah, he was from another one from St Bede's in Eastbourne, and he came on as a concussion sub the other week, quite interestingly. George Garton got concussed, and he picked up 4 wickets. Here he is, about to face DeLunga, throws the bat at that one, doesn't connect, goes through to James Bracey.
That was a really good catch from Van Buren, wasn't it? Because
really good, really good.
I'm not absolutely sure, but I think he had both feet off the ground when he took it.
Yeah.
It was a way to his right. It was travelling really quite quickly, and as we know, Graham is not the tallest, so he did well to get to it and cling on to it.
DeLunga in, Hudson Prentice nudges this one into the leg side. They're going to come back for a second and they're going to get it. I'm not sure he meant that weight of shot, but he's off the mark with a couple. 4:10 for 5, and there are 5 overs left for Sussex to get 40 runs, Gloucestershire to get 1 wicket for an extra bonus point.
Yeah, DeLunga's figures, as you can see there, 2 for 62, or they will be 2 for 62, and that last delivery just ticks up onto the key analysis at the bottom of your screen.
Thought he's bowled well.
Yes, that's from 22 overs as well, so...
Yeah, I thought he's bowled well.
It's what a long
what I like
phase of work.
What I like about him as well, I'll come on to it after this ball from...
Zafar Gohar back into the attack after an expensive last over from Graham van Buren. And Carter goes straight down the ground. It's going to bounce short of Marcus Harris, I think, down at long off, and they'll take 1. And Van Buren's bowled 6 overs for 38. And the last one was the one that persuaded the skipper that that would be his last one for a while.
What I like about Marshall as well, he's a senior guy around this side, and he's taken responsibility. You know, when the ball's flying around the ground, and he said, right, I'll have a bowl.
So Hudson Prentice to face Zafar Gohar for the first time, and he works that past Van Buren up to Jack Taylor at long. A lovely moment too after the wicket. Marchand 6'5", Graham Van Buren 5'8", and Marchand just picked him up, literally, off the floor to celebrate the catch with him. Carter waits for Zafar Gohar, backs away, chops that out to Ajit Singh Dale, coming in off the boundary at deep cover. And Sussex, I think they may have left themselves a little bit too much to do here to get to 450, but they're going to have a tilt at it. Hudson Prentice tries the reverse sweep off Zafar. He picked that out of his golf bag, and he's going to get 4 for it as well. And that was very aggressive from the new batsman.
Yeah, innovative.
Just the one slip there. And he's played that with real confidence too, hasn't he?
Yeah, good shot.
4:17 for 5. 4 overs after this one to get another 33. Man's gone back now on the offside. Hudson Prentice again just steers that into the gap. Charlesworth is on the chase. They'll take 1, and Singdale's coming round. His throw is not accurate, and means they can get back for the second run. This is like a 50 over finish now with these two. Field well spread. No, there is a slip, but 3 out on the leg side, 2 on the offside for Zafar. Hudson Prentice is, he could have been stumped, should have been stumped, and James Bracey's missed the chance there.
It's all happening.
He's pretty angry about that. Hudson Prentice coming down the pitch. The bounce was pretty low, actually, here for Bracey. It was leg side, but he'd expect to take those. And that could have been a bonus point slipping through Gloucestershire's fingers if they don't pick up another wicket. 4:19 for 5. Sussex cracking on here, looking for a declaration. They've got 4 overs to get another 31, and then it's up to the skipper after that.
Yeah, here's Martian DeLunger from the pavilion end. He's going to have a bowl at the mulleted Ollie Carter, who picks that one up and works it down to long leg. Ajit Singh Dale does the fielding, comes into the gloves. James Bracey, one more to the total.
Just a thought about Carter. So he's 21. This is only his 18th first-class game, and he's got 7 50s and a century already.
Yeah, he averages 35, which is, you know, it's decent for a wicket keeper. Here's DeLunger in. That's a good delivery. Beats Hudson Prentice. Yeah, I mean, it's a you know, you look at that sort of what John Simpson's averaging. I think Ben Folkes is only averaging like 38, 39. So, you know, it's more than respectable start to his career.
So that average compares very well with James Bracey's, for example, batting in a different part of the team, but certainly comparable.
DeLunger into Carter. That's got to be close. Oh, let's have another look at that one on the replay. That looked close from up here. I wonder if he's just got outside the line, possibly. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I think he's just got outside the line.
And we've not seen many LBW appeals in this innings as a whole, have we?
No.
Again, which indicates batsmen have had time to get into the right place.
DeLunger in, and Carter works him off middle stump, works him back with a square out to Marcus Harris.
So Pujara finally out for 151, and he was part of 3 century stands. That's going some.
Yeah. Oh, Finn Hudson Prentice has carved that, and it goes one bounce over cow corner for 4 runs. Just dropped a yard short of the boundary there. Oh, sorry, that's Carter. Wasn't a pretty shot again, but effective.
Needs 1 for another half century.
Yeah. He's DeLunger to him. And there it is. Well batted. Works it into the leg side. Going to pick up 2. And that's his 50 up off 73 balls. 84 minutes. 6 fours in there. And he had a reputation as loving a scrap. He's enjoyed himself this morning.
Yes, and the Sussex boys have added 125 this morning since we got underway promptly at 11 o'clock. 125 in an hour and a half is a good effort, even on a pitch as friendly as this one. 3 overs to go until the bonus point allocation is gone. Hudson Prentice fires that past Dent. He's connected that well through extra cover. That's going to go for 4 more. That raced away. That perhaps the outfield is quickening up a little bit after the sunshine yesterday.
Yeah, good shot that.
And Chris Dent's got a big area to cover there, but He's still really placed that well, and he's got good power into it.
Went inside out.
Zafar Gohar to Hudson Prentice, who's he's got that. That's high in the air. It's gone over Ben Charlesworth though. He's on the retreat out towards the boundary towards deep third man, and they've come back for 2. And Hudson Prentice says, "Well, I got away with that one. That was a bit streaky." But when you're chasing runs to get to the 450 inside 110 overs, you're allowed the odd moment of fortune. 16 to Hudson Prentice. Graham van Buren has strengthened the offside again. Zafar round the wicket, and Hudson Prentice plays an ugly swat into the leg side. It'll pick him up a single. Now, what will Carter be tempted by that gap on the leg side? Will he try and get right outside the ball here? Will Zafar allow him to do that? He won't want to. Stays around the wicket, and now he does whip it into the leg side. Oh, and that's an attempt at a catch which just goes to ground. I think that's Tom Price out there.
Hammond.
It's Hammond, is it?
What an effort.
It is Hammond, yeah. What an effort to pull that round.
Almost got it as well at about the third attempt. Diving forward one-handed on the boundary.
Would have been a really, really good take. They've only picked up a single, and Hudson Prentice tries to swap that into the gap. It's a chase between Hammond and DeLonge, and neither can reach it. And it's 4 more. I think Sussex are going to get these, you know. They are going to get to 450. And then it will be fascinating to see how long they keep going. Now as they've scored more quickly in this phase of the day, still 40 minutes to lunch. Chopped away by Hudson Prentice out to Singdale on the point boundary. 440 for 5. So they need 10 in 2 overs, and that's going to looks a doddle at this stage for these two. Last wicket fell at 408, so they've added 32 pretty rapidly.
Yeah, it's be interesting to see what DeLonge does here. Does he give him a couple of short ones? Does he spear one down the leg side?
All sorts of field changes going on. If you're having lunch, fancy dropping us an email?
Yeah.
You're more than welcome to do so. Our emails are open throughout the commentary. There is the email, commentators@gloucestershire.co.uk. I've only had the 1 wicket for Gloucestershire this morning, and we've spoken a lot about Sussex getting to 450. Gloucestershire want 1 more wicket to get more than 1 bowling point from a long period in the field that's spread over 3 days now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a tough start for Gloucestershire here in Bristol.
DeLonge around the wicket.
Yeah, here he comes to Hudson Prentice. Leg slip in. They're going to take one, and a shy at the stumps there. I think Carter was gone with a direct hit. I think that's Ollie Price has gone into leg slip. So we've got, it's all like a body line type of field here. We've got a deep square who's got to stay in front, because obviously you can't have more than 2 men behind square on the leg side. As DeLonge bowls to Carter, who tries to work that into that leg side. Doesn't get anywhere, misses it.
I think, actually, Dan, you've done really well over the last hour or so not to get any reference to that 1980s police programme with Carter as the character. Was it one with John Thaw in it?
Yeah, I mean, you are the Jack Regan of Gloucestershire cricket, Ian. It's got to be said. Gloucestershire want to get Carter. And that's gone up in the air, and he's bisected the 2 guys down there. He's going to get 4. Moves him on to 56.
Was it called the Sweeney?
It was called the Sweeney, yeah. It was called the Sweeney. But going back to that field setting, you can't have more than 3 behind square on the leg side. Something to do with, it came from body line. Something to do with Bradman not being able to play the short ball, I believe, Ian. Something along those lines. And so the man at deep square is in front because he's got a leg slip and a long leg. So DeLunger in. And that's played down to Ajit Singh Dale.
Tempted leg stump Yorker there, I think.
Yeah, it was. He just about got something on it.
Well, I must give fair credit to Sussex here because they have paced this very well. It didn't look likely that they could get to 450.
No. DeLunger into Hudson Prentice. That's got to be close. Probably pitched outside. Leg stump. Direct hit by Chris Dent.
Billy Taylor wasn't watching, I don't think.
No, I don't think he was.
But
he wasn't in a very good position anyway. Let's have a look at this again, because I wonder if Hudson Prentice's bat is up in the air here. Let's have a look. They appeal for the LBW. That's not pitched
not
that
out.
far. Oh, it's probably here. It's probably all right.
I think he's in safely in, I would think. Carter has 57.
DeLunger, can he get his side an extra bowling point here? Carter works it there. He's going to come back for a second. He's going to take on Marcus Harris. And they've appealed for a run out, and umpire Mark Newell has said no. So that is 449.
Yeah, they need 1. What's the old thing about a run chase? You try and win it in the over before the last over, because you don't want to leave it as a really tense finish.
Don't leave anything to chance, do we, in life or in cricket.
And here, Sussex need a single in the last of the 110. So because of the later lunch today, if they got the single here and then went off, Gloucestershire would have about 25 minutes to bat. And of course, if they got the single and then declared, they'd prevent Gloucestershire from getting the other point as well, of course, which is, you might say, is mean, but it's professional cricket, and Paul Farbrace is a pretty hard and...
Quite right, it's not a Sunday friendly.
No, hard-nosed coach. So here is the last over of the 110. Zafar's only got 2 men on the offside other than the slip. He's got very much a strengthened leg side for you. It's coming over the wicket. Hudson Prentice just nudges it into the leg side, straight to Van Buren.
Good cricket, this. It's like a chapter within a book, isn't it? A subplot.
4 saving the single on the leg side. 2 out. Hudson Prentice, though, goes straight down the ground, and that's it, and they're walking off. He's finished it with a 6. So Sussex's strategy very clear here. Getting the maximum points if they could, and they have, and then get bowling. 455 for 5 declared in the 110th and last over. Carter 59 not out, Hudson Prentice 29 not out. And that's been a good stand from them after the loss of Pujara's wicket. And Chris Dent and James Bracey walking off together. They'll both have to get their pads on, as will Marcus Harris. Van Buren just applauding the rest of his bowlers, and we'll give you the full Gloucestershire scorecard in a moment. That's the brief details of it. Pujara's innings dominating the Sussex effort, but look at the support around him from Alsop, from Coles, and from Carter in particular, all of them helping to add century partnerships for each of those 3 wickets. Carter ultimately 59 not out. There are those stands in the middle, 100, exactly 100, 144, and then 106 before Pujara was finally out. They're going to use the heavy roller. 7 minutes, of course, is allowed for that. We're going to lunch at 1:10, and those are the Gloucestershire bowling figures. A couple of wickets for Zafar, a couple for Delanga, and one for Ajit Singh Dale. But Gloucestershire, having put Sussex in, will not look too favourably on that board.
It's a funny game cricket, isn't it? Tom Price and Zafar Gohar have been outstanding bowlers for Gloucestershire towards the latter end of last season and this season, and both go for over 100 in this game. But I think, you know, you can only look to one man out there, and that is the absolute world-class innings that we saw from Cheteshwar Pujara. 151 before he was caught by a superhuman effort from Graham Van Buren this morning off the bowling of March and Delanga. We're going to have a quick break, and we'll be back in about 7 or 8 minutes for the start of the Gloucestershire innings. And
tense little spell up until lunch.
It will be a tense little spell. Stick with us. We're on Gloucester TV. From Dan Whiting and Ian Randall, we'll see you soon.
Away goes Paul Collett with the heavy roller, and back come umpires Billy Taylor and Mark Newell. It's 14 minutes to 1 on my watch, and Gloucestershire have to get to 10 past 1 without any damage here. We're on sessions of 2 hours 10 minutes, and Sussex have got 455 for 5 declared on the board, which means that Gloucestershire need to make, well, 306, Dan, don't they, first up? That's the first target. And today they have 78 overs to negotiate, and I think negotiate is perhaps the right term.
Yeah, I think the first target is to come in unscathed into lunch without any collateral damage. And Sussex, this is a young attack that they've got. There's no George Garton in. He suffered a concussion a few weeks ago, and they'll miss him out there. But Sean Hunt is going to open.
Nathan McAndrew to open.
Oh, it's Nathan McAndrew, is it?
From the far end.
So he's going to start us off from the
Yes, Nathan McAndrew from the Ashley Down road end. He's probably the most experienced of this young Sussex attack, and they're going to give him 4 slips as well, which is
why not
understandable at this stage with just this short session up to lunch, so that essentially the opening bowlers might have 2 bites at this. They might lengthen their spell a little bit, their opening stint. Depends how Pujara wants to play it. He's not in the slip cordon. McAndrew around the wicket, and that's clipped by Marcus Harris up to Pujara, who's at mid-on. So 4 slips, a point and a mid-off on the offside, and a mid-on square leg just in front, and a fine leg for McAndrew. Was at Warwickshire last season.
Yeah, Farbrace has taken him. Like the look of him, taking him down to the south coast.
Bowling round the wicket here to Marcus Harris, and he's steered that pleasantly away, and that will be 4. I think there is a chase out towards the boundary at extra cover from Tom Haynes, but Harris underway, and Gloucestershire has 78 overs remaining in the day. Say 306 is their target. And Sussex's attack do tend to concede runs quite quickly, so Gloucestershire might think there's a chance of getting a good way towards that follow-on total by the close, for they can get a good base to work from.
Yeah, 306 is the target, isn't it?
Yeah. McAndrew, brisk approach. Oh, and that's Harris to just play at that. Didn't really deviate off the seam, but just held its line.
Yeah, 4 slips, as you said, all stops at first. Coles is at second. Jack Carson at third, with Ali Orr at 4th slip. And then Hudson Prentice is at cover point. Haynes at mid-off, Pujara at mid-on. Square leg, and there's a long leg. Hunt's down at long leg.
Yes, he might be the left arm over the wicket option from this pavilion end. McAndrew in or down the leg side. Good take from Ollie Carter.
I think that's Crocombe at square leg.
Yeah, Henry Crocombe played here in a T20 game. And I think he only bowled the 1 over, and it was very expensive at the start of an innings. Not sure which summer that was. Might have been something like 1 over for 24 or something. It was a very expensive effort. The cropped hair of McAndrew in. Oh, that's very wide too. It's given us a wide. chased down towards the boundary at third man by Tom Alsop. So he was around the wicket there. This is almost off the strip. It's gone like an off cutter, but he's so wide in the first place. No wonder Carter couldn't reach it.
Crocombe did play in the T20 here last year as well. He went 1 for 42 off his 4 overs. Very different looking Sussex side that day.
Yeah, McAndrew now to Dent. Again, that's quite wide. Outside the off stump.
Sussex attacked that day. It was Delray Rawlings. Miles Hammond reverse swept him for 6 first ball of the game, I recall. But Stephen Finn bowled 2 overs for 15. Or 4 overs, 2 for 15. George Garton got a bit of tap. He went none for 46 off 4. Crocombe went 1 for 42 off 4. Will Beer.
Now retired.
Yeah, none for 21 off 2. Ravi Bopara was in that side. And Archie Lenham.
McAndrew, very straight run. And again, Dent can let that go. It's quite wide outside the off stump, so a bit of a mixed bag from McAndrew as to start off. But Sussex have got a lot of runs in the bank here, and they've had bowlers with their feet up since Thursday.
Yeah, we also saw in that game Luke Wright playing. Mohammed Rizwan opened the batting, got 58. Josh Felipe was there overseas as well, along with Rizwan. He got 35, but then they sort of fell away, and Gloucestershire won by 41 runs. Obviously, they didn't play each other in a 4-dayer last year, Gloucestershire being in Division 1.
Yeah, the record, I say, Sussex's record in 4-day cricket against Gloucestershire recently, pretty good. So here's Sean Hunt, formerly of the Surrey Academy, as I recall.
Yeah, he is. He was their Player of the Year, actually, in 2019. And Sussex nipped in to sign him. Here he comes, bustling left arm over. And Harris just works him into square.
I've had an email from Hookie and the committee at the Newcastle City Sabres Cricket Club in New South Wales, who says, loving the broadcast, great knock from Ollie Carter, from your Aussie teammates. So
Yeah.
he must have been playing down there at some point either during the winter, one would assume.
Maybe that's where his haircut comes from.
So Hookie and the committee, thank you for that.
Yep. Hunt in, and Harris turns him round the corner for 1.
Proper sunshine now, Dan.
I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure Hookie will be keeping an eye on Marcus Harris as well. Going to be in the Test squad this summer, touring England. But Sean Hunt, he's got the middle name of Frank. There aren't many cricketers with the name of Frank these days, are there?
I'm trying to think of one. I'm trying to think of any.
Here he comes. Well, good Yorker speared in. Dent keeps it out. Frank Tyson.
Well, I mean, was Franklin Stevenson ever known as Frank, I wonder?
To his mates.
Possibly.
Yeah. There's a guy called Frankie Ryan at Glamorgan in the, I think, the 20s, who was a little bit of a character. He had a fearsome temper and occasionally missed a game due to his off-field activities, let's say. Hunt in, Dent. No timing there.
So I'm going to show my age here. This action of Sean Hunt reminds me a little bit of Kevin Dean, who used to play for Derbyshire.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
Very, very similar.
Yeah. Frank Hayes. Give us your team of Franks.
Good bat, Frank Hayes.
Send us your team of Franks to commentators at glossccc.co.uk as Hunt comes in and Dent defends. Frank Stevenson. I don't think you can have Frank Stevenson.
No. Well, he wasn't Frank, was he? He was Franklin.
Franklin, yeah.
I wonder how much chipper chatter there will be from the Sussex boys, because some sides are noisier than others in the field, aren't they?
Here's Hunt. That's worked in that gap there. Pujara doing the chasing. He's going to get two, and Dent's quick between the wickets, comes back for a third comfortably. And that moves the score into double figures. Dent's off the mark. Hunt actually played also in Australia. He played grade cricket in Adelaide for West Torrens CC. He's originally from Horsley and Send Cricket Club, who are quite a good club down in Surrey, and then moved to Ashtead. And he's it's good strong cricket down in that Surrey league.
Just looking at Sussex's bowling last season. Obviously, there's no Ollie Robinson for them in this match. But come back to the runs conceded in a moment. Here's McAndrew in. The jumpered figure of Dent gets a couple of runs out to the aforementioned left armer Sean Hunt, way on the boundary. And some of the economy rates, not all that economical actually for some of these Sussex bowlers last year. Hunt was at 3.5, and his wickets cost him 40 each. McAndrew obviously was at Warwickshire last year. Carson only played 3 matches, so that's Henry Crocombe's economy again over 3.5, 15 wickets of 51. So doesn't imply an awful lot of penetration there.
No, Hookie will know Nathan McAndrew as well, being a New South Walian. He's from Wollongong, and home of Brett Lee. Nathan McAndrew studied civil engineering there at the university, or still studying it, I think.
Dent, bat raised, stance quite square, happy to come forward. Still see it, that ball rolls out, and no ball from McAndrew. Ball rolls out on the offside, you can still see the logo on the ball, the shine of the logo still on the ball at this stage.
Yeah, Dent's stance has got more open, hasn't it? If you look at his feet as well, he's got one foot side on and one goes like pointing back towards mid-off.
He waits for McAndrew around the wicket. I think Carter is the cheerleader, as most keepers often are. But Sussex have got a big total on the board. They've got maximum batting points, and Gloucestershire bat till lunchtime tomorrow. They'll save the game.
Certainly will.
And they might get 5 batting points themselves.
They'll want batting points out of this.
That was, I think, one of the questions at the AGM. How do you change that record of such a small number of batting points last season, and a couple of poor efforts so far? No points at Worcester, no points at Cardiff. Gloucestershire last year, 26 batting points, albeit against Division 1 bowling, I get that. Sussex, for example, last year, 35 batting points. Got to get a better balance for Gloucester. You can't leave it all to the bowlers when it's 5 and 3.
No.
McAndrew, and tries to punch drive Dent. There's a chase for Tom Haynes. They've got at least one, and Dent says we'll just get a single. Actually, that no point in risking a run out at this stage, particularly at this stage.
Dent's an avid gardener. I noticed this watching, gardening the pitch. I noticed this at maybe it's the soft pitches this time of year, but he does like a little tap, doesn't he? curious habits of cricketers. It's great to see, isn't it? Great to pick up on.
McAndrew to Harris, who conscious of A, his own form, but B, he just wants to continue where he was in the winter, because that's why he's been named in that wider Ashes group. It's not just his runs for Gloucestershire last year or at the start of this season, there's some winter runs in there as well.
Yep, and their top order aren't really firing, are they, the Australians?
McAndrew, quite a low action, and that's just one of only 2 real balls he's played which have troubled the batsman in this opening couple of overs from the Ashley Down Road end. Neither have really moved. It's all been about the line. That might have just
held it.
Yeah, just held it. Might have straightened just a fraction. But Harris well inside the line. We've got 9 minutes to go until lunch. You're thinking lunch is at 1 o'clock? No, it's at 10 past today.
Yeah, the Australians aren't really firing at the top of the order. There's sort of a lot of rumours going around about David Warner's impending retirement. Sean Hunt comes into Chris Dent from the pavilion end. Good Yorker, Dent digs that one out. Matt Renshaw, he was at Somerset last year. He's in with a shout. Marcus Harris. Go. They could possibly open with Khawaja as well. Khawaja's got that flexibility where he can bat anywhere, sort of in the top 3. Here's Hunt. It's just straying onto Chris Dent's legs.
Very full so far.
Yeah. You can only find Crocombe at square leg. Yeah, I'm not sure he's really got the pace to bang it in, and I'm not sure it's a pitch that you really want to be banging it into either.
There I was at the start of the day saying that the Derbyshire match might be over today. Derbyshire clearly completely ignored what I said.
To Dent.
215 for 5 they are. They still trail by 72. But Matthew Lamb's got 85 and Lewis Rees has got 35. And they have put on 124 for the 6th wicket at the moment.
Good work.
Okay, almost at lunch.
They're coming here in September, I believe, Derbyshire.
Yeah, last home game of the season.
So that's just played into the onside, no run. Yep, he's Mickey Arthur there doing a good job for Derbyshire.
Glamorgan at Leicester, 251 for 7. Still trailed by 156. So they're almost at the cusp of saving the follow-on there.
Hunt into the crease, down the leg side. Good sprawling stop there from Carter. Yeah, Leicestershire have been the surprise package. I mean, obviously they won that game against Yorkshire. And I think things are picking up there. They've got a really good chairman in Sean Jarvis. There are plans to redevelop Grace Road, or I think it's called the Upton Steel Ground. Some sponsorship now, if it's still that. And, you know, we hope that Leicestershire have sort of turned the corner, because they've been in the doldrums for a number of years. Hunt into Dent, who plays that one through square leg. Bit of a chase here for Crocombe. He's quick across the ground though. Oh, they can run out, and Harris is sent back by Dent. They wanted a second there. Harris was halfway down the pitch, and a better throw there, and Marcus Harris would have been on his way back to the hutch.
I think perhaps Harris misread who that fielder was, but Crocombe for yes, I get the fact that he's a young quick bowler, but he was quickly onto the ball, got his throw away, and Harris did have to turn very smartly.
Yeah, that's the last thing Gloucestershire needs, is a run out before lunch.
First division at Lords, Middlesex 229 all out in reply to Kent's 186, Kent 98 for 4, now lead by 55. Here's McAndrew. Still, again, he's gone full here as well, and Dent's just dug that out. Probably one more over after this one, I would think. And at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 22 for 3 in their second innings against Surrey, still trail by 109. Still 4 slips for McAndrew.
There's a lot of oohing and ahhing out there.
You get nothing for an ooh, Dan.
Or an R. Not in this game.
Nothing for an ooh. Jamie Van says, have we forgotten Frank Worrell?
Of course. How could we forget Frank Worrell?
He would raise the tone of the team, he says.
He certainly would. Yes. Well said, Jamie.
McAndrew to Dent, who off the back foot is stood, well, as tall as he can. Try and force that away past Tom Haynes, didn't do it. So Sussex 455 for 5 when they declared their first innings. They started the day 302 for 4 with Ollie Carter coming out to join Cheteshwar Pujara. Pujara got the single he needed for his 100 and went on to get to 151. McAndrew round the wicket, and again another ooh from the slip cordon as McAndrew draws Chris Dent forward. So Pujara shared with Allsop, with Coles, and today with Ollie Carter, 3 century partnerships. He was finally very well caught by Graham van Buren off Marchant de Lange for 151, 24s and 2 6s in that innings. McAndrew to Dent, who defends, up to Pujara at mid-on. You know, the dismissal of Pujara, the only wicket to fall today. Carter, 59 not out. Hudson Prentice, 29 not out. Got Sussex up to 455 for 5 declared in the last over of the 110. So maximum batting points. And that has left Gloucestershire 78 overs to bat today. McAndrew to Dent, who lets that go outside the off stump. Sussex will be hurrying up the other end to try and get a 6th over in before lunch.
Spoke about Frankie Ryan there, who was one of the most colourful and charismatic characters ever to play for Glamorgan. To some, he was one of the greatest extroverts ever to walk onto a cricket field. Initially played county cricket for Hampshire in 1919-1920, and he gained a reputation more for his ready temper and drinking excesses, according to this article, than for his left-arm spin. Went away to the Lancashire Leagues, and then Glamorgan offered him a contract, got 8 for 41 against Derbyshire, and in 1925 took 133 victims as Hunt comes in and no run. He then followed it with 106 victims in 1926, but his drinking had started again, and the county's hierarchy started to become irritated by the way his socialising began to affect his play. During one away game, Ryan was found asleep under the covers, apparently having drunk so much that he had forgotten where the team was staying. On another occasion, I'll come onto it after this ball from Sean Hunt. Dent plays it back to him. On another occasion, after a match with Lancashire, he remained with friends and carried on drinking until the early hours of the morning, before travelling by taxi from Manchester to Cardiff to rejoin the rest of the side. He apparently entered the Glamorgan dressing room saying, "Ryan never lets you down," and handed over his taxi bill to the county treasurer. Hunt into Harris, who just plays it.
I'm not sure if that's an apocryphal tale or not, but it's a good tale, isn't it?
Had it not been for his excesses, his contemporaries believed that Ryan could have come close to winning a Test cap, but his weaknesses were undoing, and he was released at the end of the 1931 season before he died aged 65 in Leicester in 1954. Oh, and that's dropped just short of fourth slip there, or is it third slip? I can't quite tell, but good work there by Sussex. One thing about having a young side like this is that they've got sort of plenty of energy in the field. Let's have a look at this. I think it just dropped short of third slip. Fourth slip, doesn't quite carry. Good soft hands there by Marcus Harris. Well bowled Sean Hunt though. So, 18 for none. Both batters are on 7. Here's Hunt. Oh, just turns Harris around a little bit there.
I was going to say that Hunt is bowling very straight. I think he's almost a little bit too much. For me, he's a little bit too much leg side.
Yeah, possibly.
He's not really beating the bat on the outside, which is what you want him to do.
No. Here he comes in to Harris. That's down the leg side. Little half appeal, strangled, and that is going to be lunch. So Gloucestershire come in unscathed, having got to 18, both bats on 7 apiece. But the story this morning is a fantastic 100, an inevitable 100 from Cheteshwar Pujara, who actually moved his score on to 151. Sussex getting maximum batting points as well. They finished their innings on 455 for 5. So lots of work for Gloucestershire to do to save this game during the afternoon. And they'll be relying on these two who are just walking back into the pavilion now. Marcus Harris and Chris Dent will resume after lunch. Ian, should be a good afternoon session, shouldn't it?
Yeah, Sussex have got plenty of options bowling wise. They've got 4 seamers and 2 spinners, so Cheteshwar Pujara can mix the workload up, and he may need to on this very, very good batting pitch. 455 for 5 declared. Sussex, Gloucestershire 18 without loss. We'll take our lunch, perhaps you will as well, and we'll rejoin you shortly before play restarts at 10 minutes to 2.
Terrific catch.
superbly. And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips. There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
Umpires Mark Newell and Billy Taylor on their way. Billy Taylor? Yes, Billy Taylor. On the way back out to the middle. Hope you've been suitably refreshed. And join us for the afternoon session here on the live Gloucestershire cricket stream. There is the lunchtime score for Gloucestershire in reply to Sussex's 455 for 5 declared. They declared in the last of their 110 overs, where bonus points are allowable. Helped this morning by some brisk batting from Zafar Pujara, who went on to get 151, 99 not out overnight, and Ollie Carter, who made 59 from 96 balls with 7 fours, and Finn Hudson-Prentice a brisk 29 not out as well prior to the declaration. So Sussex have bowled 6 overs before lunch. Gloucestershire got to 18 without loss, 7 each to Marcus Harris and Chris Dent, and it might be almost a glorified net for them this afternoon. These two, they would love to get to a stage where they can really feel as if they're well in and giving their team the chance for the first time this season to get 5 batting points.
We've had a very nice tweet from Whitminster Cricket Club, who are, I think, Gloucester, aren't they? Whitminster?
Whitminster is on the old A38 down from Gloucester to Bristol.
Yeah. They have got a crowdfunder going on, and it's on their Twitter feed. Have a look there. And their current pavilion was condemned, and they're looking to bolster already raised funds towards a new sports pavilion. So, and it's for all the people up there in the village of Whitminster. And Gloucestershire as a county cricket club, are very sort of strong on promoting their sort of affiliate clubs, and Whitminster are one of them.
So first over after lunch, Nathan McAndrew to continue from the Ashley Down Road end. Yes, there is a particularly large contractor, I'll call them, heavily involved at the Cheltenham Festival based in Whitminster. If you're from the area, you'll know exactly who I'm talking about.
Well, good luck, chaps and ladies up at Whitminster Cricket Club, and hope you get the funds for your new pavilion.
Proper summer's afternoon now. McAndrew into Dent, and that's a lovely shot. He's away after lunch with a boundary through extra cover off a no ball from McAndrew. And that's persuaded Cheteshwar Pujara just to forego one of his 4 slips. And he's going to pull Ali Orr out of there and put him into that gap in the covers. Quite understandable, I think. And that was just Dent leaning on that last one.
Yeah.
So there's such a big gap there, no need to force it. I'll give you the lunch scores from the other matches. We're a little bit behind them, so they are effectively our live scores after lunch. We'll do that during this over. So a point, a squarish cover and a mid-off. Now for McAndrew, staying around the wicket, and Dent again defends. So in the Championship, in the First Division at Lords, Kent 186 and 100 for 5. Ben Compton 37 not out there. Middlesex 229. So they only lead by 57 with 5 wickets down.
He's a good player, Ben Compton, doesn't he?
Yeah, very much in the runs last season and indeed the year before. Score at Edgbaston in a moment after McAndrew in again, and Dent lets that go. Warwickshire 26 for 4. Second time round there against Surrey. 3 wickets so far to Kemar Roach, and they still trail by 105. So they're again 6 wickets in hand, but quite a long way behind. In the Second Division, we mentioned this briefly before lunch, Derbyshire 225 for 5 in their second innings. They're still 62 in arrears, but Matthew Lamb's got 93 there, and Lewis Rees with him on 37. And they have put on 135 so far. 134 so far for the 6th wicket. Steered away by Dent, down towards the 3rd man boundary. There's a chase. I'm not sure it'll quite get there. Coles hauls it in, and they'll come back for 3. And quite a long return throw. And the other match in the 2nd division is at Leicester, where Glamorgan are still batting in their first innings. 264 for 7. Still in deficit by 143, but they have saved the follow-on. So, again, that game you would think heading towards a draw, but some of the others definitely not.
No, absolutely not.
I'll try and give you the score from the Rachel Hayhoe Flint match involving the Western Storm as well in a moment. I'll just try and find that. McAndrew, now we're down to 3 slips, and Harris again just squeezes that out on the offside to Ali Orr.
We had a tweet from Adrian Thomas actually the other day saying that Gloucestershire haven't beaten Sussex at Bristol since 1990. It's a long time. 33 years. I'm not sure they're going to beat them here either.
McAndrew to Harris. Again, solidly in behind it. At the Storm game against the Lancashire Thunder, Thunder all out for 214. 74 at the top of the order there from Emma Lamb. I think it's Matthew Lamb's sister. Matthew Lamb at Warwickshire. Wickets shared, 3 of them though, to Chloe Skelton, 3 for 36. She took 2 wickets at the start of the innings from Lauren Filer and also from skipper Danielle Gibson. So 215 to win for the Storm, and they're just about to get underway in the 2nd innings of that game, which is being played this afternoon down at Zafar Gardens in Cardiff.
We're going to see Finn Hudson-Prentice into the attack. Going to replace Sean Hunt, who started off, had 3 overs before lunch from the pavilion end. And here comes Hudson-Prentice bowling to Dent, who plays it out to mid-off. We've had an email come in from, who's it coming from? It's coming from Jamie Vans.
Who's been getting his Franks together.
He's been getting
in his team.
Together. Yeah. So Frank Woolley. Oh, how could we forget him? How many runs for England, Kent? Do you know, Ian, off the top of your head?
Okay, I have a guess. I'm going to say, well, first class career.
Yeah. Dent pushes that back to mid-off.
First class career, I would say, I'm going to go 45,000.
58, just shy of 59,000. What a player. So he's got batters, he's got Frank Worrell, Frank Woolley, Frank Hayes, all-rounder Frank Foster, bowlers Frank Tyson, Paul Franks. No, you can't have Paul Franks. You cannot have Paul Franks, mate. Frank Hearn, South Africa, as Finn Hudson-Prentice comes in to Chris Dent, who lets that go through to the gloves of Ollie Carter. And he had a great uncle, Frank, who won a MC at Messina in 1917, aged 49, having run gold and copper mines in Canada and Kazakhstan. What'd he do to make up the numbers? Yeah, get your great uncle Frank in aside. Jamie. He can get in our side, can't he? He can get in our Franks. Hudson-Prentice in. Dent just plays him into the offside. No run.
No, I could blot my copybook here with anybody watching in Arundel. Finn Hudson-Prentice, this is first over on this pitch, looks quite gentle.
Yeah, but Dent carves him through the offside. That's trademark Chris Dent there. Backing away, cutting, and peppers the boundary boards on the Mount Stand side.
We haven't seen many balls cut in the Sussex innings. Gloucestershire didn't bowl the length that allowed them to do that very much. And that may have been why Sean Hunt went really full in that opening spell. A, to allow the ball to swing if there was any swing out there, but also because he didn't want to get cut by these two.
I think it just sits up, doesn't it? Saying, hit me all over it. That's much fuller there.
I'm not saying Hudson Prentice can't be accurate, but at his pace, he's got very little margin for error, you'd have thought, on this pitch.
Yeah, I agree.
Just a reminder that if you're trying to plan the rest of your day, thinking when can you go and perhaps do the edges of the lawn or take the dog out for a quick run around the block. Tea is at 4 o'clock, so slightly later than you might have expected. But it's a lovely afternoon now. All that early mist has burned off, and it's very similar to yesterday. And here is Nathan McAndrew in once more, and that's the line he's looking for. Can he get one of those to just not necessarily nip back a long way, but just keep coming back with the angle and take the outside edge? I think those sat in the seats beneath the apartments might need a hat for the rest of the afternoon. It's going to be quite glary at that end. Here is McAndrew running away from them. Oh, and that's just pushed at. We need to push at that by Harris. That was probably the previous ball, making him think that he had to play at it. Still just the 3 slips in now. They've taken Ali Orr out of there. He's gone into the covers. So those slips respectively: Tom Alsop, James Coles and Jack Carson. Carson will see have a bowl, I'm sure. He's their frontline spinner. Those orthodox off breaks, but he's taken 76 wickets at 33, which is not bad for a spinner at all, a young spinner at that. So
I think one of the things that you've got to take into consideration, though, is Hove in the last few years has been a bit of a road, hasn't it?
McAndrew wide of the crease, and that again, that's a better line. This is by far the best over he's bowled in terms of accuracy.
Yeah, I watched a game at Hove a couple of years ago with Middlesex, Mark Stoneman and Sam Robson. I think Sam Robson ended up getting 250, 260 on it, or something like that. Stoneman got 100, and they broke the Middlesex opening stand, which was, I think, previously 372. I think they got 374. Previous one set at Southgate, my ground.
McAndrew got Harris a little bit of a shuffle and gets in line to steer that past the slip cord, and that's going to run away for 4 to the third man boundary. It'll just about get there. James Coles with a floppy haircut rather than a mullet, losing his hat on the way.
It's very floppy, isn't it?
It is very floppy.
Yeah.
He's got a finger strapped on his right hand as well. Obviously he's no left armour, so that it shouldn't inconvenience him too much. But Sussex striving for a breakthrough. Bearing in mind, in 110 overs, they only lost 5 wickets, so it does look hard to take wickets on this pitch. You were saying about Hove being a road. This is not far off, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it's. I think Middlesex won that game, actually. I believe that they got their leg spinner Luke Holman on. I think he got 10 wickets in that game.
So you might need something a little bit different. I say Sussex they've got 6 bowlers, 6 genuine bowlers they could use in this match, and they may well need all of them.
But I'm a big fan of Hove. You know, sort of something traditional about it, isn't there? Big slope.
Yep. And
blue and white striped deck chairs.
It's a hodgepodge of
it's Hudson
structures around the ground as well.
Down the leg side, no run. Yeah, it is, and it's. Tell you what, you've got to be very careful at Hove is seagulls bombing your ice cream. Dive bombing your ice cream at Hove.
I did go to a game there once, where I think we had. It might have been about 8 deliveries, and then the clouds literally burst over the ground, and we had the most amazing thunderstorm.
Hudson Prentice into Dent, Strangler Peel.
Literally,
Bowler wasn't interested.
you knew within 5 minutes there would not be any more further play. It was one of those, thunderous cloudbursts.
Well, I mean, you're almost in France there, aren't you? So, it's...
Hudson Prentice is going to come round the wicket. It's a Dent.
I've even got the New Haven Dieppe ferry before. I don't know if that's still running. I think that's long gone, isn't it? Here he is coming around the wicket. Dent plays it into the onside. Crocombe doing the fielding there at square leg. There's some lovely little towns along the coast down there. Littlehampton.
You can still book to go from New Haven to Dieppe if you want.
Can you?
Yeah. Yeah. Certainly one operator still goes on that route.
Dent leaves that one alone. Beachy Head as well. Big tourist hotspot just outside Eastbourne. Good views from up there.
To come back to that chat we were having yesterday about the ground at the Saffrons, I really enjoyed that day I had there.
Yeah.
When cricket went back there. 2017 we established it was.
Dent defends that one.
A proper festival ground where people had put the effort, a lot of effort actually, because the ground staff had said it'd been quite wet that week and the ground slopes away down towards the sea.
It's got a big clock there, hasn't it, I think?
Well, because one of the Eastbourne football teams plays on adjacent to it.
Here's Hudson Prentice to Dent.
I can't remember if it's literally next door or whether actually the Saffron's ground is actually split so that there is a football part and there's a cricket part, and there is a fence between the two.
There's also a hockey club there and the Compton Croquet Club, Ian.
Yeah, so it's a sports club in the wider sense.
Yeah. Eastbourne Town in the Southern Combination Football League. Been there since 1886.
Yeah, and Eastbourne Borough, of course, play quite a bit further up the pyramid.
Yeah.
McAndrew to continue from the far end. He is brisker than Finn Hudson Prentice, and he's just forcing Harris again to defend.
The Saffrons held a Women's One-Day International in the 1973 Women's Cricket World Cup, which I think was the first one. That was between England women and New Zealand. Capacity 4,500. And a pavilion at one end of the ground was destroyed by fire in 1947. They built a replacement, and then that was damaged by a fire in 1977. So I think being a bit careless with your fags then in Eastbourne.
Nice shot from Harris, not for any reward. Up to mid-off. think our friend the pigeon is still around, isn't he?
He certainly is. He's in my headphones. I can hear him quite loudly in my headphones, and I've heard him all day. In fact, he was at it all day yesterday as well. I'm wondering if I could borrow a cat.
3 saving one on the offside for Marcus Harris. Again defends. McAndrew finding a little bit of rhythm and line at last. It's taken him a while.
Here we go. I've got everything about the Saffrons. Highest individual innings in a List A game was someone with a Gloucestershire connection who also played for Sussex, a certain RDV Knight.
Went on to become
Surrey.
secretary at the MCC.
Yeah, went to Surrey, I think, as well, didn't he?
McAndrew tries to square Harris up, and there's enthusiasm from the Sussex fielders at the moment. Gloucestershire have got to just see off this opening. Well, they're 10 overs in at the moment.
Highest individual innings at the Saffrons. There was a triple hundredth there scored by that tortured genius from Frome in Somerset, Harold Gimblett.
I thought you were talking about Colin Dredge for a moment.
He was a tortured genius as well.
McAndrew in once more. Harris defends. So Sussex have only used 3 bowlers so far. McAndrew bowling exclusively from that Ashley Down Road end.
Hampshire bowled Sussex out for 38 there in 1950 at the Saffrons. Charles Knott returning figures of 5 for 5 off 7 overs.
Sounds like my sort of Saturday.
What, when you're batting?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
One or two of the teams I played in, you go out to toss the coin at the start of the match, and McAndrew in, and again, it might be much better since lunch. McAndrew, how long can he keep going, I suppose would be the question. He had 3 overs and now he's had another 3. Gloucestershire 35 without loss. They're chasing, if that's the right adjective to use. 455 for 5 declared from Sussex, who, remember, were put into bat. Hudson Prentice is going to continue. Sides I played in, you'd go out to the middle for the toss and say, well, we haven't got the strongest side, so do you want to bat because it'll lengthen the game? That sort of conversation. From New York's happening then.
Here's Hudson Prentice from the pavilion end. And Dent defends. Sussex are the oldest county, now the 18, formed in 1839. There's a lot of, if you look at the official books, Hambledon are the oldest cricket club, aren't they, who are down near Portsmouth. But they reckon that cricket first started even before that, around the Weald in Kent, on the Kent-Sussex border. Here's Hudson Prentice. You know, down that sort of A21, Tunbridge Wells, going down to sort of lovely little places like Lammerhurst and places like that on the A21, and really nice villages. Tunbridge Wells as well. I think Sussex have played Kent there on many an occasion because it's right on the border. Lovely ground there. Famous for its rhododendrons, Ian.
I got some news from matches elsewhere. Developments in all of them.
Ooh. Here's Hudson Prentice to Dent. Defends. Go on. What's happening?
So at Lords,
yeah.
Kent 109 for 8 in their second innings. They only lead by 66, and Tim Murtagh has got 5 for 27 there at the moment.
I can hear the cheers from the Sussex fans already.
At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 39 for 6 in their second innings.
Ooh,
still 92 behind. Kamar Roach has got 4 for 15.
Defended by Dent.
And at Chesley Street, Matthew Lamb, LBW to Ben Rain for 99. Derbyshire 243 for 6. Lewis Rees is still there on 44, and Derbyshire are still 44 behind. That might open the door, having got Lamb out. Hudson Prentice looking just for accuracy at the moment.
We're going to be joined by Will Porterfield, so I'm going to make way, and we're going to bring in his dulcet tones. I'm sure he'll tell us all about Jack Carson, who I'm sure he knows from time in Northern Ireland. But I'll make way, and we'll bring Will onto the mic.
Yeah, pleasure for Will to join us, which he will do in a moment. Hudson Prentice staying around the wicket though to Chris Dent, and that completes the end of his over. So Sussex sticking with the seamers at the moment, with the new ball still only 12 overs old. And if Will puts the headphones on, hopefully you can hear me and we can hear you.
I can hear you, yeah.
That's all right then. Pleased to see you. Thanks for coming up. Thanks for sparing some time for us.
No problem.
Is this pitch as flat as it looks?
Yeah, I think it is. The lads have done a fantastic job getting us out there. Obviously, it's been no secret the
Nice clip of his legs by
the weather
Marcus
over
Harris, for straight to Crocombe at square leg.
Yeah, the weather over the last while, it's been playing havoc with the ground staff, but to produce something as good as this has been a great effort. Potentially a little bit less grass on than we would like, just to speed things up a bit, but I think just due to the weather and the way things were, they just wanted to produce the best pitch they possibly could, and that's what probably means
Paul Collett said to us this morning that it is the international pitch. So does that mean that it's used less than the others?
Well, in theory, yes, it is. Now, obviously, we play a few games on it throughout the year.
McAndrew in once more to Harris, who says no as Dent thinks about a single out to Pujara.
And I know they did get pushed back in terms of the pitch rota for the start of the season. Obviously, we played the Yorkshire pitch, because I think this was supposed to be the Yorkshire pitch, and everything got pushed back due to the weather. And then the pitch we're going to use in pre-season against Somerset actually then got brought forward to the Yorkshire game, and this then the derby and a knock-on effect like that. So I think that's how it's meant it's so flat as well, in terms of it was getting produced a couple of weeks before, so the amount of rolling and things like that it has had.
McAndrew again to Harris, up to Pujara at middle. Little push with no great weight of shot. 35 of that lost it remains, as you can see from the bottom side of your screen. Has it been beneficial to you as a coach to have a winter with the club, as opposed to maybe being appointed in a March and coming in when a lot of the winter work has been done by somebody else?
I think probably the biggest thing personally has helped was doing the consultancy work that I did last year. I think it's one of the things you want to do.
McAndrew to Harris, who can work that away through the gap. There's only two men in front of square on the leg side. There'll be a chase for Crocombe out towards the boundary at a deep straightish mid-wicket, and they'll come back for a couple.
Yeah, one of the things you want to do is build a relationship with the players individually and gain that trust. Them trusting yourself and any information you try to pass on. I think you need that relationship, so I think that helped last year. Obviously this winter we tried to get as many guys away as possible, so it was a little bit sporadic as to how many were here, but again that just meant that the guys that were here, you could spend more time on a one-to-one basis with them to work on various things. So I think all things considered, with that, with the time last year and with the individuals in the winter, it worked well.
McAndrew into Harris, who he looks very calm out there, Marcus. Is that the way you see him bat and train and just act around the club?
Yeah,
does his batting reflect his character, I'm trying to say?
Yeah, he keeps things pretty simple. As I was about to say, he's a pretty simple bloke. I'm not sure I'd word it like that. He keeps things pretty simple, and he doesn't get overcomplicated when he's out there. And I think that's his demeanour, and why he can bat for long periods of time and not get too flustered when he's out in the middle.
Still 3 slips. Sussex started with 4. They've relinquished one of them. McAndrew in his 7th over either side of lunch here. And Harris again content to defend. I think everybody felt that it was the right call on Thursday morning. Seems a long time ago now for Graham to bowl first, given the overhead conditions. But Pujara did bat classily, didn't he? I mean, we've been saying it on the commentary. It was a chanceless knock.
Yeah, it was. He played very well, and I think the lads bowled really well in large portions of the game. So I don't think we were disappointed in that aspect as to how we bowled.
Hudson Prentice from the pavilion end.
The one thing I will say in terms of that, we knew it was going to be a reduced game, so I think that played into things as well. We were unsure as to how much we would get on Thursday, but we knew there was, from lunchtime, it was pretty set that it was going to come in. So I think you had that burst of 16 overs to hopefully make inroads, and then yesterday morning as well. But we've seen how well the pitch has played, and I think obviously Pujara showed his class. He's X amount of tests on his 19-20 test hundreds.
Sussex persisting with this round the wicket attack to the left-handers. They're both Hudson Prentice and McAndrew. McAndrew might have bowled all his deliveries from round the wicket. Hudson Prentice had his first over might have been over the wicket, but since then he's switched and stayed there. Clapping is that of Ollie Carter, vociferously but behind the wicket. I'm sure neither of these two as well will in a sense that they're batting here without looking at the scoreboard, aren't they, in essence?
Yeah, it's just very much just that first innings mentality. Whatever has gone before, you just take each ball as it comes, building innings. I think any first innings in England with a Duke's ball, you want to get that ball past 20-25 overs old, get the lads come back into their second spell. It helps along the way.
Hudson Prentice passed umpire Billy Taylor, and again drawing Chris Dent forward. Has there been a lot of chat about the bonus points from first innings situations and how Gloucestershire can improve that this season, and what element you can have in trying to get that ratio up?
Yeah, it's obviously very important, especially if you come up on a surface like this, or if you lose a day to rain. I think we've been slightly on the
Hudson Prentice again, and again Chris Dent defends.
I wouldn't say on the wrong end of it. Glamorgan, when it got a little bit wet and was doing a bit in that morning. Then bonus points were a little bit further away from us, but how we bounced back in that second innings was the big thing for ourselves, going from -200 to +300 and then in the driving seat. And then at Worcester, the way the pitch turned out, it was just a result pitch, and again 100% the correct decision to bat first. It probably wasn't a 40 for 7, but the fact that we got up to what was probably slightly above par total was a great effort.
Thick outside edge from Chris Dent, goes past third slip. Jack Carson can't reach it, and it goes down towards and indeed over the rope at third man for 4.
But yeah, sorry.
Go on.
But no, in answer to your question, in terms of a game like this, without getting too far ahead, if you look at the bigger picture, it will be in innings like this where you want to get on the board in terms of your batting points and get as many as possible. But again, as I said, you got to get past those first, like Pujara did yesterday, and they soaked up a lot of pressure. I thought the lads bowled well, and then you get your just rewards at the back end of that. So, and it allows everyone else to play with that bit of freedom, and it'd probably be nice from our point of view if we can set up that platform with the top 4 or 5 and let the likes of Jack and TP come in at the back end with runs on the board. To play with that freedom.
No better example of that. I don't know whether you were here for the game against Surrey last year when Chris Dent got a double 100 in, with Surrey having scored 600 batting first. McAndrew keeping going from the Ashley Down Road end, and Marcus just pushing at that. McAndrew has been better since lunch, hasn't he? His line's been better.
Yeah, he's bowled pretty well. He's obviously a class act. The lads were saying watching the warm-up just how well he presents his seam. So he's always got both edges in play, and that is the challenge. There's obviously an opening batter when you come up against someone like that.
He's got a man at fine leg, so a 6-3 field. McAndrew in again, but again, Marcus Harris playing in the V as much as he can. Up again to Haynes at mid-off. Do you find that the Gloucestershire squad is a very... are they like sponges? Are they willing to take on, you know, as many ideas as you can throw at them batting-wise?
Yeah, and not only batting-wise, I think it's just across the board. I think they are like that. They throw themselves into anything or any challenge that they're set. So they're a very coachable group of players.
McAndrew, past umpire Newell, and again Marcus Harris getting right forward. So for those who don't, perhaps, I mean, a lot of the fans on the stream will be Gloucestershire supporters. There'll be some Sussex fans here as well, obviously. The extent of your responsibilities, how far beyond the batting does it go?
I think a lot of it in coaching, especially at this level, is about man management and making people go out there with everything they have to perform. In terms of coaching, you'll get no better experience than being out in the middle. So if Harry's batting with Denty or Brace or Hamo coming in, all left-handers at that top, that's his...
McAndrew, that's a bit further pitched up, but again, Marcus Harris can't beat Pujara at mid-on.
That'll be more or as much as spending half an hour with myself for Benke. I think that's where a lot of the learning happens, and it's having those conversations around that as coaches or working on something. But I think batting with someone of Harry's class in the middle is where you're going to learn as much, as will the young Sussex batters. If you're batting with Pujara and watching him getting 150 and you're standing at the other end, you're going to learn so much from that as well.
People who've played like you at the top level.
Yeah, and that's what you want to bring, is just bring some kind of experience, but also have that understanding of the game, as not only when it's going well, but when things aren't going so well, as to when you chip in.
McAndrew again to Harris, does work that away, gets it behind square, and Crocombe, who we've not seen yet bowl, but we may do shortly, does the fielding. You come back to that Pujara innings, you said about sort of soaking up deliveries and being prepared to do that at the outset. That was exactly what he did. I think I wrote a note down that he had, after 56 balls, he only had 11. And one of those was an absolute peach of a cover drive. But he was prepared literally to compartmentalise every delivery and play every ball on its merits. And that in itself is a skill of concentration, isn't it?
Very much so.
McAndrew just tries to steer that past Ali Orr, but can't do it. In the covers, end of McAndrew's over. His figures at this stage, having bowled unchanged either side of lunch from the Ashley Down Road end. 0 for 27 from his stint. I wonder if that might be an indication, though, there may be a change coming. Crocombe's asked for an extra sweater, so it may not be him at the far end. Sussex got two spinners. Was there any evidence from Zafar of any turn? Will?
Yeah, and especially slightly wider outside the left-handers off stump early on. There was a little bit there, not so much from straight to the right-handers. But I think if we had the full 4 days in this game, and I think even going into tomorrow, there will be a bit extra there. You see a lot of the Sussex bowlers bowling round the wicket to our left-handers. That's going to create some rough as well. So I think that there will be a little bit as the game progresses.
Finn Hudson-Prentice from the pavilion end. We started the afternoon session at 10 minutes to 2. 40 minutes in, Gloucestershire have done all that could be asked to get from 18 to 42 without loss. But this is a really good pitch where the bowlers are going to have to really strive hard for their wickets. I think Dan had the scorecard open from that Surrey game last year. Was it 602 they got? And then Chris Dent got a double 100 by the end of the third day to get Gloucestershire not only past the follow-on total, but to a very safe area in the game. And some Prentice again, that's a bit leg stump, so Harris can just step inside the line and glide it down to long leg. Does it feel a very familiar club? Obviously you played here. Was that I wouldn't say that was part of the drawing coming back, but did it feel a very familiar club when you walked back through the door?
Yeah, probably the biggest change was 2017 when I walked back. We played the game for Ireland against England, the ODI, and seeing the changes that had gone on was probably one of the biggest things.
Hudson Prentice, again, almost thought he got through there, as did the slip cordon, but Chris Dent safely negotiated it, because obviously the apartments weren't here in your day.
No, they weren't, and that was more a visual thing for myself, but I think one of the things that we've always had at Gloucestershire is a real family feel to the club, and that goes from within the playing staff and within the group, but also I think the very first day I arrived as a player, I met Lizzie, and Lizzie pretty still here, but introduced me to every member of staff before I made it across the change rooms, and that was what you always had with Gloucestershire, and I think it's great to keep that going as well.
Bat raised, Dent waits for Hudson Prentice, and again, just a ball that's decent length outside the off stump, no great movement, but didn't demand a forcing shot and didn't play it. Tactically, this looks like a game that's all about bonus points from here, provided Gloucestershire can get a good start.
Yeah, look, I think that's their main focus as this innings progresses will be.
Hudson Prentice off, got on inside edge.
It looked like a state of fraction low as well.
First time we've seen a little bit of uneven bounce. There's a slightly slow motion replay of Hudson Prentice's ball played into his pads by Chris Dent, but Will's right, it probably, what was that, 2/3 up the stumps, nothing more than that perhaps?
Yeah, so maybe it's the first signs of that, and that's one of the things about looking too far ahead of the game. You, as I said, you want to get through this period of the new ball and look to build from there without getting too far ahead of yourself.
Bright sunshine now, and Dent gets that last delivery out of his mind by pushing one into the offside. I'll stay with you one more over, and then Dan will join you.
Looks like it might have some spin soon as well, the helmet's coming out.
Yes, they've got both Carson and James Coles. Coles, I would think, probably the less likely at this stage, but we are going to see a change at the Ashley Down Road end. Nathan McAndrew, 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 27, and Sussex actually going to give Tom Haynes a bowl, so he bowls some medium pace, and keeper Ollie Carter will stand up to the pitch, so stand up to the wicket rather. I've not seen Haynes bowl live before, so I'm sure that... Do you have footage of just about everybody, Will?
Yeah, I think in this day and age, it's pretty hard to get by without anyone having some kind of footage on you. I think everything, there's no excuse in terms of from individual's point of view, and some guys like it more than others, but I think if you want to find out something about an individual, you do well not to have some kind of footage, or as a worst case, someone will have played against them or played with them at some point.
Yeah.
The amount of cricket that's played around the world now.
Here is Haynes, staying around the wicket and taken. That didn't get all that high either, but Haynes would not have the pace of a McAndrew. He's effectively the fourth seamer. That's his role in the side. So he wouldn't necessarily expect to bowl a huge number of overs. Only about 8 strides to the wicket. And again, that's outside the off stump. Just looking at Sussex last season in terms of bowling. Haynes took 8 wickets at 47, and that was across 146 overs, so that's a little more than you might have thought, but that's not a huge work rate across a whole summer. He's in here, and that's punch towards the tall figure of Carson at short extra. Just down to 2 slips now, Sussex. Pujara managing things from mid-on. Haynes, hands on his head there. That was a, well, there are two leaves, aren't there, Will? A good leave and a bad leave, and that was that was a well-judged one.
Yeah, I think we've all been on the receiving end of both. Good and the bad.
And about I struggled to leave one. I struggled to get bat on a few. Haynes again to Dent. Squeezed out to Hudson Prentice. You can't see his ponytail when he's got his cap on like that. Don't forget our emails are open this afternoon. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. I think Will might be with us for another quarter of an hour or so. So if you have a burning question, do drop us a note. We'll try and ask Will that. I'm going to leave you for a minute. Dan's going to come in here. And just perhaps a thought overall, Will, about tactically where you see the game at the moment. Sussex having declared before lunch and Gloucestershire just heading out in reply.
Yeah, look, I think we've touched on it there in terms of these first 20-25 overs with the bat. If we can get through those relatively unscathed and get that ball a little bit softer, then I think it's just a case of building and building from there. And yes, bonus points will be a factor. The bigger picture of things, obviously, we take off that 300 and hopefully get past that, and that's your kind of follow-on-ish mark. That's without being a negative comment, but I think then it's a case of getting as close to 450 as we can. And if we do happen to get into that position, you'll weigh up how many overs are left in the game as to can you get a few ahead and have a little burst at them.
Hudson Prentice in, and Harris defends that into the offside. Is that how you set out? You just bat initially and then you see where you are after a certain stage? You don't sort of set your stall out and say, right, we're going to go out and get 450 off the 110? Or do you just play each ball on its merits?
I think you have to play it on its merit, because you can go out there and get off to an absolute flyer. You look at the second innings at Glamorgan, the way Denty and Harry got going, and you're 120 off 20, 22, 25, then you're in a great position. But also it doesn't always happen like that as well, and you've got to absorb, as I said, that bit of pressure.
Worked backward a square there by Harris. Pleasant looking shot. He's going to get at least two. Yeah, they're settled for two.
I think one of the things that the lads are pretty pleased about is you get a bit extra value for shots here. I think the first couple of grounds that we played at have been fairly heavy, and there's a lot of threes running those games, whereas here if you get a decent enough bat on it and get it through the infield, you'll get value for runs and pick up your boundaries, which will obviously help towards those bonus points as well.
A little bit sluggish perhaps.
Yeah, they have been. Obviously here it's been really quick. I think there's, not sure how many threes were run at Worcester, but there's a fair few from both sides.
Hudson Prentice in. That goes through to the gloves of Ollie Carter. Well, I want to talk to you about Irish cricket, because it's in a good place. It obviously got test status a few years ago. I mean, you made your debut back in 2006 for Ireland. You played for a number of years, captained Ireland. And, I mean, how important is it for Irish cricket that they got test status?
Yeah, look, it's obviously massive. And there's a few things that come with that as well, which were a bit of a drawback as such, or a slight negative, where one of those is missing out on county cricket. And
Hudson Prentice in, and Harris pushes that one out to mid-on.
Yeah, we obviously became overseas players in 2017. That got phased through to 19. So I think it's become that period now over the last 5 years of rebuilding and building a domestic structure, which has gone from strength to strength from year on year. But COVID obviously has impacted everywhere in the world, but our first class structure doesn't set back up again until next year, and obviously having 5-6 test matches this year, it's been a bit of a baptism of fire for quite a few lads. And not only are they making their test debut, but they're making their first class debut, which is no mean feat, especially when you're away in Gaul and away in Dhaka.
Harris just drives firmly out to mid-on. Yeah, they've just been on tour to Sri Lanka, haven't they? And lost the series 2-0, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think they played some very good cricket in the second test match. Obviously a very high scoring one. We got close to 500, and the lads were probably slightly disappointed that they got a 200 run lead, and we didn't manage to hold out in the last day. But from where we started that turn, as I said, the amount of debutants that we have had, I think it was a fantastic effort to put ourselves in that position.
Harris clips that one through the leg side. That's a nice looking shot. It's not going to go all the way. Sean Hunt in pursuit of it, but they're going to get 3. And that moves the score. That's the 50 up for Gloucestershire. Harris on to 20, Dent 23. And that's come in the 18th over. And you're from, is it Donamana? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, Donamana, yeah.
Donamana, and that's in County Tyrone towards sort of Donegal on the border, up in that part of the world, isn't it?
Yeah, so I grew up on a farm there, so our farm looked over the Donegal Mountains in the distance. So
beautiful.
And went to school right on the border with Donegal as well.
And there's some strong cricket up there, isn't there? There's they're a good side. I think, is it the NCU, is it?
Oh, yeah, we're the Northwest, so it was in Northern Ireland. They split into 2, so you got the Northwest and the NCU, which is the Northern Cricket Union, Belfast, so that'll be where Jack Carson is from originally as well. So, yeah, there's a few pockets throughout there that are very strong cricketing areas, and the Northwest is one.
I'll come on to Carson in a minute. This is Tom Haynes coming around the wicket to Harris, who defends that. Now Carson, I mean, he's from... where's Carson from?
He's from Warringstown.
That's right.
Yeah,
Where is it? Warings or Warings?
I suppose it depends how I would just say Warringstown, but there might be a few that enunciate it a bit better than myself.
And that's Craig Avon up there, and he was recommended to Sussex by Ed Joyce. Oh, and that's beaten Harris outside off stump. You must have played a lot of cricket with Ed Joyce.
Yeah, so obviously growing up, Joyce would have been one of the people that I did look up to in terms of, he's one of the first in terms of Irish cricketers that we would have known about to break across into county cricket across here. And then obviously when he came back to ourselves, I think it was the 2011 World Cup, and then played a fair bit with him from then through to the back end of his career, the test match against Pakistan.
Haynes just rolling his fingers over that one, bowling off cutters, I think. And then Carson, I mean, came over here. Sussex identified him as a young lad, and they've done that with a number of players, haven't they? Jofra Archer was one, I think, that they educated over here, didn't they? They identify these players abroad, and Carson was educated, I think, from about 13 or 14 at Hurstpierpoint College in Sussex. As Harris plays and misses outside the off stump again there. And I think Hurstpierpoint College was where Martin Spate originally went as well. So but it's good to see Ireland producing so many cricketers. Obviously England's World Cup winning skipper is an Irish lad as well. And there's certain families there. The Joyces are a big cricketing family, aren't they? The Tectors are a big cricketing family over there.
Yeah, and
it's defended.
Obviously Harry's had a great series being away, and Tim is captain the 19s coming through as well, and Jack's obviously played a fair bit himself as well domestically in Ireland. So, and you mentioned the Joyces. I'm not sure if there's any of the Joyces that haven't represented Ireland at some level, both male
even
and
the girls
female.
have, I think.
Yeah, the twins have had fantastic careers as well. So it's a great cricketing family.
Here's Haynes around the wicket. And are you a golf man, Will? Are you some good golf up in that part of the world? Well, some lovely courses.
There's some lovely courses. Yeah, I can't say that I've been too good to the courses. I've hacked them around a bit. I'm not the best golfer. I should be better than what I am, but yeah, enjoy the odd round.
I think Josh Shaw, who we had on air yesterday, is a bit of a bandit. I think he's the. I think he said he plays off 3.5. So, but on Friday the 5th of May, the Gloucestershire Cricket Trust, the club's charitable arm, they've been hosting its inaugural charity golf day to help raise money for community programmes. There we go, it's on your screen. And look, tea, coffee and a breakfast roll on arrival. I mean, what more can you want? Prizes to be won throughout the day, and you can enjoy playing 18 holes alongside your favourite Gloucestershire cricket players. Are you going to be there, Will? Are you?
Unfortunately I won't be. I'll be back up north for a couple of days whenever we're off next week, so I'll not be down for that, but every golf day I've been involved in have been great days.
Sean Hunt into the attack, drops one short, and Dent punishes him, pulls him through backwards square leg for 4 runs. Lovely shot.
Yeah, and as you said, quite a few of the lads will be there, so it's a great opportunity to go down and mingle with the players in quite a relaxed environment.
And I believe there's a dartboard down in the dressing room now as well. Are you a master of the hockey there at all?
Yeah, growing up would have played a little bit, rolling back the years now, and you might have to make that plural. I'm not sure how many there are now, but there's a few dartboards down there. It comes away with us as well. There's a portable stand, so the lads are enjoying their darts.
Hunt to Dent, who defends that into the offside. And I believe Chris Dent, I mean, he's thrown a couple of 180s on that board, hasn't he? He's,
Denty's up there. I think we won a rain days. And Mershon's up there as well. So they got drawn together in the pairs at Worcester. So yeah, there was only one winner in the pairs there.
And who's the worst?
Oh, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't watched many of the games, but you're sitting down in the office, and when there's a big leg going on because there's a lot of noise coming from the dressing room.
Yeah. Here's Sean Hunt in. That's hit Dent a little bit high, probably going down as well. Didn't really have a lot going for it, but strangled appeal from behind the stumps. Sussex got some good youngsters coming through their system, haven't they? It's really good to see. I mean, they've been in the doldrums in recent years, and it's good to see them bringing through some homegrown players.
Yeah, I was chatting to James Kirtley last night. I think he said there was, six players in this game maybe that have come through their academy.
Yeah. Hunt in, who was a Surrey lad originally, but yeah, I mean, Haynes from Crawley, Ali Orr from Eastbourne, Ollie Carter. I thought he batted very well today. He's got a reputation for enjoying a scrap, and he looks a combative player. Not quite sure about his haircut, which we've been around earlier on today, but he looks a good cricketer. Here's Hunt, left arm over the wicket, and you bowl there to Chris Dent, and there's only one result, and that goes away to the cover point boundary. Trademark Chris Dent again. Yeah, I mean, it's good to see though. It's good to see, and you know, as you said earlier, playing with the likes of Cheteshwar Pujara must be a wonderful education for them, mustn't it?
Yeah, it is, and obviously there's a lot of experience and knowledge within their coaching setup as well. But like I said, I think you can't buy that time in the middle with someone of his experience. And I've also had some great players as well throughout the years that have done that for the club.
Pitched up, Dent drives out to the aforementioned Mr. Pujara. That completes the over. 59 without loss. Dent's on to 31. Harris on 20. And we spoke about the sluggish nature of the wicket as well, and it's a little bit frustrating, I think, but I thought Sussex batted very well, you know, having been stuck in, and I thought the number of them, I mean, Pujara's obviously going to take the plaudits with his 151, but I thought Alsop showed a little bit of grit there in the middle, and I think James Coles looks a good young player. He's only 19.
He played very well.
Yeah, and Carter as well. That's defended by Harris to mid-on. So you played for Ireland for years. I'm just looking here. It was 2006 to 2022.
Yeah, so just retired, well, it's just under a year ago.
Yeah.
Last year, I think it was May, June time.
Haynes through. Oh, that's got to be close. And not given. I wonder if he's got outside the line here. Let's have a look at this one. Haynes gone quite wide of the wicket there. Might have got outside the line, I think.
Good decision.
And obviously your time at Warwickshire, you spent a number of years at Warwickshire. They're struggling a little bit today.
Yeah, so just before I came up, I think they were 30 for 5 maybe.
Yeah.
Innings.
I don't know what they are now. I'll have a look. My laptop's given up the ghost. You do know part of your commentary duties is to complete the scorebook here as well. You know that in front of you.
As long as I'm not filling in any of our names, it'll be fine.
Yeah,
If I leave when Harry and Dent are still there, it's all good.
Yeah. Harris just works that one away. Warwickshire 71 for 7. So that's in the game
just
against
about
Surrey.
level now, I think. Not sure what the deficit was there. No, we're still 59, right?
59 behind. Surrey had a very good start to the season, looking to retain their crown. Haynes comes in. You played a little bit in the Hertfordshire League. I remember you in the Hertfordshire League having a little turnout for Totteridge Mill Hillians, I believe.
Yeah, and I was, even before that again, I was with Old Mill Hillians before they merged with Totteridge, so
yeah,
that's going back to the YC's days. Played a few games for Old Mill Hillians, and then, as I said, when they merged, I think they had merged around the time I was actually playing here, and played a few games for them whilst I was on the staff here.
Haynes and Harris has a attempted cut shot outside the off stump and misses it. Do you play with John Embry there? Because he was still going at...
Yeah, Embers was still going. I'm not sure. Don't think I played with him. I was down at a few games because I've got a few good mates that are down there. And Embers still enjoyed his little half a lager, half an ale at tea time. So he's very old school in terms of that. But yeah, he was still in. Well, I'm sure he was potentially early mid 60s. Then he was still rolling his arm over pretty well, putting the umpires under a bit of pressure to get a few.
Yeah, and what's interesting, he bowls without a point, doesn't he, to the right-hander, because he's trying to get the right-hander. I'll come on to it after this ball from Sean Hunt, who bowls to Dent, who gets up on his toes, plays it into offside. He bowls without a point to the right-hander, and he's trying to get the right-hander to back away and cut him through there, isn't he? Is that his plan?
Yeah, obviously, if it's spinning a bit, I'm sure he's got a few tricks up his sleeve. He's a good old-timer, and I know the lads enjoyed him when he was there, but yeah, he'll have all the tricks and various tactical manoeuvres. But yeah, bowling without a point is one thing that can be done, and to look at open up that offside and draw
Hunt
a false shot.
In, a little inside edge there. That one kept a little low there, I thought, as well. I wonder if we're going to see this pitch get slower and lower as the game goes on. The ball's getting slightly older as well, perhaps. Let's have another look at this one. Another old Middlesex player in that league who's just left, actually. I think he's gone to Sunbury in the Surrey League. Is Owe Shah, who scores a lot of runs, doesn't he?
He used to churn them out.
Is that a little tickle down the leg side? No. Hunt wasn't interested. A couple of slips were interested. I think Cole's the second slip was the chief ringleader there. I think it's off the pad there, isn't it?
You'd be fairly onside at second slip. You hear the noise, you get excited.
Here's Hunt. So as an opening batsman, you must have faced a few of the quick boys. Who was the quickest you faced in your career, would you say?
I think going back to earlier on, would have been the likes of Sean Tate and Dirk Nannes would probably been the two that would have stood out. And I'm not sure as well as because it was the first time I faced someone of that kind of pace. I think there's a big jump when you go to late 80s, when you actually go to early 90s. I think as opposed to going mid to late 80s, I think that the jump was significantly bigger going from there to kind of early 90s.
Then just getting squared up a little bit there. So you can tell if someone's sort of like 87, 88, and then the jump up to 92 is quite significant.
Yeah, I think there is a fair jump there. But I think now there's a lot more bowlers potentially bowling around that kind of pace. And as I said, that was just from potentially personal experience, having not faced anyone of that kind of nature before.
Yeah, there's no run. 59 for none. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, on Gloucester Cricket TV. I'm joined by William Porterfield, Gloucestershire's batting coach, and we're talking about some of the quick bowling that he's faced during his career. And is it also the sort of trajectory as well, the bounce that they get? Because Mike Atherton, I remember Mike Atherton saying, it's not so much about pace when you're opening the batting. Bounce is often like the biggest weapon. Would you say that's true, or...?
Yeah, and you get some guys that are quick. They're quite nice actions. You get a lot of visuals and you get a lot of cues from there. Whereas someone like Sean Tate, he's coming from
slingy. Yeah,
he's quite slingy, and you don't have many visuals there. But yeah, that can be a factor. Obviously, bounce can be one of the things. Is the higher up you go, and especially some international pitches, they can be bouncy, but they generally do a little bit less at times. So you don't have to move so much. It's just about your weight transfer as much as anything, as opposed to big movements. So, but it's just getting used to that. And I think as you go up against those lads, you do have to have some kind of game on the back foot, or a scoring option at least.
That's a dot ball there. Did you ever face Malinga? He was probably the slingiest. I mean, you're not old enough to have faced Jeff Thompson in his pomp, but Malinga.
Yeah, I had Malinga and a couple of T20s, so that was interesting as well. Picking up a slower ball was quite difficult when you had someone like that and they've got a funky action, and they can make their slower ball a little bit more effective as well.
Here's Haynes around the wicket. Harris defends to Pujara at mid-on. Who was the best bowler you faced? Did anyone have the sign on you where they got you out over and over again? Were you anyone's bunny?
I think potentially going back here to county cricket, someone like Chris Rushworth, is someone that I never thoroughly enjoyed facing. I think I did okay against him at various stages, but he was one that always caused a challenge in the county game.
I think you're not the only one there, Will. As Harris defends that into the offside. Yeah, he's had a wonderful career. I was quite surprised that he left Durham to go to Warwickshire. I believe it's for personal reasons. But I didn't see that one coming end of last season. But who else is up there in the sort of the bowlers you didn't like facing?
You got a pretty easy one for everyone in terms of left-handers. Jimmy Anderson was one. We'll give anyone a few sleepless nights, especially with a new Dukes in his hand. He's a pretty special bowler. Obviously a little bit grumpy and in your face at times as well, so he obviously wasn't shy of coming forward and letting you know about it if he was on top. But yeah, there's quite a few around the circuits that have had, as you said, have had great careers and caused a few lads problems.
He's not the worst sledger. I mean, Steve Kirby, you must have faced him at times. As Haynes comes in around the wicket and Harris cuts that one back to the square.
Yeah, fortunately, I was in the same 11 as Curves more than actually having played against him, so we had 3 good years here together. And yeah, he was a fiery redhead as well, so he wasn't shy coming forward as well, as you said. So it was quite amusing at times, and when he did get fired up, it was always nice to be on in the same 11 as him, as opposed to having to face it.
He's an absolute gent off the pitch, though, isn't he? He's a lovely guy.
Yeah, it's like big Mershant Delanga. He's like, once he crosses that rope, he gets going, but off the pitch, I think every morning he just goes around everyone and greets them, staff, players, everyone that he meets. So he's a real gent off the pitch, and not someone you like coming in steaming in the face.
Yeah, bit of white line fever. Hunt there just bowls to Dent, who defends that into the onside. There's a white line fever going with these guys, is there?
Yeah, look, I think you need that as a quick. You need to use that to your advantage, and use whatever you have to gain an advantage over the opposition. Hunt
bustling in to the wicket, and Dent solidly behind that one. What overseas did you play with in your sort of time at Warwickshire and here?
I was quite fortunate. I played a lot with Jeetan Patel. They had an unbelievable record, unbelievable career, and was fantastic for Warwickshire, and it was quite a successful time for Warwickshire through that period as well. And then with a few, Shivnarine Chandrapal was obviously great, and as a left-hander selfishly as well, to learn from him.
Hunt in and goes down the leg side. Carter can't take that one cleanly. Yeah, I mean, Jeetan Patel is probably the best overseas signing of the modern era, isn't he? Maybe Simon Harmer, but there's not a lot in it between them. I mean, you look at their, if wickets are the currency, then they're cash rich, aren't they?
Yeah, Jeet was fantastic, and in all conditions as well. Obviously, when it started to spin, it was real tricky.
His Hunt into the crease as Dent just defends that.
But it was his ability to go for no runs on day one of a game as well, and still get through 15-20 overs, going at 2.5 and over, and not give anything away, and still pick up a wicket. And it gives the seamers that kind of bit of respite. But then when he came into his own, whenever there was something there as well.
And captains must love that, the control that it gives them as well, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. And then it's a little bit of game of cat and mouse as well. So you look to put pressure on him and not let him settle, and it can bring him into the game even more as well.
Yeah. As Hunt comes in, that's down the leg side. Is that a little tickle there? They're appealing. Hunt's interested, but umpire Billy Taylor's not having any of it. Will, you've been a fascinating guest. We've got to have you on later on in the season as well, mate, because you've been absolutely wonderful, and it's a really good insight from someone who's played the game, you know, at the highest level, but also now coaching as well. And I think it's been a really good sort of insight into your cricketing brain. So, you know, thank you very much for coming on. As Hunt comes into Dent, who just defends that. That's a no ball, actually, so we can keep you on for one more ball, Will. But have you enjoyed yourself? Have you enjoyed it on Gloss Cricket TV?
No, very much so. Great view you guys have as well.
Yeah, it's nice up here. Coffee's not great though, I'll tell you that. But
we'll get Jack on the case.
Yeah. No, the coffee's very nice. Thanks, guys. Thanks. We do get the pigeons flying across our eyesight up here though, but that goes through to Carter. That completes the over. And Ian Randall's going to come on. But Will, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much.
So, 61 for none. As there's been 24 overs gone. And this has been a nice solid start from the hosts.
Thanks to Will Porterfield for his time.
Yeah, good, nice guy, wasn't he? Lovely guy.
See this carefully. I'm glad he spoke slowly. Haynes to continue with his. Can I call him gentle as well?
He's off. I think he's bowling off cutters. If we have a look at him, he's rolling his fingers across it.
4 overs just for 2 singles at the moment.
The off cutter is bowled like the off spinner, but obviously at a sort of medium pace. And what he's doing is he's keeping his fingers down this side of the ball and rolling his fingers down there.
Haynes again to Harris. Tom Clark was on the field briefly as 12th man for McAndrew, but he's gone off again now. And Sussex seeing what this pitch is like, and gradually that slip cordon is emptying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Down to 2. It was 4 at the outset. And Harris is quietly up to Pujara. So
Clouds just building up from the east here.
Here we are at 3 o'clock, and we've had 1 wicket today.
Yeah.
And to be fair, it was a very, very good catch. It was not a simple chance to take for Graham van Buren off De Lange.
No, and it was only because Pujara was looking to up the ante, wasn't it?
Haynes in, and again Harris works that out to Pujara for a single.
Yeah, the ground is bathed in sunshine at the moment, but it's just starting to build up over to the east there, to our right. Cloud just slightly filling in somewhat.
Yeah, the forecast was that, and these are always very hit and miss, that there might be a chance of a shower, but a lot of places would stay dry. Haynes in again. Dent quietly defends. He must have gone out today, and he probably was thinking about. He could probably read how the game was going, even probably 40 minutes before the declaration came. He knew exactly what the strategy was going to be for Sussex to try and get Gloucestershire in, give them an awkward little 25-minute spell up to lunch. So he was getting himself ready for that, and Dent cuts, but with no great power, out into the offside to Ali Orr.
Yeah, the forecast has changed here, according to the Met Office.
Dry for the rest of the day.
Dry for the rest of the day, maybe even the sun poking its head out from behind the clouds towards the evening. Might get a little bit dark around 5 o'clock, but less than 10% chance of rain.
And then tomorrow?
Tomorrow's all right as well. Might get a little bit murky in the afternoon, say from 2, 3 o'clock, but generally we're all right. So hopefully we can bring you some cricket action here from BS7.
And I think the whole concept of the rest of this game is about bonus points. Sean Hunt's going to continue.
Yep, Hunt from the pavilion end over the wicket, and Harris defends.
We've had an email from Teddy in New Haven, and he said, "This is the view from where I'm watching the game. I think the game will drift to a draw, but it was a masterclass from Pujara
Oh, Teddy, I like it. We like it. Nice greenhouse there.
And he said on the recreation ground at Hastings, they played as an outground until 1989, apparently. Sussex.
Yeah, here's Hunt, full, no ball.
And 140 first-class games were played there. That's reference to Dan's conversation about the ground at Hastings yesterday.
Yeah, we spoke about Hastings at length, and it's a much missed venue on the circuit. It really is. I believe that the shopping centre also has some, is it got a ball in the middle of it or something like that? There's Hunt to Harris, who defends it.
Good hands from Carson. That was on the bounce. Almost a fourth slip there, but not taken by him. I thought there was a statue in the middle of it.
Maybe.
That's my recollection of that of its story in that book by Chris Arnold that we mentioned yesterday.
Hunt in, and that's a low full toss which Harris clips around the corner. Yeah, he'll be I've never been there shopping actually, Ian. I've only been there for the cricket. So but yeah, it's a real shame. Permission for the shopping centre granted in 1988, and the ground was eventually demolished. And that's, where's that gone? Straight back down the pitch. I was looking through the leg side for that. Yep, there's a 10-foot sculpture there entitled The Spirit of Cricket by Alan Sly, with an inscription about the location of the ground there for 130 years. So much missed.
Elsewhere, one match is over. One match I think will be over today. In fact, the two matches might be over today. It could be three results in the 5 matches by the end of the afternoon. I'll tell you about the one and the other two in a moment.
Hunt in, and Dent gets that one a little squarer. Crocombe doing the fielding there. It's quite quick across the ground, Crocombe. Got to be careful there. But there's one more.
So the result in the second division, Durham have beaten Derbyshire by an innings and 7 runs. Derbyshire all out in their second innings for 280. That despite 99 from Matthew Lamb. So Durham winning with what, at least 4 sessions to spare, and that will continue their good start to the season.
Hunt just squares Harris up a little bit there.
And then heading for results in the first division, Middlesex against Kent at Lord. Middlesex are chasing only 86 to win. Kent bowled out in the second innings for 128, and Middlesex are 15 without loss, so they need another 71. And Warwickshire in all kinds of trouble against Surrey at Edgbaston. Hassan Ali and Ed Barnard are still at the crease, but they are 88 for 7 in their second innings, and they still trail by 43. So both those matches look as though they're going to be well over today. And the other game in the second division, my screen will just allow me to give you an update of what's happening at Leicester, which it won't at the moment, so I'll do that shortly.
Well, Martin Emerson, you've been getting a few days off recently. You got tomorrow off. When you come to Bristol in 3 weeks' time, Mara, I doubt you'll get a 4th day off here.
I'll say Durham have had 2 wins already. A change at the Ashley Down Road end. It will be Henry Crocombe for the first time today.
I'm looking forward to seeing this guy. He's got a bit of nip around him, apparently.
Staying around the wicket. Chris Dent lets that go outside the off stump.
There wasn't a lot of bounce there, was there?
46 first-class wickets at 42, so a bit expensive. But at his age, which is 21, still very much learning the game. And then Dent's chopped it on. was too close for that, and he's chopped it into his legs, into his off stump. Just the off bail has gone away. Here is Crocombe, second delivery. And Dent can't believe he's got a bottom edge on that. Once or twice here in Bristol, I think it was last season, Chris Dent got himself into that position and didn't quite judge the length and the bounce properly, and he will feel disappointed having got a start and got to 32 either side of lunch. He has to make his way back. So Gloucestershire, well, they've got a reasonable base here, 66 for 1, but there is a new batsman now, another left-hander, of course, in James Bracey coming out. He's had a little bit of a breather, having kept wicket for so long. But that was, if that wasn't a wicket given away, it was a wicket that didn't look likely to be coming anytime soon. Actually, Dan, did it?
No, it didn't. I've got both of them in my fantasy side. I've got Crocombe and Dent in my fantasy side, so I'm not sure. If that's. But the first one scooted through to Carter, and that one, Chris Dent, it's one of his strengths. That cut shot, but that was maybe a little bit too close to his body, perhaps, to be cutting at, and inside edge just flicks off stump, and he's back in the hutch. That opens the door a little bit for Sussex.
Well, so far, just about any batsman that's come to the crease has actually made it a significant score, with the exception of Tom Haynes. There is Crocombe, outside the off stump, let go by Bracey. Just the second wicket to go today. Very much a batter's day, both in terms of the pitch they're playing on, and indeed now of the overhead conditions. A fourth slip's gone back in. Bracey defends out to the offside, fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Yeah, in the book it will say Dent bowled Crocombe 32, but it won't say whether it was an absolute jaffer that he couldn't play, or whether it was a drag on, which is what that was. Crocombe in bright sunshine, bowls to Bracey, lets that go outside the off stump.
Tea at 4 o'clock, just over 3/4 of an hour away.
I think Bracey's got a good amount of time here to get himself in. It's not as if he's facing like 15 minutes, which would be awkward. Crocombe in again. Bracey dabs that out to Ali Orr, who's at the third of those slips.
Good start there by Crocombe.
Yeah, wicket in his first over. And Gloucestershire 389 in arrears at 66 for 1. Sussex 455 for 5 declared. And we're going to see Carson for the first time, and perhaps now, although the Sussex bowlers have been largely bowling around the wicket, we'll see if there is anything from Ajit Singh Dale's footmarks in particular from that Ashley Down Road end, with Carson bowling into those at the left-handers.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this guy. There's talk about him playing for England in the future.
Just to update that score from Grace Road, Leicestershire 407 all out, Glamorgan 338 for 7, so they're still batting. And Chris Cook and Michael Neser have rallied their innings. Cook is on 63 and Neser on 51. So there have actually been 4 50s in that Glamorgan total overall.
Carson around the wicket to Harris. I think we'll see him stay around the wicket, bowling at the left-handers. Off-spinners quite enjoy bowling at left-handers. Angling the ball in, pitching it sort of middle and leg and turning it away from them. Here he comes. Harris drives a little inside out, but he's going to get a single.
So, first sighting of him, looks to be quite a loop on his delivery.
Yeah,
you would say.
Nice to see. Nice to see. You don't want to see a off-spinner bowling dance. He's got, why not, 455 runs on the board. Let's give it some air. Give the ball a chance to grip and turn. Here he comes. Bracey, and that just evades the right hand of short leg, and Bracey's off the mark. Keep your emails coming into us. Here's Carson. Around the wicket, Harris defends.
It was a bit short, that last ball.
There's the email address. We love to hear from you. Send us your photos where you are, where you're watching the game. If you're in Sussex, if you're in Gloucestershire, if you're in New Jersey, like we had an email from yesterday. Defended there by Harris. Let's see if we can see the one furthest away geographically from Bristol. And send us your photos where you are, what you're doing. Whether you've got a mullet like Ollie Carter. Defended there. That's the over, 68 for 1.
Just to keep you updated with what's happening with the Western Storm game, first match of their season in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. They bowled the Lancashire Thunder out for 214, and they are 93 for 2 in the 21st over in reply. All Prendergast 53 not out, Fran Wilson on 30. They lost openers Alex Griffiths and Emma Corney both quite cheaply. They were 11 for 2 at one stage, but 11 for 2 has become 93 for 2, chasing 214. So they need 122 in 29 overs. So could be a good finish Murray up there. That game going on in Cardiff, and the Storm are playing here on Monday, I think. Ed James is just nodding at me. So if you're free on Monday, chance to come and watch some decent cricket. I did a game, a Storm game here last year, when I think that one went against the Thunder as well, actually. Over 500 runs in the day, and a 1-wicket win for the Storm at the end of it. It was a really good finish. Anya Shrubsole got some runs at the end, and it was competitive stuff. Crocombe into Bracey, who doesn't quite time that. Again, that's out to Hudson Prentice at point.
Going back to Hastings, W.G. Grace played at the ground over 40 times during the 1894 Hastings Festival. He scored his 98th first-class century there for the gentlemen against the players. Who did you play for back then, Ian? Were you a gentleman or a player?
Oh, Bracey with Crocombe coming around the wicket. That may have been going down the leg side, I would think. He's quite wide of the crease, Henry Crocombe here. Yes, that's going down the leg side.
Jack Hobbs got a 266 there. His record first-class score.
3 slips and a fine gully for Crocombe. And Bracey doubles his total with a second single down to long leg. Sean Hunt is down there. And there's a bat problem for Marcus Harris.
But I've got to agree with the gentleman who emailed us last time, whose name escapes me at the moment, but absolute sacrilege that ground was pulled down. Worst thing that's happened in the town since William the Conqueror invaded.
That's either Teddy in New Haven or Teddy New Haven. I think it's probably Teddy in New Haven. I think that's the way that's written. Thank you.
Thanks, Teddy,
for your email.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is my sort of email.
Punched away by Bracey into the gap. That will run away for 4. It's gone square on the offside. Chase for Hunt and Prentice, but he and Alior couldn't cut that off. Once it had beaten them, it was running away towards the Kennington Avenue boundary. And Gloucestershire advanced to 73 for 1, 27 to Marcus Harris, and just 2 to James Bracey. We were talking about filling Yorkshire puddings earlier on. So here we are, Sussex dishes.
A Sussex pond pudding. What's that, like sort of baked newt? It's best served with clotted cream, according to this person. They haven't left a name, so we can't credit you. But saying thanks for the enjoyable commentary from a Sussex fan living in the Yorkshire Wolds. Carson around the wicket. That's defended to silly mid-off. Sussex pond pudding. I'm going to have to look this up. I've never heard of a Sussex pond pudding. I've heard of a Sussex Spaniel, but not Sussex pond pudding. Carson bowling, and Bracey just defends. Here we go, Sussex pond pudding. Well,
it is an actual thing.
Bracey plays that one out through point.
Stop
Coles.
They got stopped by James Coles.
Yeah, Coles doing the fielding there, but they scamper through for a single. So, Sussex pond pudding, or well pudding, is a traditional English pudding from the southern county of Sussex. It is made of a suet pastry filled with butter and sugar, and is boiled or steamed for several hours. It's a rich and heavy pudding. It's gone out of fashion over the years, perhaps due to diet consciousness. I'm not surprised.
If you're serving it with clotted cream as well, that's...
Suet pastry with butter and sugar. It's a heart attack on a plate.
That's calorie on top of calorie, isn't it?
Carson in, and Harris chops that away without any timing. Heston Blumenthal, though, has served it as part of his campaign to revive historic British foods.
Orr and Allsop are the two close catches on your screen.
Carson in, Harris goes over the top. He's going to plug, and it just about gets over the boundary there. Good footwork there from Harris. So a variant including currants is known from both Sussex and Kent. In Sussex, this was formerly called Black-Eyed Susan. Well pudding is the more familiar name for the dish in East Sussex. Defended there. No run. That completes the over. 78 for 1. Chris Dent, the man out, for 32. Marcus Harris on 31. James Bracey on 3. And we've had 30 overs of the Gloucestershire innings.
Dan's ordering a well pudding for 4 o'clock.
Sussex pond pudding, please. Sussex pond pudding. things we learn on this. We love it. Keep your emails coming through. We absolutely love them. And Kevin Young, I'll come on to it.
Crocombe into Bracey, who gives himself a bit of room there. He's got that off outside half of the bat, down past the slip cordon and away to the boundary at wide third man.
Right, he said traditional Sussex fare is great downland lamb, but he's also sent me a link to some Sussex recipes. A Sussex smoky, which is a fish base of smoked haddock cooked in a creamy cheese sauce with crispy breadcrumb topping.
Bracey waits again for Crocombe and steers that way through the same area. That's a bit more controlled, but it's going to perhaps get the same outcome. A long chase for Coles, who's just, with a bit of relay, recovered the ball. It's thrown back to keeper Carter, and Bracey's picked up another 3. What was Will Porterfield saying about the grounds both at Cardiff and at Worcester? A lot of 3s were run on those grounds because the outfield was heavy, as he put it. Well, this one definitely was yesterday, but I think it has quickened up a little bit today with a day's sun on it. Sussex are going back to just a 3-slip option, 1, 2 and 4. Crocombe. He's going wide and full at the moment, Henry Crocombe. And Bracey's into double figures. Dan's more concerned about the food at the minute.
Yeah, a Sussex smoky, and it's haddock with cheese. And this recipe book says Sussex charmer, which is a type of cheese that works well. There you go.
Crocombe past umpire Newell. That's a bit leg side, so he's not quite got the radar right yet. And Harris can pick up 1 run.
You can have a Sussex smoky as a starter or a main course, Ian.
A bit like a Yorkshire pudding then, Dan.
Indeed, yeah. So send us, anyone's a bit bored tomorrow and fancies knocking us up a Sussex smoky, bringing it to the ground.
That's probably far beyond my culinary ability. Freggers on email says, I'm tuning in from Northern Cyprus as a big Sussex fan, and I've got a can of what I think is that Effie's?
Effes. It's a beer. It's a beer, yeah.
Good old Sussex by the sea, he says.
Yeah, it's coming from Southgate in North London. It's our local brewery, and so
Bracey defends the last ball of Crocombe's over. He's got the 1 wicket to fall in this Gloucestershire second innings. Chris Dent dragging a ball from outside his off stump onto his off stump. 1 for 14, I think, Crocombe. It will just eventually tick up. 1 for 14 he has from 3 overs. Carson into the attack with his off spin. Nothing much though going for the seamers for Sussex either side of lunch.
Jost has been in touch from Slovenia. Hope you speak Serbian as well, Jost. Here's Carson around the wicket. Short, Bracey works him backwards. He'll get 4 for that. That's going to run away over those nets. And lovely timing. Oh, sorry, Marcus Harris there. Lovely timing from the Australian. Jost. Dobradan Kakos there. He's already played 1 T20 and he's had some lovely lunch with chocolate cake. Now he's drinking coffee and watching the stream, and it's sunny. Well, Jost, if you've ever been to Serbia, the Karađorđe Schnitzler from there is a sight to behold. Jack Carson in. Harris thinks about the single. Bracey doesn't fancy it. Karađorđe Schnitzler is pork with cream and cheese in the middle, whacked into breadcrumbs and then deep fried. Again, it's a heart attack on a plate. It's nice. Carson around the wicket. Bracey drops his bat and Carson sportingly pulls out of his action.
Do you think he pulled out there?
Yeah, Bracey dropped his bat down.
I saw Bracey drop his bat, yes.
Yeah.
Perhaps he just out of the corner of his eye heard it.
That's chopped away backward a square. Good fielding by Coles. Got some good young fielders, Sussex here. Coles is good, Crocombe's good.
I think you'd expect that from a team of their age framework, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you'd hope so. You'd hope so. Carson tosses that one up. Harris plays it out to mid-on, but it's intercepted by the skipper Cheteshwar Pujara before it can get there.
So he's got a 6-3 field here, Carson. 3 on the leg side. He's got a backward square on the single, really. Tom Haynes at short mid-wicket and McAndrew at mid-on.
Harris lets that one go outside the off stump.
And then with the 2 close catches you can see, Allsop at slip and Ali Orr just in front at Silly Point. Very close there, actually.
Yeah. It's almost on the cut strip. Tossed up again. Harris can only find Pujara. Just under half an hour to tea, where Ian Randall will be dining on Sussex Smokies.
There'll be another burst from one of the quicker bowlers before tea. One of the opening bowlers, I should say.
That's the over. 92 for 1.
Yes, just the 2 wickets have fallen in the day's play so far. Cheteshwar Pujara in the Sussex innings, as they went from 302 for 4 to 455 for 5 declared in the morning session. Good support from Ollie Carter, who had an unbeaten half century, and from Finn Hudson-Prentice. And the 1 wicket to fall this afternoon, that of Chris Dent. Here's Crocombe into Bracey, again a little bit inside out, but can't pierce the field. Again, Haynes does the work at wide mid-off.
I tell you what, we're going to see a lot of, I reckon we might see 400 runs today, because we saw, in fact, I wouldn't surprise me if we saw over 400 runs, because we saw 150 odd this morning from Sussex. Gloucestershire have got 92, so that's 240.
Long way to go yet.
And there's still 46 overs remaining in the day.
I mean, just to put that in context, it is a slightly longer day than normal. We've got eight overs more than you'd normally get.
Yeah.
In a day's play. But still, those who are particularly sat in the sun at the Ashley Down Road end of the ground, very pleasant indeed. Crocombe in all tries to York James Bracey, but he read it and able to defend. You can see the run rate is at just under 3, which doesn't look much, but it's not about the run rate for Gloucestershire, as Will Porterfield was saying earlier on. It's really about just almost batting without the scoreboard in your mind. Just treat it as the first innings of the game, which it, from Gloucestershire's point of view, of course it is. And they've got to bat till lunch tomorrow. Realistically, that's a nice straight drive from Bracey. Good stop by Pujara.
Joster's been back in touch, and he does speak Serbian, and he has had Karađorđević steak a few times, but for lunch he's had some Bosnian cevapcici, which is like a little sausages on the grill, done in pita and salad. It's really nice dish. Havalapuno for your email, just.
2 gullies now for Crocombe to brace to try and stop that steered shot away through the offside. There's the wide angle view. Carson is the finer of the two, and Orr is the wider of the two. So Sussex trying to bowl to a plan here. Crocombe, quite a willowy figure. There's not the power of a Delanger, but he's obviously a much younger man anyway. He takes his sweater from umpire Mark Newell. 92 for 1 from 33, so the run rate is almost up to 3. And Carson could have a reasonably long spell here if Cheteshwar Pujara wants to keep him going. But to come back to your point, on this pitch you don't want to be firing it in too much, do you?
No, you want to get it above the batsman's eye line, and you know he's got the runs to work with. No need to be negative, let's be attacking. And if you do go for a few runs, it's not the end of the world. I can see him getting cut through point here though. Or maybe just driven through the offside to Pujara. And they pick up a single.
So we've seen 5 of the 6 Sussex bowlers already. James Coles is the one we haven't seen with his slow left arm.
We've seen 6 because Haynes came on and had a bowl, which surprised me. Bracey defends. We've seen McAndrew, Hunt, Hudson Prentice, Haynes, Crocombe and Carson.
Dent, the man out, and James Bracey at 3.
Oh, that didn't get up, did it?
That was one of the bounces of it, bit low.
Bit of a grubber.
Be a bit of chat about that amongst the close catchers, trying to disrupt Bracey's conversation. Again, a little bit inside out there too.
There's Jack Taylor in the background there, watching a bit of the cricket. I think with his... I don't know who that is with him. But glad he's feeling better. Missed yesterday, he was off the pitch. That's driven nicely. Bracey's well home despite the direct hit from Hunt. Bracey's rapid across the ground.
The appeal for the run out came from backward point. Which is...
Well, you know, these things happen.
Tom Clark is coming back onto the field here for some reason. Looks like Pujara's going off.
Yep, Sussex's 12th and 13th men. Tom Clark,
temporarily.
Who's a Haywards Heath lad. Made his debut ton this time last year against Notts. He was named in the England under-19 squad back in 2019. Made his debut that year against Worcestershire as well. The other one is Ari Karvelas, who was originally from Gauteng in South Africa, born in Alberton in the Transvaal. He made his debut last year for Greece in the ICC versus Italy.
Crocombe keeping going from that Ashley Down road end. Might bowl right the way through until tea here potentially, unless Sussex decide maybe to give Coles an over or 2. Harris 37 from 96 after, sorry, 37 from 95 he is. That's Bracey on strike. Crocombe in again and Bracey defends. The one thing that Sussex won't want to be doing in this game is lagging behind on the over rates.
No.
If you were with us yesterday, you'll know all about that because It was Bob Pook from Hastings dropped us a note to ask about why Sussex had ended up with only 7 points from the draw last week, and the answer was they docked 4 points for a slow over rate. Bracey, a little in the air for a moment as he tries to work Crocombe into the leg side, but doesn't pierce the field. Yes, 4 points, a big penalty out of a draw, so they want to make sure they're well up with the rate here. It's still going to be probably 38 overs to bowl after tea. So we're looking at a 7 o'clock finish or thereabouts. Bracey, that's well stopped. Off his own bowling by Crocombe. Yeah, he felt that. Off his right hand. That was travelling a bit. Bracey looking to punch that down the ground. Here's a second look at it. And good stop. Well, the Crocombe might have actually been short of where that front foot has been landing. You can see the mark where his front foot is coming down. Whether he was short of that with that last delivery. Not this time. And again, Bracey defends and Crocombe fields.
Working
Once
up ahead
more.
of steam here, isn't he? Crocombe.
Yes,
Good to see you, young lad.
He's livelier than Haynes was earlier on. Haynes,
Military medium.
yeah, just trying to control at that end. I would probably say he's quicker than Hudson Prentice as well. Now they're putting a man back 3 parts of the way to the boundary at deep square. Is that the bluff for the short ball? No, it is shortish, but this pitch is so friendly that it's an easy one for Bracey to get into line, pull it away on the leg side and pick up a single.
And he'll retain the strike.
We spoke yesterday about Zafar Gohar not being able to really tie the batsman down on this pitch. Carson's only bowled 4 overs, but he's bowled 4 overs for 15, and aside from that one delivery that appeared to pitch in a foot mark, there doesn't look to be a lot of help out there for him.
No. Staying around the wicket. Bowling to Bracey, who crunches that one through the offside. A little bit short. Bracey rocks onto the back foot, adjusts, and meat and drink to the Gloucestershire wicket-keeper.
He's had time there, isn't he, to get effectively inside the line of the ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
Work it through the gap.
Because even if it turns on this wicket, the turn is so slow that you can adjust. That's better. Getting Bracey onto the front foot, who defends into the offside. We spoke about cricketers called Frank earlier, with Sean Hunt having the middle name of Frank, but you don't get many cricketers called Henry, do you, either? You think of any Henrys here? Henry Brooks at Warwickshire, I think.
Is Harry Podmore actually a Henry?
Nah, he's from Hammersmith, and he'll be H. Matt Henry.
Yeah, he'd be on the subs bench.
Yeah. Tossed up by Carson, well bowled.
Is Harry Brook a Harrison Brook? Harry for short.
Or a Harold. I don't think he's a Harold. His middle name's Cherrington, isn't it? Harry Brook. Defended.
Reliably informed that Harry Podmore is in fact a Harry.
Henry Alonga.
Yes.
Yeah, he'd get in my side. Yeah, Toby Petman. Oh, and that's flashed away by Bracey outside the off stump. No damage done. Toby Petman is Toby Henry Somerville Petman. Went to Tunbridge School in Kent. Jesus College, Oxford. He's from Withyham Cricket Club in East Sussex. People listening in might know that one. Plays at Nottinghamshire now. Hobbies, playing the piano and chess.
So Nathan McAndrew's coming back. So Crocombe's had 5 overs from that Ashley Down road end. 1 for 14, 1 wicket taker so far. But because McAndrew had a lunch break in his previous spell, I wonder if Sussex might be looking to do the same here, and that is get him on for a while up until tea and then enable him to keep going after the interval.
I'm going to come on to Henry Crocombe in a minute.
McAndrew into Harris, who has played comparatively little down off the back foot here, isn't he? Because he's been because there is almost no pace in this pitch. If he's been drawn forward, he isn't playing the ball with any force.
No. Henry Crocombe is from Hellingley Cricket Club in Hailsham in East Sussex. Perfect breakfast includes Eggs Benedict.
Harris will try and take a quick single here and direct hit, and he's out! My goodness, the umpire was not exactly in line, Mark Newell, but Harris is run out by a direct hit.
That's outstanding work. Oh.
The question is, was it the right call from Mark Newell? Sussex boys really celebrating vociferously. May have been Tom Clark, the subfielder, who actually threw the stumps down at the bowler's end. Whether we can get a different angle on that from one of our wide angle cameras, but Harris has to walk away having got to 37, so both Gloucestershire's openers getting into the 30s.
I think he's hurt his arm as well. He's holding his arm gingerly walking off the pitch there.
He's got his bat tucked under his left arm, his helmet under his right arm, and Harris walks away, and it will say against his name, run out. And this is an awkward little spell, about 20 minutes for Miles Hammond. Sussex, in a way, the 2 Gloucestershire wickets that have fallen today, they've not been got out, have they?
No, there's no real need for that, but it looked extremely tight. Mark Newell didn't get into a good position either. He wasn't side onto the stumps, he was on the move running around. And I'd like to have another look at this from side on if we can get that, because
that might take James a few minutes to...
Yeah, it might do, but let's see if we can have another look at it straight on anyway and see.
So Hammond at the non-striker's end, because Bracey was running.
It was Harris's call.
It was Harris's call towards the keeper. 99 for 2. And they've got a new batsman to bowl 2, but not just at the moment. McAndrew to Bracey. That was off outside half of the bat too. Maybe at the end of the over, James, have another look at that. Is that all right? He's nodding. James Healy looking after us camera-wise, as ever. We wouldn't have it any other way.
Here we go. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, I think
McAndrew doesn't get through his deliveries very quickly, so... See, haste is not always the right call. Thought was there. McAndrew to Bracey, punch that down the ground. That should go for 4. There's a chase on for Crocombe. He won't hold it in, and Gloucestershire's 100 is up. 100 for 2. And Bracey to 20. And when you've got 4.55
Here we go.
on the board, someone's got to play a big innings, and Harris won't do it. A little bit slow to set off. And Tom Clark with the direct hit. We might try and slow that down for one more look, and appreciate that the umpire only sees it once. McAndrew again to Bracey.
Harris had to circumnavigate.
Can't force it past the man at mid-off.
He had to circumnavigate McAndrew there. I mean, McAndrew is well within his rights. Doesn't have to move. But if you have a look at this, Harris has to run around him.
He's a little slow to set off there. It's a tight one. Bracey waits and pulls that. That's quite short from McAndrew out to deep square. Tom Clark remains on the field at the moment. I'm not sure who it was who went off actually. But 104 for 2. You can see that the deficit is still 352. The target initially is 306 to avoid being asked to follow on. We're going to see James Coles for the first time.
7th bowler used.
With his slow left arm. So Carson 5 overs for 19. Not a lot happening for him. So this will be orthodox from Coles. Over the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah, he'll be turning the ball back into Bracey and Hammond. Not got up. Bracey just smothering it.
Is there an increasing danger here in playing back, do you think? Increasing risk?
Yeah. I think they're nervous about pushing forward and the ball turning back into them and popping into the hands of short legs. It's good cap. Didn't see this from Teteshwar Pujara. Bracey drives firmly, only to find Jack Carson there at cover point. And that's one is worked backwards. Then you get one. Carson doing the fielding.
So Hammond to face his first ball. And he's taking off stump as well, Dan.
Yep, he is. Taking off stump, you can get your pads outside the line, probably. You move your feet.
As long as he doesn't have any idea about playing any reverse sweeps.
News from across the city in other sports. Bristol City are 1-0 down to Burnley. Coles.
Must be half time there.
Yeah.
Rovers are at Peterborough today, as we found out yesterday when looking across towards the Memorial Stadium.
That is the over. I thought it was the over.
One thing with if we do have at some stage Coles and Carson bowling, Sussex will rattle through their overs and really made the point about their penalty, if that's the right phrase, for being too slow last week.
Yeah. So Sussex just 1 wicket away from a bowling point, which would give them 6 in the game. Gloucestershire have only got 1 bonus point so far in this game. And it's crucial, if they want to get something out of this, that these two get some runs between them.
Looks as though Surrey will be batting again. Warwickshire only trail by 4 now. Ed Barnard's 49 not out at Edgbaston, but they're still 127 for 8 in their second innings, so it's liable to be a very small total. And Middlesex need 33 to beat Kent, and they're 53 for 1, and they're needing another 33 to win.
This will probably be the last over before tea.
McAndrew into Bracey's quite wide there, but the umpire's finger's gone up and Bracey looks aghast. He's been given out LBW. McAndrew bowling from quite wide on the crease, and Mark Newell's finger's gone up, and Bracey has to walk back, and it's another start that hasn't been converted. Or was it on the, what was that on? Bounce, do you think that Bracey misjudged that?
Well, it nipped back. It nipped back a long way, and he's coming around the wicket. Let's have another look at this, if we can. And I think James Bracey might feel a little bit aggrieved about this one, because if you're a right arm around the wicket, you've got to be pitching that ball on the stumps and straightening it up. Because if it breaks back, the chances are it's either going to be hitting you outside the line or going down.
McAndrew's got the decision from umpire Newell. He's had a couple of key decisions to make in the last 20 minutes. One over Harris's run out, and now one over an LBW. And Graham van Buren coming out at number 5. Remember, Gloucestershire's first target is 306, so they still need another 201 to avoid being asked to follow on.
Here we go, let's have a look at this. He's very wide on the crease.
Bracey's not very far forward there, that's the one thing you say. Umpire only sees it once. Van Buren with McAndrew now coming over the wicket to the right-hander, and he's caught. First ball by James Coles, and McAndrew is on a hat-trick. It's low, but it's clean, and that's a smart catch. Van Buren didn't wait for the umpire. And what did you say, Dan? This might be the last over before tea. It definitely will now. And in fact, Miles Hammond is coming off. So we're going to start after tea with Nathan McAndrew on a hat-trick, and Gloucestershire are 4 down, and from a position where they appeared to be in relatively little bother, suddenly the board has changed very quickly. Harris and Dent, a decent start. 66 for the first wicket, and 99 for 1 not 15 minutes ago, when Marcus Harris was run out by Tom Clark for 37, direct hit at the bowler's end. Then in this over, Bracey LBW to McAndrew for 22, and Van Buren called at second slip by Coles for naught. Funny game, cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it suddenly turns, doesn't it, on one mistake there from Marcus Harris. And, you know, it does suddenly turn, and Sussex now have got a real chance of winning this, and Gloucestershire have to bat well now to save the game. And how many bonus points they're going to pick up out of it? From going at 99 for 1, they're looking at 4, maybe 5 batting bonus points. Now they'll be looking at, can we get 1 or 2 perhaps? So
Unless they get 2, they'll be following on.
Exactly. So this
Ollie
game,
Price probably on the hat-trick ball after tea.
yeah,
Tea is being taken now. We'll be back with you in a little over 15 minutes. But Sussex 4.55 for 5 declared, and Gloucestershire apparently serenely progressing with just the loss of Chris Dent to that drag on from Crocombe for 32 at 99 for 1, and they've now lost 3 wickets for just 5 runs within sight of the tea interval.
Yep.
Join us for the resumption shortly before 4:20.
Welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium here, where Gloucestershire have had a flurry of wickets just before tea, started by Marcus Harris running himself out really, and then James Bracey getting adjudged LBW off the bowling of Nathan McAndrew, and then Graham Van Buren going first ball, snaffled at slip by James Coles off the same bowling, and Gloucestershire now have a fight on their hands to save this game.
They still need 201 to avoid the follow-on.
Ollie Price has come to the wicket. He's going to be on a hat-trick. And game on, Ian.
Yes, didn't look like that 15 minutes ago. Serene, reasonably serene progress. Yes, Chris Dent had gone, having dragged a ball from Crocombe onto his stumps, but Sussex didn't appear to be creating a vast amount. And even when Harris was out, it felt as if that was a kind of a self-inflicted blow in a way, and James Healy has tried really carefully to slow down that single that Harris took and Tom Clark's throw, and it's really not of a quality that we can show you on the stream, but Harris does look as if he's just short. It's a tight call, but it does look as if he's just short. Now then, so the hat-trick ball is Nathan McAndrew to Ollie Price. They've got 4 slips, still 39 overs to go in the day after this one. So 4 slips and a man at short mid-wicket. So McAndrew's hat-trick ball to Ollie Price, and he's steered that away for a single on the off. So in fact, they might even get 2. They're going to stick at 1, and Pujara does the fielding. But yeah, McAndrew brought back by Sussex just before tea, and it's been a productive bowling change.
Certainly has, Ian. It certainly has.
Get you up to date with matters elsewhere at the end of the over. I can tell you that Will Porterfield would appreciate this. Orla Prendergast, who is the Irish overseas who plays for the Western Storm, has got a century today in their game against the Thunder at Cardiff, and they are heading towards what seems is a very comfortable win there. Details about that in a moment. Here's McAndrew round the wicket to Hammond, so neither he or Price had a run to their name when play resumed. I thought I'd give you that Western Storm situation at the moment because they're closing in on victory. They're 190 for 2. They only need 25 more to win in 14 overs. Prendergast has 112, and Fran Wilson is with her on 61. So very good start by the Storm. They dismissed the Thunder for 214 earlier today. Here's McAndrew in again to Hammond, bat and pad close together.
Miles Hammond feels like he's been out there for ages. He's having faced 3 balls. He's, came to the crease, 22 minutes before tea, and obviously 20 minutes for the tea interval as well. So, he's been not out, having faced 1 ball for 42 minutes.
Elsewhere, Durham have won in the 2nd division today by an innings and 7 runs against Derbyshire.
See, Middlesex don't need many either. I think they need about 15 or so.
Yeah, I'll give you the scores from the other 2 games that are heading towards a result today. McAndrew staying around the wicket, and Hammond works that very fine down to Sean Hunt. Left-handed thrower, so he gets his throw away quickly. It's not a particularly tidy one, but 1 more to the total. McAndrew will take his cap after an over which was split by the tea and 12, but which contained 2 wickets, and his overall bowling figures now 10 overs, 2 for 34, and Gloucestershire 106 for 4, need exactly 200 to avoid the follow-on. It will be left-arm spinner James Coles to continue from this end, and I'll give the scores down as and when an appropriate break in play arises.
Yeah, so Hammond there taking off stump to James Coles. Here he is over the wicket. And Hammond plays that back to him.
So the short form is that Surrey need 11 to beat Warwickshire. That's the chase.
Coles over the wicket. Oh, I think that's a drop catch. That's come off the outside edge of Hammond's bat, and that's Allsop at first slip. Has that carried? Let's have a look at this in slow-mo. Yes.
Just.
Oh, and another one off the outside edge. He's going to get 4 runs for that. But James Coles is bowling really well here. And this pitch has suddenly gone from being very placid to
I'm
looking
not
like it's
sure
got a few
that turned that
snakes
much.
in it.
I don't think that turned that
I think
much.
he's just played down the wrong line, hasn't he? Coles. That's better from Hammond.
Surrey will resume needing 11 to win, and Middlesex need 21 to win after tea with 9 wickets in hand.
Coles throws that one up. Hammond drives firmly. Pujara diving away.
That's against Kent at Lord's. So in this round of games, there are 5 games, and 3 of them look like they'll finish today.
A little bit of aerial traffic going overhead. Hammond using his feet. Can only play that out to Crocombe at mid-on. That completes the over. So, Nelson, 111 for 4. Miles Hammond on 5. Ollie Price on 1.
In the other game in the second division that isn't going to finish today, Glamorgan 380 for 7. Very, very patient batting between Chris Cook and Michael Neser. Michael Neser 72 not out, Chris Cook 83 not out, and they have put on 155 for the 8th wicket against Leicestershire. They still trail by 27. It's a good effort from a long way behind there. They could have easily not achieved the follow-on target. You over from McAndrew to Ollie Price, and still with 3 slips in, punched up to mid-on, and that's Crocombe there. I'd say our emails remain open. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. James will put the graphic up in a minute. There it is. If you want to get in touch, perhaps some thoughts about the day's play, whatever you've seen. Perhaps if you were with us when Will Porterfield was with us earlier on, what he had to say. McAndrew into Ollie Price, who defends, and other Sussex recipes will be directly to Mr. Dan Whiting.
Oh, I've just had my Sussex smoky and my Sussex pond pudding for my tea. Don't know what you had in.
I was just checking some of the madness that's happening in some of the other sports around the country today. There are 1 or 2 very odd scores. McAndrew in bright sunshine over the wicket, and Ollie Price, who stands tall and probably has as big a job here as he's faced batting in the middle order. Sometimes Gloucestershire have gone into games where they've batted first, then been behind and had to rescue things in the 3rd innings, but here, this is a first innings situation where they are, in the matter of 15 minutes, now on the back foot. Price punches that down the ground against fielded at mid-on.
Elegant batsman, Ollie Price, isn't he? One to watch for the future. Dale Benkenstein's obviously seen something he likes the look of. There,
and he can do everything because he's a good fielder, and you've got his off spin as a stand, what I would call a stand breaker option as well.
Yeah.
McAndrew, having bowled consistently round the wicket to the left-handers, now very much over the wicket to the right-handers, and Price again stands tall.
I don't think Gloucester fans should be worried, though. I mean, you got Tom Price, who's averaging nearly 200 this season. He's coming in down the order. Jack Taylor, Zafar Gohar, Gloucestershire bat deep.
Though we were saying that from a bowling point of view, you felt you wanted an extra bowler when Sussex were batting. Now you might be grateful you've got an extra batter.
Yeah, just looking at a dog down there with one of those cones over its head.
Candrew into Ollie Price, gets right across that, plays it into the onside.
Just wondering whether you can get Sky Sports on that thing.
End of McAndrew's over. How many more has he got in this spell, I wonder? Having had a couple of wickets, he's probably been and had a 20-minute break with a cup of tea and a sandwich, or whatever players eat at tea. That's a very individual diet at tea, I would think.
Teas have changed in club cricket, haven't they, over the years? It's, you know, sometimes you used to get a ploughman's at tea, and that's gone completely. Coles over the wicket, and Hammond gets one past short leg, goes into the onside, and they pick up a single.
Can it be a ploughman's if there's no pickled onion?
Ooh.
Because
that's a moot point, Ian.
I just don't do pickled onion.
Do you not do?
No.
Do you like a ploughman's?
I like a ploughman's,
Yeah.
but the pickled onion would stay on the plate.
As a cricket tea, do you like a ploughman's? Or are you more of a relentless sarnie man?
I think most of the clubs that I went to when I played still did sandwiches. There were one or two clubs where you knew you get a healthy salad, not a healthy salad, but you get a plentiful salad.
Yeah.
I might say it would be healthy.
Yeah, I mean, it's changing, isn't it? There's lots of sort of like pasta dishes now at tea and stuff like that. It's all becoming a little bit too healthy for my liking. Here's Coles around the wicket. To Price, who defends that.
I should say that Alder Prendergast is out in the Western Storm Thunder match. He's out for 115, but only 18 required and 12 overs to get them, so it should be a double.
Coles around the wicket. Price lets that one go. There's a lovely club called Luton Town and Indians, which is the home club of Monty Panesar. Get a lovely tea there. Samosas, pakoras, onion bhajis. Price drives that one to short extra cover. There's lots of oohs and ahs coming from the slip cordon after tea there. Price pushes that one again. That completes the over. 112 for 4.
Yeah, Sussex started this last session with 39 overs and 4 balls, I think it was, to bowl. So they've got to whistle through these a bit. And having Coles on will not hinder that, because he's got a very short approach.
Yeah, he gets through him quickly. Ian Randall doesn't like that. He's on time and a half after 6:30.
Well, I hope the motorway will be quiet tonight going home. It was quiet last night. Tend to find the middle of a bank holiday, roads tend not to be too bad. McAndrew to continue to Hammond, who's got 6. He hasn't really got going yet, and Pujara tumbles to his right to stop. Attempted clip away through mid-wicket. He's on the single there. Well, you might argue he's there for the mistimed clip, actually, isn't he?
Jack Taylor and Tom Price with his pads on there, which is interesting. Maybe Zafar and Tom Price might be swapping places in the order after Price's ton at Worcester last week.
McAndrew with 3 steps around the wicket to Hammond. Again, just plays that almost dead weight out to Pujara. If you are a Gloucestershire supporter but find Championship cricket difficult to attend because of the time frame, don't forget that the T20 early bird offer ends next Friday, May the 5th, where tickets for individual matches from £15 So the only bird offer is, I think, for the T20 season ticket, but the individual tickets for individual games you can get until midday Wednesday for £15.
That's wonderful value, isn't it, Ian? It really is, considering, you know, certain clubs are charging quite a bit of money for T20 now. So
some clubs you can pay upwards of £30, I think.
Yeah. So
certainly on the day.
For Gloucestershire doing this for 15 quid, which you can get, you know, a number of tickets for that. It's
So
really good value.
In fact, if you go further than that, £133 will buy you a membership for all the white ball cricket at home this season. Hammond again defends out to Pujara. They're playing a little game between themselves, these three at the moment. So £133 will get you 7 home games. That's 11 days. 11 days cricket. 7 home games in the T20 and 4 home games in the One Day Cup, with 2 here and 2 at Cheltenham.
So what's that? That's about 12 quid a ticket.
Less than that.
Less than 12 quid a ticket. I mean, that is really good value, isn't it?
McAndrew in bright sunshine again to Hammond, who tries to force. It's a no ball, I think. Yes, it is called a no ball.
Gloucestershire fan Matthew Lee there in his shades.
That's the gentleman in the white replica shirt Dan's referring to. One of the keenest Gloucestershire supporters.
Here every day, every home game.
Middlesex and Surrey going to win almost simultaneously in the other matches. Hammond, a bit straighter this time. Well, there's any element here of trying to see McAndrew off, because he's caused more trouble than anybody else.
That's a hat and a half there. Look at that.
What's
that pink hat? Look at that.
Field change.
Fancy, would you wear one of those on the nightclubs of Gloucester on a Friday night, Ian?
That's not quite my colour. They've dropped Ali Orr back here, perhaps for the bluff for the short ball, and it's McAndrew's just fired one outside Hammond's off stump. So McAndrew's got through 12 overs here in all, 12 overs out of the 43 that Sussex have bowled. Used 7 bowlers already, so Cheteshwar Pujara really mixing things up after he dominated the Sussex innings. 455 for 5 declared. They got there for the last batting point in the last over with a 6 from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Pujara made 151. Ollie Carter 59 not out, and Hudson-Prentice 29 not out. And that really has put the squeeze on the game.
Coles around the wicket to Ollie Price.
Sussex were driving the game even before Gloucestershire batted, Dan, weren't they? And they're doing it even more now.
They were. There's the Thatcher's Bar on your TV. Here's James Coles. Thatcher's Bar, few patrons on the Hammond roof above it. Wonderful place to watch cricket from. Get your Thatcher's cider and go and watch the game from up there. That's short and wide, and Ollie Price puts that away. Nice shot. And warm applause. Sounds like Matthew Lee in my
I did think that
there.
was Matthew's voice, actually.
Yeah, he's one of the more vociferous supporters here.
He's got Michael Klinger's shirt on today. I mean, we've got a full set of those replica shirts. He had a Jack Taylor one on earlier in the week.
Coles to Ollie Price, schoolmates. Ollie Price a couple of years older than Coles, from Magdalen College in Oxford.
Coles batted well yesterday.
Did bat very well. That's well bowled. I think Ali Orr just has to be a little bit careful about encroachment here. He's very close on the offside. And I think he's got to be a little bit careful about encroaching onto the pitch.
His feet are not on the cut strip, and his shadow isn't on it either, because he's very low when Coles actually delivers the ball.
Yeah. There's a few more watching the game, enjoying the Saturday sunshine here in the West Country. Lovely place to watch cricket here in Bristol, isn't it, Ian?
Yes, and as Will Porterfield said when he was with us earlier today, very different from when he played with the Ashley Down Road End particularly open. Then the Jessup Tavern in its old form, then with the stand built around it in its new setup. And then ultimately, of course, that was knocked down for the development of the apartments at the Ashley Down Road end of the ground under Tom Richards, largely under Tom Richardson's time. It was all put together, that plan, and then delivered in that sort of early period just after Will Brown had been brought into the club. McAndrew, quite short this time, and Hammond gets up onto his toes and plays out on the leg side.
There's a gentleman who's enjoying his afternoon. Not sure if it's too much sun, too much cider, or just, you know, taking a break from the hustle and bustle of life.
Surrey have won by 9 wickets at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, that in the First Division. McAndrew, again, let go this time by Miles Hammond.
Keep the emails coming through to us. We want to hear from you. There's our address.
Both Hammond and Price are, I mean, Ollie doesn't have a first class 100 yet. Miles has, I think, 3 in all. But both need to be patient here without getting ultra bogged down. Because it's a long time to defend, and they're a long way behind. It's not as if Gloucestershire are, you know, ahead on the board and trying to eke out as many runs as they can in terms of a lead.
Yeah, I think it's cranking up out there. I think Mr. McAndrew's having a little word with Miles Hammond, and I think Miles Hammond might be responding back to him. We've had an email,
which Dan will read in a minute. Here's McAndrew into Hammond again, nearly got through, but Hammond down onto, almost on.
Jan Atwood from Chestertown in Maryland, in the good old United States of America, land of the free, home of the brave. And she's enjoying our coverage of the Sussex v Gloucestershire match, and a bit divided on loyalties.
McAndrew again to Hammond, that's short and pulled away in front of square. Ali All won't reach that, and that's gone for 4 away through mid-wicket. He's picked the gap there, and there's a bit of chat going on out there in the middle. Was that chat between McAndrew and Hammond, did you think?
Quite possibly, yeah. I think it's you know, good cricket this. Anyway, Jan carries on. So she's divided on loyalties. Born in Eastbourne in East Sussex, and spent the last 10 years that she was in the UK living in Cheltenham. Worked just along the road from Cheltenham College and walked past the cricket ground every day. So love seeing the pictures that we run on the show.
McAndrew again to Hammond, who thinks about 1, but there isn't a run there. Hunterton Prentice gets his throw in quickly.
She says that she wishes she could be back in the UK for a few weeks for the Cheltenham Cricket Festival, but alas, not this year. Well, Jan, you've got to come down.
Got to come down next year, haven't you? Anyway, thank you for your commentary, and well done, Sussex, for an excellent innings. Kind regards, Jan Atwood. Well, thank you for your email, Jan.
Getting a few emails from across the pond today.
Yeah?
Coles to continue. McAndrew's bowled 13 overs. The rest of the Sussex attack. Hunt has bowled 7. That was in 2 spells. Hudson Prentice has bowled 6. Haynes has bowled 5. Crocom's bowled 5. Carson's bowled 4. And now it's Coles into his 5th.
Coles around the wicket. Price leaves that alone. Seems to be a gentleman asleep with a newspaper on his head. There we go. What's that? What's going on? He's not asleep.
He's looking through his binoculars.
Coles to Price. He's looking through binoculars with...
You see, he's forgotten his hat. That's the thing.
Yeah, what's going on there?
He's folded his...
It's a handkerchief, isn't it?
He's folded something into a formation of a hat.
That's a dot ball.
Origami.
Yeah.
Where's Tony Hart when you need him?
Yeah. Coles around the wicket to Price, who drives that firmly to extra cover. Tom Haynes doing the fielding and nearly parries it past Crocombe at mid-off. And Price just clips that one square of the wicket. He's going to get just the one, I think. Yes, he does just get the one. There's the view across the ground to the car park.
Yes, you see the deficit there, still 331 overall.
Yeah. Hammond using his feet.
Dan, Sussex still with a lot of runs in the bank here, haven't they?
Certainly have. That completes the 46th over. 125 for 4. Miles Hammond on to 10. Ollie Price on 6. There's a few more in the crowd. There's Ruth Charville, lovely photographer. And their friends Jan and Bob, and I haven't seen Adrian Charville today. But he might have gone to go and get a refreshment.
McAndrew's a willing workhorse at the moment.
Yeah, he is.
Sussex started this Gloucestershire innings needing to bowl 78 overs today, so they've still got 32 left. Here we are at just gone 4:45, so I mean, in a sense, lovely evening to have to bowl those overs because there's not going to be any light issues that we can see.
Although that cloud has threatened to fill in a little bit over from the east there, isn't it?
You said that earlier, but it hasn't come to anything, and it's typical on a day when you say you might get a shower. Most places will miss them. Price tries to work that away. There's not going to be a second sharp single taken. If you weren't with us up until tea, Gloucestershire's progress to about 4:45, reasonably satisfactory. Just the 1 wicket down at that stage. Chris Dent dragging a ball from Henry Crocombe onto his off stump, and then 3 wickets in quick succession. Marcus Harris run out after a direct hit from Tom Clark, the sub-fielder, and then 2 wickets and 2 balls to this man, Nathan McAndrews. I've seen that edge, and that's dropped short of second slip.
He's played that well, Ollie Price there. Soft hands. And he hasn't pushed harder. He's allowed the ball to come to him, and that's why the ball hasn't carried there. If he'd have pushed at that would have carried through to the slip cordon. But he's actually played that with soft hands. So that's good cricket from Ollie Price.
Allsop, Coles and Carson. So the 3 slips for McAndrew. Still got the man in for the mistimed clip to mid-wicket, but McAndrew's bowling outside off stump here, and Ali Orr is quickly in. Western Storm have won by 6 wickets against the Thunder. Fran Wilson 74 not out, and Ola Prendergast with 115 at a runner ball. Just what you need in a long chase like that, batting at number 3. So they're off to a winning start, and they've got a game here on Monday, which I'm sure will be entertaining. McAndrew in, and Price defends.
I believe that's been covered on the stream as well, isn't it?
It is. You can watch it on the stream.
Yeah.
Middlesex have won by 9 wickets against Kent at Lords, and Surrey have won by 9 wickets against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. That in addition to Durham's win earlier today in the 2nd division. Both those 2 games, Edgbaston and Lords in the 1st division. In the 2nd division, Durham won today by an innings and 7 runs against Derbyshire. So I wonder how that leaves what you might call the live table. I'll look at that in a moment. Durham have 64 points. They've played 4 games. Price waits and nearly picks the gap on the leg side. Again, Hudson Prentice's round quickly, but they've got 64 points. Leicestershire have got 40 with a match still in progress. Worcestershire not playing in this round, 35. Sussex have 33. Glamorgan obviously playing in this round, 26. Gloucestershire 22. Yorkshire 21 from 3. Derbyshire 17 from 3. But Sussex setting the pace.
Certainly are, and Gloucestershire will want some points out of this, because when they miss out in a couple of weeks out that first round of games, they can find themselves at the foot of the table. Here's Coles over the wicket to the left-handed Hammond, who drives firmly but can only find Pujara extra cover.
To get his feet to the pitch of things there.
Coles to Hammond, who defends that one. Quite like Carter's keeping, actually. Quite like his glove work.
Interesting, we were talking about his batting earlier, and whether there was a
Coles to Hammond.
Whether there was a compensation for that, in the sense you take his runs, but you also take the fact that he might not be quite as tidy as an absolute out-and-out specialist, but so far, not the case.
Hammond using his feet to Coles. Yep, I like his batting, I like his keeping. I don't like his barber, but he looks a good cricketer. Coles over the wicket to Hammond, who punches that without any real timing out to the offside.
If James Coles bowls a quiet over here, he could be getting through it in about a minute and a half.
Yeah. And he will do, because Miles Hammond defends that one. 125 for 4.
And still McAndrew's going to... I mean, I suppose this is his first bowl in this game. Sussex know they'll be bowling tomorrow, but in order to get some dominance, if they haven't got it already, McAndrew is being used as both sort of strike bowler and stock bowler here. As long as his energy will keep him going. 125 for 4. Ollie Price waits, and again can't pierce the field. It's gone straight to Tom Haynes at short mid-wicket. 99 for 1 Gloucestershire were. Probably 15 minutes before tea, and then 3 wickets in 13 balls. Harris run out, Bracey LBW to McAndrew, and Van Buren caught at second slip, first ball off McAndrew. Ollie Price, after tea, survived the hat-trick delivery. Faces McAndrew now, and he's got an edge to that. And again, Price waits. He didn't believe, well, Sussex were very clear, they thought it was out. Ollie Price had a long wait, Well, there's a clear deviation, or certainly to my naked eye, and I'm sure to yours at home, there looked to be enough of a deviation there that wasn't caused by the ball moving, but Price has to go for 6, and Gloucestershire 125 for 5.
They were all pretty confident behind the stumps, weren't they?
Whether James can perhaps slow that one down and certainly play it again at normal pace, but it was one of those what looked like a big edge in terms of the where the ball moved to after it passed the bat. And here is Jack Taylor walking out at number 7.
Now I wonder if we'll see, because Jack Taylor likes to put ball to bat, doesn't he? Or bat to ball. And I wonder if we'll see a proper counter-attacking innings here from Jack Taylor, or whether he'll grind it out.
I think they're too far behind at the moment for that. If it was 225 for 5, then 75 needed, possibly. But when you need 175 to get, up to the follow-on total, 181 actually, but I think it's too far behind for me.
I don't know. I think Jack Taylor might, look to get on with it. I think Zafar Gohar plays that way, and I think Tom Price plays that way. So I wonder if Gloucestershire might try and counter-attack here, because, if you can get bogged down, I think it's sometimes you allow the bowlers to dictate terms to you. Here we go.
Sussex are right on top here, and we are going to eventually, maybe not until the end of the over, going to have a look at that Ollie Price dismissal. But Taylor with McAndrew to come to bowl to him, and he's driven that pleasantly away through mid-off. There's a chase for Crocombe, and he'll pick up a single off. He's off the mark straight away, not getting stuck on naught. I mean, because Sussex have a lot of runs to play with, they are attacking and there are some holes. And they're trying to entice Gloucestershire to play that. So here is the Ollie Price dismissal. And to me, that ball, it's very quick decision by Mark Newell.
They all seem quite happy in the slip cordon. And
Ollie Price, I'm not sure whether he said anything. I don't think he said anything. But he certainly waited a long time, even after umpire Newell has raised his finger. So Hammond on 10 with a lot to do. That's a short one. Tennis ball bounce from McAndrew. Outside the off stump, he's got 3 for 43. And Gloucestershire, who started the day with, down the nose saying, right, 78 overs to bat. Could they get to somewhere close to 250 by the end? Well, I'll have to really turn this innings round to get to that stage. Oh, that's a real short one. Does that come off the grill?
No, off
the
the
shoulder.
Glove, I think.
Shoulder? Off his shoulder here. Here's a slow-mo of McAndrew's bounce. Yes, it's come off sort of off the front of his shoulder, isn't it?
Off the bicep, yeah. I tell you what though, McAndrew, 14 overs, 3 for 43 on a pitch that we called docile yesterday. That's a fair effort, isn't it? It really is.
He's taken on the responsibility, the mantle, if you like, of trying to break this top order.
Yeah, one overseas with the bat, one with the ball. And they've got a certain Mr. Steve Smith arriving next week as well.
Alior's just been moved in front of square on the leg side. Again, that could be the double bluff for the Yorker. In the end, it's just a good length ball, a bit leg side. And or does the fielding? McAndrew again takes his hat. Still no sign of a sweater for him, so it's a long old stint this, but it's one that's put Sussex right on top in the game, and Gloucestershire with a lot to do. Zafar Gohar and Tom Price at 8 and 9 obviously contributed a lot with the bat, both last season in Zafar's case and in Tom's case at Worcester in the last championship game, and then beyond them Ajit Singh Dale and Marchant Delanga.
Coles bowling over the wickets to the left-handed Miles Hammond, who defends stoutly.
Elsewhere, Bristol City 1, Burnley 2, full time in the championship.
Coles, that looked like the arm ball there, and Hammond picks it and drives it handsomely through the covers, and they'll just settle for 2. Jack Taylor, as we said earlier, missed all of yesterday. Wasn't even on the ground, he was in bed. Not particularly well.
Bristol Rovers still playing at Peterborough. It's 0-0 on the screen that I'm looking at.
Coles to Hammond.
And for supporters in the Gloucestershire supporters in the north of the county, Forest Green 0, Oxford 3. So Oxford taking a step towards safety.
Coles. Hammond defends.
And Wickham 0, Cheltenham 3. So a away win for the Robins after a bad defeat at Oxford in midweek.
There'll be a few Sussex fans who are Brighton fans who had a rather good start to the game as Coles comes in.
They've beaten Wolves by 6 goals to 0 today.
It's not been a bad day if you like sport in Sussex, has it?
And in League 2, Crawley, they're 0-0 with Walsall. Crawley just about safe.
So that means Hartlepool are down as Coles comes in.
I thought Hartlepool won today, but I think that means that if Crawley draw, I think Hartlepool are relegated. I think mathematically that is correct. We'll confirm as the 2 full times. Well, in fact, the Rovers one is a full time now, so Peterborough 0, Bristol Rovers 0 full time. Quite a few odd scores around. I think McAndrew may be going for a breather. It's a good stint from him either side of tea. Remember, tea was taken at 4 o'clock, so he's bowled for 40 minutes since tea, and he was bowling for probably 20 minutes before tea. That's a long stint. And the change is the return of Henry Crocombe. At the far end, the Ashley Down Road end. Three slips still in. Crocombe to Jack Taylor.
When you were reading out the results, you failed to mention that in the game of the day, the United Arab Emirates beat Oman by 2 runs by Duckworth Lewis.
And just one other score I should give you. Gloucester City, for supporters in the north of the county, have got into the National League North playoffs. Jack Taylor edges that away by winning on the last day of the season. They've got in by 2 goals on goal difference.
Wow.
So there are 3 teams finished on the level points, and their goal difference was the best of the 3 by 2. So they will now go into a
Now,
into that playoff section. They will go to Brackley, I think.
they must do some travelling in that league. I'm
Yeah,
looking
there's
there.
some long trips.
Scarborough, Spennymoor, Darlington.
Yeah,
That's a long way from Gloucester.
it is. It is. But they're in, so they'll have to go to Brackley on Tuesday, I believe. I don't think they've ever reached the National League North playoffs before, so that'll be the first time for them.
I was looking at the Conference South, and one of the sides from there are going to have to go and play in the northern side.
Taylor again defends to Crocombe. Just looking at this, I know there was
And it looks like Oxford City or Bishop Stortford.
somebody's. Well, Oxford City are in the playoffs themselves, so they could go up anyway.
So that will mean Bishop
And,
Stortford.
At the bottom, their Dulwich Hamlet have ended up going down, because that means that Weymouth, where obviously people from this part of the world might see it was one of their holiday destinations, they've stayed up on the last day as well. Jack Taylor again defends. Sussex still got 28 overs to bowl tonight. They won't get a second new ball today because they started with 78 overs, so to be bowled, but they'll have a second new ball in the morning, and that'll give them an extra burst of encouragement potentially. Crocombe to Jack Taylor, off the hip down towards Sean Hunt. And Jack Taylor has proved in the past that he can play the sort of resilient, defiant kind of knock. It's not always that really aggressive counter-attack that you tend to associate with him. But 130 for 5 is a challenging old situation.
And we've got Alex Owen and Patrick Healy watching at home in Yeovil.
Crocombe round the wicket to Hammond and can't get through there. So the end of a first over from a new spell. Hammond defends it back up the pitch. There's the overall situation in the game as regards the Gloucestershire innings. Still 27 overs to go on the day. The run rate is modest, as you would expect, with so many runs on the board for Sussex. Gloucestershire really, it was about batting long in this first innings, and if they're to do that, then these two have got to stick around for a while, more than a while, and Zafar Gohar and Tom Price have got to lend the sort of support they did at Worcester to rescue that first innings there, albeit from 45 for 7. They still ended up getting, was it 231, I think, in the first innings?
Yep, certainly have. I'm sure the Healy boys be off to watch Yeovil later on. A game against Boreham Wood. As a Barnet fan who are likely to have Boreham Wood in the playoffs next week, if you could get a couple sent off, I'd be most obliged. Coles around the wicket to Jack Taylor, who cuts but can only find, I think that's Crocombe there at backward point.
Still not sure. I mean, Will Porterfield said that Zafar, there was a little bit of spin out there, but it's very slow, isn't it? That's the thing.
Taylor defends, yeah. However, Gloucestershire will be disappointed on this wicket to be 130 for 5, and their batting has not fired in the first innings of any game this season so far. That's down the leg side. Taylor attempting to sweep. Don't know why they're appealing. I'm not sure that would have hit another set of stumps.
Coles really does whistle through his overs, doesn't he?
Yeah. Taylor, late cut, delicate. And that's going to be a big chase. And Crocombe is quick and just about hauls that back at the second attempt inside the rope. He's a good fielder, Crocombe.
They took 2, but he saved 2 runs with a dive and a bit of a scrambly stop.
Yeah. Yeah, a couple of these lads are very, very quick across the ground. Coles to Taylor. Taylor defends. Crocombe's quick. Coles is quick. Coles got a good pair of hands as well. That's a good catch, Graham Van Buren.
move Ali Orr over to the offside for Jack Taylor.
On ball, well bowled. And that's defended with the arm ball.
Nathan McAndrews just trotting off here.
What we see often is Coles bowling an orthodox left arm spin, so like that, with the ball pitching and going away from the right hander. With the arm ball, he's actually bowling it like you would an in-swinger, and it just goes straight on with the arm and tucks up Jack Taylor for room a little bit.
Talking of the in-swinger, did you see there was a clip I saw last night of a wicket, a caught and bowled by Kemar Roach in the current championship game? Absolutely outstanding catch.
No, I didn't see that.
It's him on the follow through, taking a caught and bowled off a ball that comes back an awfully long way.
Right.
And he's diving to take the catch. It was a really good effort. Crocombe persisting with this around the wicket approach to the left-handers. Sussex clearly bowling to a strategy with the left-handers here, aren't they? I mean, I think Hudson Prentice might have bowled one over the wicket to the left-handers in his one spell at the pavilion end. And other than that, virtually every delivery to the left-handers come from around the wicket.
Yeah.
Parnell in his sun hat as Crocombe comes past him, and that's direction wise probably a little bit wider than he wants to be, but he's making Hammond think about playing it, and this is a test of concentration for these two Gloucestershire batters now. You mentioned to Will Porterfield about almost Dent and Harris setting off without looking at the scoreboard at the start of the innings, and almost that's what this pair also have to do. Short from Crocombe, taken by Ollie Carter, who was busy when he came to the wicket today. Came out at the start at 11 o'clock, with Coles having been out last night, and made 59 not out in good time.
Coles just threw that to Tom Haynes at mid-on there, straight out of the sun. Haynes has lost it, almost hit him on the head, and he's ducked out of it at the last minute. And that's why the ball went down to almost the boundary down there.
Two slips and a fine gully for Crocombe. Staying around the wicket, and Hammond almost drags that on too. It's gone down to Sean Hunt at fine leg. So the Gloucestershire card, which might get James to put up perhaps in full at the end of the over, has 3 starts at the top, and then none of those 3 going on to a big score.
25 overs left in the day after this one.
Crocombe to Jack Taylor. High backlift, of course, from Jack. We've seen that over the years. Just plays that quietly out to Tom Clark, the subfielder, on the onside. 133 for 5. That last run not yet on the board in front of you. 14 to Hammond and 3 to Jack Taylor. This in reply to 455 for 5 declared. If you're joining us at this stage in the day, I think you might just enjoy an hour or so. A bit more than that to go.
Yeah, I think quite a lot more. Hammond defends, Coles the bowler. Yeah, I think there's 25 overs left in the day. I think we're looking at, what time is it now? 5:15. I think we're looking about 6:45 finish. Hammond defends. Depends how long Coles bowls for, because he rattles through his overs.
Yeah, these two have probably got to get to stumps, Dan, haven't they? Do you think?
I mean, that would be the ideal scenario, but you know, I think they'd be happy seeing out the next 10 overs. Coles to Hammond, who doesn't play that properly. Just a reminder that the Western Storm, as Ian said, have won by 6 wickets with 8 overs to spare. The next match on Monday here, 10:30. And a little bit of air there by Coles. That's well bowled. That beats everyone. That beats Hammond, beats Carter, and runs away for 4 byes. But he threw that one up above the eye line. That's really good bit of bowling there from the youngster. And that's come out the footholes. Poor Carter, I don't think had much of a chance there. But you can get your tickets for the Western Storm game. You can get tickets on sale from glossccc.co.uk. A little bit flatter, fired in by Coles. Yeah, you can get your tickets. Get them from the club website, and should be a decent occasion. Hammond defends. I mean, you know, Bank Holiday Monday here in Bristol, sun shining. Bit of cricket.
Forecast is reasonable for Monday. That should also, probably the biggest event, possibly biggest crowd possibly in sport today. In the Women's Six Nations Rugby, England 38, France 33 at Twickenham. A lot of representation in the West Country in the England team, so congratulations to the girls who've won the championship there. Here, Jack Taylor out to Tom Clark, the subfielder. He's on for Nathan McAndrew at the moment. And Glamorgan up at Leicester have actually got their noses in front. That's a tremendous effort from where they were. Taylor drives from his crease pleasantly up to mid on to Pujara. They were 225 for 7, Glamorgan, in reply to 407 all out. That was when Chris Cook and Michael Nisa joined forces, and they've added 193 for the 8th wicket. Cook has 100 and Nisa has 89, and they're still there, and they've now got Glamorgan into a lead of 11. So that's almost going to become almost a one innings match perhaps tomorrow, if the two captains feel like making a game of it with a declaration. Crocombe into Taylor, that's short. Taylor, he was in T20 mode there for a moment in terms of attacking that ball. Being tempted by the short one. We'll be looking at Glamorgan's record 8th wicket stand soon. If that's actually a record for it might be a record against Leicestershire, that's for sure. So Cook with 103 not out, and then Nisa on 89, so a century each would be quite something. Well, actually, Chris Cook's been a good bat for Glamorgan over his time at the club, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, but Nisa as well. I mean, there's some good Australian sort of pros around, aren't there, around the county circuit?
Crocombe. In again to Jack Taylor. And you've got Alior's, he's quite close there on the leg side, so you've got to have sharp reflexes. And that was just taken on the bounce. There's the overall position in that Gloucestershire first innings, 137 for 5. You see the total deficit 318. The target is to get to 306. That would avoid the follow-on and effectively save the match. But while they're still short of that, I mean, it would feel to be asking a lot for Sussex to take another 15 wickets in a day plus 23 overs, but they have to believe they can at least put some pressure on.
They'll plug away. Here's Coles. Oh, what's happened there? I think the ball's maybe spat out of those footmarks there. And Hammond uses his feet, drives through the covers. Not sure that's going to go all the way. Yes, it just about sneaks over the rope. And that takes the pressure off just slightly. Hammer moves on to 18, 141 for 5. I was saying there's some good Australian pros around. I mean, Nathan McAndrew today. Seen him. Michael Neser. Peter Siddle at Somerset. Peter Hanscom got runs at Leicestershire, New County.
Right, I'm thinking he's now playing for. He's played for 4 different counties: Gloucestershire,
Yorkshire,
Middlesex,
and was he at Durham for a bit as well?
There aren't many people who've played for 4.
Pushed into the offside there by Hammond. I think it might be 5. I think he might have been at Durham as well.
It was very unusual for, if you turn the clock back, well, a generation, very unusual for a player to play for more than 1.
Hammond defends. Yeah, I mean, Hanscom, he didn't do the business at Middlesex, unfortunately, but as a captain, very shrewd. And I think we described him on the podcast as a bloke. He's very popular in the dressing room. Short, pulled away, and that's going to be 4 runs. Cole's just maybe getting a little bit tired there, and giving Miles Hammond a long hop, which he dispatches, 145 for 5. Yeah, Peter Hanscom is supposed to be one of the really top guys in cricket. The Don Bradman of blokes.
Coles has bowled 10 overs in this innings, which isn't a lot, but I suppose at his age, it isn't the fatigue as much as the intensity of competition at first class level, particularly when you're still a teenager, which he is. So 10 overs for 23 he's bowled. That was probably only one of a couple of really poor deliveries, but the work has been shared out amongst the other Sussex bowlers, with McAndrew taking on the bulk of it, and Jack Taylor's gone. Caught by Allsop, off Crocombe, and another Gloucestershire wicket goes down, and Sussex, well, they'll be conscious of the lower order prowess of Gloucestershire here, but 145 for 6, and that was an orthodox slip catch, and Allsop might have missed a difficult one off Coles earlier, but he wasn't going to miss that. Yeah,
Gloucestershire are in deep trouble here, and you spoke about these two staying together till the close. You know, they'll be quite happy, I think, if they've got any first innings wickets intact at the close, because they are staring down and follow on and having a rather difficult day tomorrow. And it's supposed to be cloudy skies here, and Bristol can be one of those grounds where you look up and not down, and if the overheads are, you know, in place, the ball could do a little bit tomorrow, and it could be a rather difficult batting day. Anyway, here comes to the wicket the man of the moment. 100 last week at Worcester, 55 and 27, both undefeated in the previous game against Glamorgan, and he's averaging nearly 200 this season. Welcome to the crease, Tom Price.
Very different situation though. For
Very
him
different.
in this game. Jack Taylor in for nearly half an hour. I appreciate that he may not have felt 100% after his illness yesterday. But Tom Price promoted above Zafar Gohar to number 8.
Yeah.
Looks around the field as if he's going to play the sort of knot that he played last week, which was a run a ball 100. Better than a run a ball 100 actually.
He's got a job to do here though.
But this is not a parallel situation. Crocombe to Price, who's drawn forward, squeezes it out to Finn Hudson-Prentice. This has not developed as we thought today. A very straightforward catch to Alsop from Jack Taylor. That's...
Tell you what, Sussex bowlers, they're not as quick as the Gloucestershire attack, but they're getting the ball to carry, aren't they?
Crocombe got a whippy action and asking about an LBW. That's a bit high. Thigh pad, I think. Miles Hammond, as Dan's been saying, he's faced 60 balls. He was out in the middle well before the tea interval, and he's going to come down and have a senior pros kind of chat with Tom Price there. It looks as if it was going to be a day where the bat was going to be so much on top, and it hasn't worked out like that at all. And the catalyst seemed to be that direct hit from Tom Clark for Harris's run out. That appeared to be the tipping point for Sussex, almost as if they got some energy out of that. It was an unexpected wicket and a big wicket.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Crocombe with a short leg in as well as 2 slips, bowls a bouncer to Tom Price, which he ducks underneath.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can look at that middle order with Van Buren getting a golden duck, Ollie Price getting 6, Jack Taylor getting 3. But the guys at the top were set. You know, Harris, Dent, Bracey, 37, 32, 22. You know, someone's got to go and convert that into a big score, especially when you're chasing 4-5-5 and you want first innings points. Someone has to go big.
Crocombe to Tom Price, who tried to pull that away through mid-wicket, and he would have been out there too with a direct hit. He's pulled it into the gap. He hasn't timed it. Set off for the single, and if that had been a direct hit at the bowler's end, Price was a long way short. That could easily have been 146 for 7. Thankfully, the throw missed, I think, from Tom Haynes. I wonder if James can show us that last delivery where Price is running to the far end, but I think he'd almost given up.
Tom Clark again. Tom Clark on as a sub. So Tom Price is about to face James Coles. A couple of Oxfordshire lads here going head to head. Coles around the wicket. That's gone down. It's going down. Going down. Arm ball though. Quicker ball as well from Coles.
Yeah, it probably is going down the leg side, but not by much.
No. Here's Coles. Price gets forward there. Defends that into the onside.
Not a bad ball to bowl to somebody who's just come in, hasn't got their feet moving yet.
Price again.
Quite an open stance too, Tom Price. We were talking about Pujara being absolutely square on yesterday, and Tom Price's stance is quite square.
Coles to him, and he works that one off the back foot. They're going to get only the one. No need to take any risks there. Jack Carson doing the fielding and hurls it into the gloves of Ollie Carter.
I've one near thing since Price has come in already. Did you think he would have been out if Clark had hit?
Yeah. He was, I don't
absolutely.
think he's even in the frame.
Looked a long way short to me.
Now, Coles is going to stay around the wicket to the left-handed Miles Hammond for the first time. So let's see what we can do. He'll be looking to chuck that one into the dirt, into the rough. That one just goes straight on with the arm. Coles. Hammond lets that one go.
He's
that completes the over.
He's trying to get one into a foot mark there to straighten, isn't he?
Yeah.
Probably.
And then
the second stride on the follow through.
And then if it does straighten, you know, then it plants a seed of doubt, and you've got the one that then goes straight on with the arm and brings Carter and the slip into play.
Right. Ari Carvelas is coming out as a 12th man here for Sussex. So have they got two subs on the field, or is he replacing? No, Tom Clark is also out there.
I think McAndrew's off.
So McAndrew's already off the field. So who else has gone off, I wonder? We'll see. That may just be a brief change. But Tom Price taking strike and also taking a fresh guard against Henry Crocombe.
Is it Hudson Prentice?
Crocombe in, and Price has pulled that into the leg side. He's cleared the two men in short, both the short leg and the mid wicket, and it's hoovered up on the mid wicket boundary. They still get a single. I think you might say his best way of batting securely is to bat in his natural way.
Yeah, I
here,
do.
Tom
I
Price.
agree. I think him and Zafar.
rather than really try and go into his shell, if he sees a ball that is a poor one, well, don't miss out. Ultimately, Gloucestershire do still have to score at least another 159. Crocombe round the wicket to Miles Hammond.
Yeah, I think both should counter-attack. I really do. I think it's time to, you know, a lot of cricket is about not letting the opposition dictate to you, isn't it? And I think that if Tom Price can spread the field here a little bit, I think it, you know, as we said, you make your own luck sometimes, and if you reduce it down to one slip and one goes at a catchable height through second slip, I think you've made your own luck in a certain respect.
Well, Sussex are just, Pujara's changing the field on the leg side here, so he's got a man out at long leg, almost on the rope. He's got a deep square, 3 parts of the way out. He's got a mid wicket for the miscue, and he's got a slightly deeper short leg. And again, that's back of a length, well back of a length from Crocombe. And they're perhaps thinking here that Tom Price might spoon one up in the air. I think that's seems to be the thinking. They've got only 2 men in front of square on the offside, and arguably Pujara's covering a massive area at mid-off. That's a bit further pitched up by Henry Crocombe. Tom Smith this time defends. Hammond now the second top scorer. Sorry, third top scorer. 30s from both the openers. Hammond has passed Bracey's 22. Crocombe again, into Tom Price, who defends. Took the view that 45 for 7 was a counter-attack situation at Worcester last week. That was in the first innings. There's the... That's... He certainly makes a big noise with those gloves, Ollie Carter. And he crouches now as Crocombe comes in again. That's a short one. And Tom Price ducks underneath it. So Gloucestershire either side of tee here, and in 59 overs thus far, 149 for 6 in reply to 455 for 5 declared. You could still see the deficit, 306 overall. Crocombe has 2 wickets, 1 in this spell. Overall he's taken 2 for 18. McAndrew's taken 3 for 44, and Marcus Harris was run out. But Sussex are still, I think, as much for overrate as anything else, are persisting with spin at the pavilion end.
Yeah, quite possibly.
We might see Carson, I think, before too long as well to come back.
Maybe, yeah. Here is Coles. Hammond dancing down the wicket to him. Little foxtrot.
Is that Hudson Prentice doing some limbering up away on the boundary, deep mid wicket?
That's played nicely out to mid-off to Carvelas, who's quite deep there, and they come through for a single.
Yeah, it is Hudson Prentice, I think. Yeah, Crocombe's got his wicket in this spell. I wonder there might be a switch for one of the quicker bowlers. McAndrew's back on the field now, by the way.
He's limbering up as well. Coles. Over the wicket, Tom Price works that one through the onside. He's going to get at least 2 here, as that's hauled back in by Jack Carson. Pujara, not surprisingly, after his 150, not moving too freely there.
Now, there were 1 or 2 occasions early on in the Gloucestershire innings where he really was sprinting for the ball, but I think he felt that that was probably Carson's to go and get.
Yeah. Well, it's a young man's job, isn't it, in the side. Here's Coles. Through to Price, and that's gone. Oh! And that's dropped by Carvelas at mid-on.
Don't catch those, son.
He's put his hands over his eyes. It wasn't an easy one. It was a one-handed one up above his right shoulder. But he couldn't even parry it into the air and then take it second time coming down.
No, it was
tried to reach it.
It's a tough chance. Don't think Price got all of that on the bat, actually. Coles going over the wicket now to Hammond, who drives square the wicket and finds Carson.
I mean, in a sense, Sussex may not mind Price playing a few shots because opens up opportunities for them.
Gives them a chance, doesn't it? Coles over the wicket, short, and Hammond tickles that one into the onside. That completes the over. Miles Hammond will retain the strike. 154 for 6. He's on 25. Tom Price on 6. But big opportunity there.
Yes, Carvelas, I think, recognised that there's a chance he, I won't say ought to have taken, but probably at least 5 times out of 10 he'd expect to cling on to that. And more shuffling of sub-fielders. So Tom Haynes is back on the field. I'm trying to see whether Clark is. Clark is still out there, so there's still one Sussex sub-fielder out in the mix. We're going to have a change with Hudson Prentice replacing Crocombe at the far end. So I say Crocombe 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 18. Hudson Prentice only had 6 overs earlier today. And Miles Hammond will face him still. 18 overs to go on the day's play. So, gentle loosener outside the off stump, and Hammond drawn into it. But Gloucestershire are 6 down. They still need 152 to avoid the following. To get anywhere near safety in the game, they've got about all day tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. It's, you know, I think they need to negotiate this evening, tonight first.
Hudson Prentice around the wicket. Hammond coming right across, but getting well in line.
Because if Price was out there and Zafar goes early, all of a sudden you're down to Marchand DeLange and Ajit Singh Dale, who, you know, aren't the worst 10 and 11 in the world, but
tend to play a certain way.
Yes.
I mean, Ajit got handy runs. In fact, they both got handy runs at Worcester.
Yeah.
2 slips and a fine gully for Finn Hudson Prentice. And Hammond again defends. First thought, defend at the moment for Miles Hammond. 4 boundaries in that 25. But the Sussex bowlers have made the Gloucestershire batters play a lot today, haven't they?
Yes, they certainly have.
Hudson Prentice again. Hammond does leave that, but by and large, I had a chat with our good friend Ed Seaborn last night, who said, you know, he thought that this looked like being an absolute run feast, this pitch.
That's what I thought.
And we just said that at lunch, and we just said that at 3:45.
We'd have said that.
Hudson Prentice in, that's again outside the off stump. Hasn't quite got his line right yet.
But even on the, you know, even at tea, when Gloucestershire were 105 for 4, I still thought there's no demons in this wicket. There still aren't any real demons. And I just thought that, you know, it was sort of, the match would go serenely into a draw. Now it's alive, isn't it? And tomorrow's going to be an interesting day's cricket.
Could still be quite tense. Hammond again defends. Keeper and bowler. I just thought they were going to get through there.
Yeah.
Not as such. Thanks for your contributions on email today with various menu suggestions, especially for Dan.
Yeah.
And telling us where you're watching the game from. Those are that is our email address. Our emails remain open throughout the play. And finally, Tom Clark gets to leave the field. Henry Crocombe it was who'd gone off. Takes his sweater. And Coles is going to continue to wheel away from this pavilion end. And now it's Hunt who is at mid-on in that position where Carvelas dropped the catch in the last over.
Taller man as well. Here comes Coles around the wicket to Price, who defends that. But I don't think Tom Price should stop his approach. I think he should be positive. Here he is, facing Coles. Defends that one.
If you are going back, you've got to be very watchful of the bounce. I mean, they're not quite so much wear on outside the right-handers off stump.
Just tucks that one into the onside, no run.
It's because the bowlers who are bowling around the wicket, by and large, are trying to avoid getting into line with the off stump.
Coles throws that one up a little bit higher. Price defends. Miles Hammond with a Well, both these batsmen using a Miller Champern Hall. Miles Hammond using the same initials as his name. Price defends into the onside. Price plays down to the onside, another maiden, 154 for 6. Hammond 25, Tom Price is on 6. Ian, where's this game going, do you think? Where's your money? If you had an 8p bet, Gloucestershire draw, Sussex win.
I still think the draw is favourite. There might be an element of weather involved tomorrow, although the forecast I think seems to be indicating a slight improvement. I mean, Sussex have still got to take 14 wickets to win the game, and that still feels a lot from this position. They might get to a stage where they can enforce the follow on, and that in a sense creates its own tension. But you still think that Gloucestershire should be able to see this out for a draw, albeit what you might call a losing draw if they're on the back foot for a lot of the game. And really you'd have to say that yesterday was Sussex's day and today has been Sussex's day.
Yeah.
So it feels as if they've had the dominant part of this. At the game at Worcester, you know, Gloucestershire had a bad first session, but recovered well, and then were driving it after that.
Yeah, they
At
certainly
Glamorgan, not so much. At Glamorgan, they pulled it round on the third day to a stage where Graham van Beeren's declaration was really just to, if you pardon the pun, to give Glamorgan a bit of a flea in their ear on the last day. Gloucestershire, I don't think we're going to win. They weren't going to take 10 wickets in 46 overs bowling them out. Hudson Prentice again, and just reaches a little bit for that, but again doesn't hit it off the square. Straight once again to Tom Haynes.
But I just think that goes to show the open nature of Division 2. Because at the start of the season, everyone thought, oh yeah, Gloucestershire will be up there. Yorkshire were everyone's favourites to win it. And the two weakest sides from last year were Sussex and Leicestershire, and they both had decent starts to the season.
Well, both those two have won a game already. That's pulled away, and a tumbling stop. Has it gone past Hunt? It hasn't, though. He's just hauled it in, and they're going to come back for 2.
Signalled a 4.
It has gone as a 4. They must have had a call then from
Hunt signalled it.
Hunt that he hadn't been able to stop it by the rope, or that he was over the rope himself while still in contact with the ball. So a rare boundary in the last half an hour or so to Miles Hammond. He has 29.
I think this is a division where everyone is capable of beating anyone.
Well, at the moment, Durham are the only side with 2 wins. 2 wins from 4. They top the table, having beaten Derbyshire today. And Durham, of course, are the next visitors here.
They certainly are, on the 18th of May. Should be a cracker. I'm looking forward to that one.
No Chris Rushworth this time, though.
No.
He's at Warwickshire now, of course, in the First Division. Hammond. 3 men saving 1 on the offside for Hudson Prentice. Hammond works him onto the onside. They'll think about a sharp single and take it. Good answer of the call for Tom Price. Hammond to 30. Lots of handing of sweaters and hats between players and umpires just to keep the game moving forward here. Just probably under an hour's cricket to go tonight. Sussex would, as they haven't got a new ball tonight to go at, but they could get certainly 1 more wicket tonight. They might think they've got an outside chance tomorrow of winning the game. Well, first of all, enforcing the follow-on, which they'd need to do, and then you just want an inspired spell from somebody might open the door for them.
Coles coming over the wicket to Miles Hammond, defends. Email in from Zach, Big Phil Phillips and Stakey, who's Elliot Lake, known as that due to an accident that he had with a stake in the ground last year at Cheltenham. As Coles comes in over the wicket, he says, "Hello gents, I'm sat with Gloucestershire County Cricket Club's very own Stakey, who's Elliot Lake. Watching the stream today, we've got high hopes, and personally, I'll come on to that, defended. Personally, I've got a feeling we've got a huge 15 overs coming our way, and we'll finish the day with 250 runs. Up the lads. We've got our 8p bet on a ton from Price. No follow on. Thank you. Keep up the quality work." Hammond defends. That's just spat out of the rough a little bit. That's from Zach, Big Phil Phillips and Stakey, Elliot Lake.
I think I would be an extreme optimist to get to 250 by the close.
Well, that'll help if he keeps bowling stuff like that, but he's only going to get one thanks to a cracking piece of work down on the boundary there by Crocombe, who really is a good fielder.
He's got a couple of wickets of the ball today as well. Is Grant Flower down here in the sun hat? Or is it Farbrace?
Price going on the back foot there. Just nurdling it into the onside. 160 on the board. 64 overs. Just changed Kirtley with him. There's Flower.
Flower and Kirtley?
Yeah, I think it's Kirtley.
Two of the Sussex coaching team. I'm going to watch from behind the keeper, which they can do, of course, while the bowling's at the far end. And Cheteshwar Pujara just having a chat with Finn Hudson-Prentice about the field here, because it's Hammond once again on strike. He's taken a lot of the strike at the moment.
Yeah, he is. He's showing a little bit of grit here, Miles Hammond.
82 balls faced. These two have only added 15, but there's been a chance in there. They don't want to give another one. Hammond down the leg side. Ollie Carter can't quite reach that. They'll scramble for one, and that's all they'll be. I think Hammond, he's not playing a night watchman role, but he's almost saying, I'm quite happy as the senior batter to take responsibility and take most of the strike.
Yeah, I agree. And why not?
Just to recap what Dan said earlier on about the Western Storm match being here on Monday, 10:30 start, I think, and they won today. Comfortable win over the Thunder at Cardiff. Tom Price stretches a bit for that, doesn't get really any weight of shot, fielded by Tom Haynes. All of Prendergast with a century, 115 in their 6-wicket win. Fran Wilson making 74 not out, so those are the two heavy scorers. They were chasing 215.
There's that chap there with a rather... I've never seen a hat like it. Like a pork pie hat rolled up.
Tom Price waits for Hudson-Prentice and fires that up towards mid-off, fielded by Pujara.
You ever seen a hat like this, Ian?
I haven't seen a hat like that, Dan.
No.
I generally wear a flat cap myself, as you know.
Yeah. There we go.
The back left-hand side of your screen.
There's a chap there dining on a Scotch egg as well, by the look of it.
Finn Hudson-Prentice from the Ashley Down Road end into Tom Price, who Again, plays that quietly out on the offside. Gloucestershire only took one Sussex wicket today, that of Pujara, eventually out for 151 after he shared in his third century stand of the innings with Ollie Carter. Carter finished 59 not out, and Finn Hudson-Prentice 29 not out. Sussex 455 for 5 declared in the last of the 110 overs. So full batting points. Hudson-Prentice to Price. It's gone through, second slip. Not sure whether that carried. Might well have done. And we'll have another look at that. It's 4 to Tom Price on the board. But was it a drop? No, it's just short. Just short. But close. James Coles couldn't reach it.
The gentleman in the yellow shirt talking to the chap in the pink pork pie hat. I think he enjoyed that one.
And if Coles has just gone half a yard closer at second slip, Hudson-Prentice again to Price, who pushes at that. Doesn't get a nick. Alsop, Coles and Carson have been the 3 slips Sussex have employed for quite a lot of this innings, trying to attack and get into a position where they can force the follow on, even on as docile a pitch as this. 13 overs to go tonight.
Yeah, we're going to see a change at the pavilion end as well.
A long spell from Coles is going to come to an end here. He's bowled 14 overs, no wicket, 430. A little bit like Zafar yesterday, only 3 maidens in there. So there's been, basically a delivery in the over, which has just enabled Gloucestershire to rotate the strike round.
Yeah, we're going to see Sean Hunt into the attack, left arm over. So, Ian, I want to talk to you. We just saw a gentleman there eating a Scotch egg. If you were sort of, getting a picnic together for a day at the cricket, would a Scotch egg feature in there?
It might.
Yeah.
It might. I'd have to cut it up, though.
You would?
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw a gentleman there wiping the breadcrumbs from the said Scotch egg onto his trousers as well. I think a handkerchief is always prevalent in these situations. Sean Hunt running in past umpire Billy Taylor to Hammond, who gets that one quite fine. It's just about cut off on the boundary rope. And
it's only a single down there to that particular side of the ground. If anything, I know this is the international wicket. It's right in the middle of the square. The boundary, possibly because that side of the ground was quite wet, is a bit shorter towards the Kennington Avenue side, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been brought in a little bit further. We went for a walk this morning, didn't we, around the ground, and it looked
heavy.
Yeah, the going was heavy going over there, wasn't it?
So Hunt's going to try his luck around the wicket now to the right-hander.
Here he comes to Tom Price, who defends that one.
Been lightly used today. Sean Hunt, only 7 overs.
There's a gentleman, got his laptop out.
I wonder if he's following the...
got his picnic down below him.
There's so much live sport today, both this afternoon and this evening. I don't know whether James Healy's got enough screens to follow everything he wants to follow.
Hunt into Price, who defends that. It's one of those, isn't it, where there's so much live sport on. I mean, I'm sure you're sitting at home, you've got your Gloucestershire v Sussex on the live stream on, you've got another TV showing maybe the snooker, maybe another TV showing the football, and your Fitbit will show a grand total of 74 steps over the day. And that's to the fridge and to the toilet. Hunt to Price. Defends.
magic number, 150 runs away, 166 for 6. The magic number is 306 to avoid the follow-on. At that point, you'll be doing the rain dance, Dan, will you?
Well, no, I want to see cricket. You know, we've had enough rain, haven't we? That's just in on the angle there from Hunt. Price leaves it alone. There's the ground staff who are on the machinery there.
On the rollers.
Yeah, I wonder if they're just using a...
They're just using the rollers and the blotters as a point of elevation to watch the cricket, I think.
Quite possibly. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any rain. Here's Hunt. And that's driven firmly back at him. He defends, that completes the over. So 166 for 6. Tom Price is on 10. Miles Hammond is on a rather watchful 32 from 86 balls, but he's doing a good job for his side here. As a couple of the 12thers come on the pitch. Sussex Carvelas comes on and takes off a couple of helmets. And Ben Charlesworth comes on and gives Miles Hammond a drink. And Tom Price a drink.
Price 32 deliveries, but he's been out there for just over half an hour, actually. But these two, I'd say shielding Zafar Gohar, because Zafar's a reasonable bat in his own right, but they're shielding the lower order and then the tail. Marchant Delonga and Ajit Singh Dale 10 and 11, but Gloucestershire did not expect to be 6 down at this point, I'd suggest.
No.
Hudson Prentice to Hammond. Doesn't attempt to force that, just clips it away into the offside. I think if they'd have been 166 for 3 at this time, you'd have said no real alarms with that. Yes, there's a new ball due tomorrow, but certainly achieving the follow-on ought not to be a problem. And then it would have been a question of how many batting points they could get, but they're only going, as you see, at 2.5 and over at the moment. Hammond down to, well, it would have been fielded by Hunt, but Crocombe got in the way and took the responsibility. At this rate, they'll be only getting 1 batting point. And it might enable them to save the match, but 1 batting point is a slim reward. Hudson Prentice to Tom Price, lets that go. Outside the off stump. Yes, I think James Healy had just said that it's given us the half-time score at Bristol City, and Harris and Bracey was still in at that stage, and then all of a sudden a clatter of 3 quick wickets changed things up to tea.
Don't be blaming James for this, Ian. Don't be blaming James for this. It's not his fault.
And then Ollie Price and Jack Taylor have gone since. Tom Price has been dropped as well. Difficult chance to sub fielder Ari Carvelas, but
there's a nice view there with the few of the press guys, I think, isn't it? There, Richard Latham.
I think that's supporters only, actually.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Hudson Prentice again to Price again. No great force in that. Out to Crocombe at point.
Is a pork pie an integral part of your packed lunch to the cricket?
Would you take a pork pie and a Scotch egg? I think it's one or
straight in there with a positive.
Yes, I think it's probably one or the other for me.
Do you?
Yeah.
You don't think they both go together?
No.
No.
No, probably not.
And your choice of sandwich?
Oh, sandwich. Oh, almost anything in a sandwich. Other than coronation chicken. Steered out for a single by Tom Price. He'll keep the strike at the end of that over. Hudson Prentice has not looked overly threatening. He's not the quickest. 10 overs for 26. His figures today. Crocombe 2 for 18 from his 10. McAndrew 3 for 44 from 15. Whether there's another burst in his legs at the end of the day remains to be seen, but Gloucestershire 11 overs to try and survive. This pair came together in the 57th over, so they'd be batting for 21 together if they could get to the close.
Hunt in around the wicket. Tom Price, that's pitched up. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a little bit quicker there from Sean Hunt. Big lad, isn't he, Sean Hunt?
Yes, yeah, came through the academy at Surrey, but it's a strong old system there, and you can see how some players might have to move elsewhere to get an opportunity.
Yeah, said earlier he played his grade cricket for West Torrens in Adelaide. I think Tom Lace was out in Adelaide over the winter as well. That's wide, and Tom Price throws his hands at that, and he's going to get 4 down to third. And moves him on to 15. Score moves on to 172. Tom Price didn't get all of that, but as they say, look in the book. Yeah, Hunt, he been out in Adelaide. He made his debut for Sussex back in 2021. Alex Davis was his first class wicket. I think Davis probably at Lancashire back then, since moved to Warwickshire.
I think, Dan, you were, I think people probably know it's been mentioned before. Come back to that in a minute.
Price leaves that alone.
There's no ball too, by the looks of it.
Ah, no ball. 2 on to the total.
Barnet, your football team?
Yeah.
Well, it looks like they might be. Well, they're not going to be going to Southend, I don't think, in the playoffs, because Southend, all the matches in the National League tonight, 5:30. Boreham Wood 1, Yeovil 0. And Southend 0, Wealdstone 1. So those are the two main chasers of the last playoff spot.
Oh, that's a gorgeous shot from Tom Price. Hunt slightly over pitching, and Price just leans on that. That's a much more authentic cricket shot. And gets 3 for his trouble.
Didn't force it, all about the timing.
Lovely shot. Yeah, Barnet going to get a home game anyway. They're drawing 0-0 with Dagenham and Redbridge. And they're going to get a home game on Tuesday against Boreham Wood, local derby.
How far between those two?
About 4 miles. Well, from the town of Barnet, actually from where Barnet play now, because they play in Edgware.
Dave,
a little bit further.
Dave watching in sunny Suffolk says another batting collapse.
Hunt to Hammond, who plays that one pleasantly through the offside, and he's going to come back for 2 runs.
Yeah, Dave hasn't sat on the fence here. He says, here we are in game 4 and still yet to manage a single batting point. Can we go all the way to the end of the season?
Oh, well, one of them was called off against Yorkshire. We didn't play against Yorkshire, so yeah. Where's he watching it from?
Suffolk. In his sunny garden, he says.
Oh, very nice. Don Topley country. Hunt over the wicket to Hammond, who plays that to Nathan McAndrew at mid-on.
Hunt, I say, we mentioned this earlier part of the day. If you were with us then, you may have heard us say he bowls a very, very full length.
Yeah.
Almost nothing back of a length at all.
Here he comes. Hammond plays it out to Pujara at mid-off. That's the ND over.
I mean, Sussex have had a very good day in the field. They've taken 6 wickets, but they look a little bit weary now. I just wonder how much
I'm not surprised.
energy there is left to try and get perhaps one or two more. And actually, Ajit Singh Dale got a couple of late wickets at Worcester on the second day, I think.
Yeah.
And that didn't look like as if it was going anywhere on that evening, but a late burst from him made a difference. So I wonder if Sussex have got something in their locker that could do the equivalent, would make the difference for them. Gloucestershire want to see this out. Hudson Prentice to Price, and he has gone, caught. Ali Orr, I think it was Crocombe actually, at point. It's a low catch, trying to play aggressively, didn't pick the right ball, and Crocombe with a low catch at point, and Tom Price has to make his way back. He's made 18, but it's another wicket gone, and it's 179 for 7, and that does bring Zafar Gohar in with just DeLange and Singh Dale to follow. And it does now look almost inevitable that Gloucestershire are going to be asked to follow on, if not tonight, at some time tomorrow.
Yeah, Price driving on the up there. Just couldn't quite keep it down. It was a good catch there by Crocombe, diving away. And Price has to make his way back to the pavilion.
His average will be halved, I would suggest, by that dismissal. Go from 200 to 100, probably.
Yeah.
Only out once before today. Zafar Gohar in at number 9.
He was averaging 187 actually beforehand.
So Dan's just going to do that on his calculator because...
yeah, he's just averaging 102.5.
Is that all? Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yes, now, Zafar, in fact, one might argue, Zafar, DeLange and Singh Dale all only tend to bat one way, which is not necessarily suited to this particular situation.
Yeah, Zafar's more technically correct though, isn't he? And he likes to keep leg side of the ball, and he's nice to watch actually. Some of his work through the offside, through the posh side as they call it, is very easy on the eye.
Zafar waits for Hudson Prentice, cutting around the wicket, another left-hander of course, nearly gets through, and Pujara tries to throw the stumps down at the non-striker's end, doesn't hit, and Tom Haynes does the backing up. I wonder what Sussex's absolute dream position would have been when they declared just before lunch. Wonder what they really thought was possible today, because I'm not sure.
I don't think they're far away from their dream position.
I'm not sure they would have thought they could take 7 wickets on this pitch.
Fair play to them. Fair play to a young Sussex side as well. Very well led by Cheteshwar Pujara.
Hudson Prentice in with Davis now, sorry, with Carter standing up as you were. Hammond watching the carnage at the other end, and Sussex, players out of shot, going to celebrate with Henry Crocombe for his catch. 2 wickets and a catch for him today. Hudson Prentice staying around the wicket, and Zafar Gohar always, that's untidy glove work from Carter. I thought he was going to wheel away at having gathered a nick there, but There's a second look. In the end, it was
an inside edge.
Yeah, it was a low one as well. Went off the keeper's boot. Not quite so much vocal encouragement for the bowlers at the moment from Sussex. Hammond gets into line. And a no ball from Hudson Prentice. 28 extras in this Gloucestershire total, and there are 20 of those from no ball, so Sussex have equally had trouble overstepping. McAndrews bowled 4 and Hunt has bowled 3 of those, so
must be something in the water.
Men being brought in square of the wicket, both sides of the wicket, to save the single. Hammond. Just quietly plays that up to Pujara at mid-on. They'd like to have a bowl at Zafar. So, one ball, I think, left in this over.
Last call for emails.
Thank you for your interaction as ever today. Pleasure to have you with us on a Saturday. Conscious that fewer people are at work today, so sometimes the traffic is busier on a work day.
There's our address.
And those are the two guys who are sorting out the emails.
There's Lauren Hardy.
Waldorf and Stadler, some say.
Mills and Boone.
Dumb and Dumber, James Healy just said.
Well, they Satan Greavesy, but
well, yeah, it's a funny old game, Saint. It really is.
So, a change by Sussex. Pujara looking to make a switch of his bowlers. It's Haynes coming back.
Yes, Haynes.
So, that means that Ollie Carter can stand up, and they're going to call for another helmet for the close catcher. So is Allsop going to go in close, or is Ali Orr going to go in? I wonder. Allsop's taking the helmet and just asking the umpire to keep hold of his sun hat and the floppy-haired James Coles.
He's going to go close at second slip, and they stand. They put a helmet on now, don't they? As is the want.
And other protective gear as well.
Yes. Haynes around the wicket, and Zafar just lets that one go. Yeah, other protective gear, because you know you've got to protect your vital signs, haven't you, Ian?
And can Haynes just get one to come, effectively, hold its line and just deceive Zafar with the angle of delivery here?
Here he comes in to Zafar, who defends into the
Bowling
offside.
Quite wide of the crease.
Yeah. Zafar tends to stay leg side as well, as we said earlier.
McAndrew still trying to keep himself ready and available here, as if there might be one last burst.
Haynes into Zafar. Carter behind the stumps, getting a little bit animated. Eight overs after this one left in the day. It's going to be a 7 o'clock job, isn't it, Ian?
Yes, and Sussex have actually not done too badly with their over 8 today.
Zafar defends.
And I think they're going to have a new ball in the morning, and McAndrew is definitely limbering up. So I think with Hudson Prentice having got his wicket, Judges Pujara is going to say to McAndrew, right, can you give me 4 more at the end of the day?
Have you ever seen that? Someone warming up by just jumping from... Zafar defends again. Someone just jumping like McAndrew does there.
No,
look.
he's been stretching with
Yeah.
various actions on, whilst almost lying on the ground actually.
Yeah,
Perhaps slightly out of your shot at home.
from Wollongong, New South Wales. Home of Brett Lee as well. But he moved from New South Wales to South Australia in 2021. Zafar defends again. That's the over.
He went back there. He was well confident he could read the bounce, but if one had just kept if one didn't keep that low, but he's got to be a little bit careful. This is basically still only a second day wicket because of the loss of time, but McAndrew is coming back on as we head towards the closing 8 overs of the day. Results elsewhere today. 3 results in the First Division. Middlesex beat Kent by 9 wickets and Surrey beat Warwickshire by 9 wickets, and in the Second Division Durham beat Derbyshire by an innings and 7 runs. They top the table at the moment. Glamorgan still batting at Leicester. Eventually Michael Neser out for 90. Chris Cook still there, 121 not out. They're 446 for 8. They lead by 39. It's going to be hard to force a result out of that game. Here Sussex very much in the driving seat. Hammond has 35. It's been a very patient knock. He normally looked to put bat to ball much more so than he has done.
With Tom Price going as well, I think Big Phil, Zach and Stakey are AP, don't they, Ian?
McAndrew back into the attack and Hammond defends. Well, actually, was it 8p on the 250 and 8p on the century for 16p probably?
16p, yeah.
Well, you might say, okay, well, we'll call it quits. You can buy me a coffee.
Oh, I think a pint will do.
Well, the tactics from here for Gloucestershire are just to bat. And bat all day tomorrow, even if they have to start again, which you would say on the balance of probability they'll certainly have to do. It would be quite some recovery from here, although not wholly impossible given the capability of these two batsmen. But they still need to find another 124. Perhaps Neser and Cook at Glamorgan can inspire them. Perhaps they will. That's the sort of rear guard you're looking at here. But the danger element, as Hammond just trots a single out into the offside, will come in the morning when the bowlers are fresh and they've got a new ball in their hand as well.
I'd like my Hammond to get a few runs here. He's very popular in this neck of the woods, and he's shown a little bit of fight here. Good to see. He's on 36. Can he convert that?
3 slips, well, almost a 4th slip actually in now for Zafar, who's played that out to Tom Clark, who's done enough damage for Gloucestershire already today with that direct hit to run out Marcus Harris. Slip cordon deep in conversation. Allsop at first, Coles at second, Carson, who's only had the 1 spell today, at third. He's the danger man, McAndrew, into Zafar, and has he got an edge on that? He has, it's an inside edge, and Carter's taken the catch, and it's 8 down. And McAndrew has been in inspired form today. Zafar standing tall, but everybody in the slip cordon going up, and umpire Newell's finger up as well. 7 overs to go. What does Hammond do from here?
Stick or twist?
Well, not much he can do in a way, because he's got a long way to go to the fall. I mean, it's not impossible now that Gloucestershire might be all out tonight.
Yeah, I think it's crucial that these two stick together now. They've got 8 overs left, and it's absolutely imperative that they don't bat again tonight. I mean, worst case scenario for the hosts here is they lose a couple of wickets and it's over, and they're 20 for 2 at close of play tonight. I mean, that would be a really bad day at the office.
And that would be quite an achievement to get to that situation from here. I mean, you know, that would be, you know, thick edges, and Sussex. I mean, Sussex's ideal would be, can they get to a situation where we're into the last, you know, over or two of the day's play, and they take the last wicket. That's Sussex's ideal, but they know now that one end is open, and Gloucestershire probably know the openers. Probably hope they don't have to bat tonight, but they'll know they'll be in early in the morning, and Gloucestershire are going to be something like, in all probability, somewhere between 200 and 250 runs behind on first innings.
Do you send a night watchman opener in that scenario?
Interesting possibility. McAndrew into Marchant de Lange, who's trying to club that down the ground. Yes, night watchman opener is not a silly suggestion.
Well, it's been done before, hasn't it?
It's been done. In fact, it's been done this season, I think, by at least one county have said, right, there's only one over, so we'll send the night watchman in. The night watchman will face.
Yep.
And even if he's out, it almost doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's an interesting scenario. But credit to Sussex here, because they've come here with what is predominantly a homegrown side, a little bit of experience. They've recruited well from overseas in Cheteshwar Pujara and Nathan McAndrew, and they've come here and they've extracted some life out of this pitch, which we all thought was a docile affair.
Certainly looked it. So how much, I suppose, do you criticise the shots that the Gloucestershire batters have played?
Haynes to Miles Hammond.
So if you look at the wickets, Harris was run out. It was a tight call. It was his call for the single, though. Dent dragged one on. Bracey was unhappy with the decision.
Yeah, I thought he got a... I mean,
it's one of those that it was a tight call. It was a tight call.
It would probably be umpire's call. I'll come on to it. Haynes into Hammond. It's probably would be umpire's call. If he'd reviewed it, it'd be umpire's call and possibly clipping leg. But I just think that he was pretty unlucky to get given.
Graham van Buren, first ball, caught at slip. Ollie Price caught behind off McAndrew, didn't think he hit it, clearly, but the deviation from our pictures suggested that he did.
Haynes to Hammond, defends.
Jack Taylor again caught at slip off Crocombe, and Tom Price caught trying to play a forceful shot on the offside. Good low catch by Crocombe, truthfully, at point. And then Zafar Gohar caught behind off McAndrew.
Haynes. Hammond
again,
defends resolutely.
It's an innings of starts, but you know, if you've got a 37, a 32, a 36 not out currently. Nobody going on.
Nope. And again, that's credit to Sussex. Hammond Rocks onto his front foot. Pushes that one into the covers. 183 for 8. Miserable reading for those from the West Country. Lovely scoreboard for those from the South Coast.
Sussex really attacking now with their field, as you might imagine, trying to keep Hammond down that end.
Oh, Haynes nearly sneaks one through his defence there, and that's a maiden over. 6 left in the day.
McAndrew, I think, is going to bowl 3 of them from the far end. He's going to enjoy his beer tonight if he has one.
He's Australian, he'll have one. He'll have a schooner.
4 for 45 he has currently. And Sussex have got what they want now, which is Marchant de Lange on strike. Generally likes to throw the bat. This is not that type of situation, but he'll still play the same way. And he's dug that out up to mid-on. There's a big backlift there. And McAndrew might well think, right, if I can really bowl a Yorker that's a quite low trajectory, I'm going to get under de Lange's bat. De Lange waits, and McAndrew just back of a length this time, and a couple of emails, one from Big Phil, which I'll deal with. Perhaps you want to take the top one?
Yeah, Zach, Big Phil Stevens and Stakey been on the email again. So not quite a huge 15 overs we were hoping for, and I've lost my bets, but it was picking up nicely. There's still time here. Let's hope the lads can find some boundaries. But on the pork pie, I'll come on to that actually after this ball. McAndrew.
McAndrew to de Lange. Whips that away through the leg side. That will go all the way to the straight mid-wicket boundary for 4.
There's one of your boundaries, Big Phil. This is on the pork pie and Scotch egg debate. Personally, I could have both in a picnic, accompanied with a nice tuna mayo sandwich. Oh, I'm not sure I'll go tuna mayo as my sort of filling of choice, perhaps. Big Phil Stevens enjoys a 4-pack of boiled eggs with a side of rice cakes. He's bulking, not sulking. And Stakey's favourite is a sausage and egg bagel with peri-peri sauce and a glass of Ribena. What in the name of jumping Jehoshaphat is that? Cheers, lads. Zach, Big Phil Stevens and Stakey.
De Lange having cracked McAndrew through the leg side, gets inside that and can't get it away. And Phil also, another Phil says, very much enjoying this war of attrition on the delightful Saturday. The feeling amongst the group is that the bet, the optional cash bet of 16p over the 250 score and a ton for Tom Price, the winnings will contribute to a cold cider, which will have to settle the nerves after a day of high-octane cricket. And de Lange is the 9th victim, and McAndrew now has 5. He's dragged that on, and the Australians had a great day. It's actually gone through the gate. I did wonder whether there had been a little bit of an inside edge there, but it's gone through the gate. De Lange can't believe it. He's got to walk off, and Sussex, with 5 overs after this, I've got Ajit Singh Dale to bowl at, and I'm not sure actually. I mean, you might say mentally it will be terrible for Gloucestershire to have to go in. I wonder whether Sussex are really bothered about getting Gloucestershire in tonight. What do you think?
Well, it'd be an awkward time for, Denton Harris to have to face, because obviously 2 overs get taken out of it. but say if they whip out Ajit Singh Dale now, it could leave 3 very awkward overs, and if you nip one of them out, you know, that is the icing on the cake, isn't it?
It is, but they've done remarkably, really. I mean, the Gloucestershire target for today would have been to bat for the 78 overs that were allowed, and the concept of bowling Gloucestershire out in a little over 2 sessions on this pitch just didn't look comprehensible at all.
No.
Ajit Singh Dale then with McAndrew to bowl to him, and he's almost yorked him. First ball just got the bat down, and McAndrew now has 5 for 49, as you can see on your screen. What a performance on a flat pitch. He's bowled 17 overs in the day, and his adrenaline will keep him going here, because if you keep taking wickets, bowlers don't get tired, do they?
No, but he's running all day, even when he wasn't looking like taking wickets earlier. He ran in still wholeheartedly, and Rob Andrew hasn't been massively popular amongst the Sussex fans as an appointment.
Not all the time.
Not all the time, but credit to him, because, you know, I don't know if it's Rob Andrew who's behind going out and finding your overseas players, but Pujara and McAndrew look like real masterstrokes. Here's Haynes, and Hammond defends.
And in fact,
I don't know who's behind that, but whoever is behind it, you know, they proved invaluable here. Pujara 151 came in, you know, 58 for 2. The game could have gone. I mean, Sussex could quite easily have ended up 187 for 9 there, and then McAndrew coming in and, you know, bowling 5 for. Hammond there pushes one out, no run.
He'll get left high and dry here, Miles Hammond, isn't he?
He is, but, you know, he showed a lot of application.
Elliot's dropped us a note to say that Glamorgan opened with Tim van der Houten as a night watchman in the first game of the season on the first day.
Yeah. Just after he'd taken a 5-fer as well.
Hammond will take the single.
Yeah, he takes one there. So he leaves Ajit Singh Dale 2 balls to face. And they'll want to see this over out, because if they do, there is only 2 overs remaining in the day.
Well, there would be 2 if a wicket fell.
Yes, 2 if the wicket fell. There's 4 remaining in the day, but you take 2 off for the change of innings. So there's 4.1
And
balls.
I suspect that Hammond would rather take McAndrew, and he probably thinks that Singh Dale ought to be able to cope with Tom Haynes. That's probably his thinking.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
But actually, you know, Ajit got runs at Worcester last week. He's a lovely lad. I met his mother earlier on today as well. She's a very nice lady. Here's Haynes into him, and he keeps that one out.
But yet again, unless there is a stand of, well, to be fair, there was the big last wicket stand at Worcester, but it again looks like there isn't going to be a batting point.
No. There he goes, defending. He's not the, you know, he's not the worst number 11. He's not the, you know, he's not a muppet, is he?
He's not, as we've discussed before, he's not a Kevin Jarvis.
No. No. Mark Robinson, Sussex fans will remember. He was not one of your better number 11s around.
Field drops out. There's a huge gap anywhere that Singh Dale wants a single.
Haynes to him, and he plays that one down the ground. Pujara runs around from long leg, but they don't take the single. 4 overs left in the day. If they don't lose another wicket, that completes that over. Miles Hammond's on 37 from 108 balls. Ajit Singh Dale 0 not out, but 188 for 9 is grim reading for the hosts.
Yeah, it's been a dominant day by Sussex. both with the bat early on, and then in the last 15 minutes up to tea and since tea, they have taken 8 wickets. Quite extraordinary. In fact, they've taken 8 wickets in 36 overs, which is, that really does show how they've steadily worked their way through the Gloucestershire order, and nothing much offered from 4 downwards. Hammond defends to McAndrew. They're not going to.
Pujara hasn't even moved.
There's a ball back up to mid-on. Would have been a comfortable single. Hammond didn't want it. Pujara knew Hammond didn't want it, so he ambled towards a ball which was trickling towards him.
They could have run 2.
Everything done in slow motion.
They could have run 2.
McAndrew has 5 wickets. He's going to change his line, come over the wicket to the left-hander. He hasn't done that, I don't think, at all today. Hammond takes a fresh guard.
Yeah, just moving Sean Legg a little bit, Sean Hunt a little bit finer.
And they're going to drop a third man out as well, are they? That's unusual. Coles to a very short and fine third man here.
Yeah, like a fly slip, isn't
Almost. McAndrew. And bashed away by Hammond into the onside, but again straight up to Pujara, so they're not going to take a single.
I thought that might happen. I think they're going to give Miles Hammond a little bit of chin music here, and let's see if he wants to take it on. Good thinking.
So Pujara making another field change. Tom Alsop's coming out of the one remaining slip, and he's going to go for the miscue into orthodox mid-wicket on the single. There's a deep mid-wicket, it's quite straight. McAndrew again short from Hammond. He'll go controlled it reasonably well down to Hunt at fine leg, but again he's not interested in the single. So Sussex might persist with this field for one more ball, and then they'll try and tighten things up and keep Hammond at that end. 3 overs after this. 188 for 9 Gloucestershire in reply to 455 for 5 declared Sussex. They've been driving the game all day. Hammond pulls that, and he still doesn't take the single. It's gone straight to Crocombe, that deep backward square, and now the field's going to be brought in. I wonder if McAndrew might also switch to back to round the wicket, which he does. Utterly predictable.
Yeah. Cat and mouse here.
So Pujara's going to really ask those on the offside to be mustered in the field. He's got 3 men on the single.
My money's on him just running it backward of square on the offside.
McAndrew. And can't do it for that. It's too straight, too well directed. And Hammond defends.
There's a gap through backward point or gully. As long as it doesn't go for 4, they might be able to get a single.
I wonder if that is a dot. If this is a dot ball, what does Pujara do at this end to Sing Dale? Does he keep Tom Haynes on, thinking that he might still be able to nip him out? McAndrew in again, and again Hammond defends. So he's content to take the quicker bowler here, and the question is whether Sussex will change matters at this pavilion end. 3 overs to go.
So if a wicket falls now, then we'll be off at the end of play. That will be the end of play for the day.
It will.
Yeah.
Crocombe is coming back. Hasn't bowled at this pavilion end yet. So Sussex know that they won't need to bat tonight.
Terry, has the same player ever been out twice in 2 balls? Theoretically, if Singdale was out, he could come in as night watchman and be out first ball, so could be out twice in 2 balls. It must have happened. An opener carrying his bat, perhaps? I don't know. I can't remember it. Can you?
So an opener carried his bat and was last out.
Yeah, and it was out first.
And then was out first ball.
Following on.
It must have, yes, I'm sure it has.
I can't think of anyone.
The more unusual would be the night watchman used as, a tail ender used as a night watchman opener.
Yeah.
But Crocombe, he knows he's only going to have 2 overs here maximum.
Yeah. Oars going into short leg under the helmet. To Singdale here. Oh, and he's got a thick outside edge, and he's going to get a couple there. Hammond, no, sends him back, and it's always the way, isn't it? It's always the way. There was a second team game a few years back between Glamorgan and Nottinghamshire, where they wanted the right-handed Steve James to be facing the left arm of Mike Bohr, and Peter Such bowling at the left-handed Michael Cann of Glamorgan. And there was this big hoo-ha of who's facing, who's bowling, who's facing, who's bowling. And the club umpires didn't get involved, and it was about a 10-minute hold up to the game. And eventually Cann faced the first ball from Such and tickled it off his legs for 1. Here's Crocombe to Miles Hammond, who gets in behind that, defends stoutly into the covers.
Yeah, Hammond today has been in for 2.5 hours, just over 2.5 hours for his 37.
Yeah, he's applied himself. Someone's got to do that tomorrow if Gloucestershire want to save this game. Crocombe to Hammond, who almost puts that straight down the throat of deep square leg. Commentator's curse nearly biting me in the nether regions.
Having got down that end to face Crocombe.
Yeah, who's going to take the single there as well?
Well, it was a surprising shot to play.
Here's Crocombe. Languid approach into the crease, and they do take the single this time to deep point.
Not against taking the single, just the way he took it.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a much more controlled shot.
Yeah.
If he thinks that Singdale can cope with Crocombe, but maybe not McAndrew, then he wants to get him down that end.
Crocombe into Ajit Singdale, who defends that, much to the enjoyment of a gentleman down below us.
Our friend in the pork pie hat isn't actually watching the play, and that's not actually a good idea, because as we noticed last year, particularly during the T20, and you might say, well, it's not going to happen here, is it? A cricket ball can fly at you horribly quickly.
I'd be surprised though if Ajit Singdale decided to launch Crocombe over long off.
I get that, but
you never know.
You never know.
You never know. That's the end of the over. Ajit Singdale sees out the final ball. 2 left in the day. 190 for 9.
Thanks for your interaction today. It's been 104 over day today. There won't be the overs added tomorrow because they're not added on the last day.
No, they're not.
So it's only a 96 over day tomorrow.
We're back to 96 with lunch at normal time. You'll be very pleased to know, Ian. And tea at 3:40.
Fixed, I think, tomorrow. I wonder what energy Sussex will have. Whether they can get the 1 wicket tonight or not. To go with a new ball tomorrow morning, or soon into tomorrow morning, either to take the last wicket that they need here, or to try and attack again. Gloucestershire know what they've got to do. Can Hammond and Singdale at least see out tonight? Again, there's a single on the leg side, but McAndrew to bowl his last over of the day to the doughty Hammond, who forces that away through a gap on the offside. There's a long chase and it won't be pulled in by Sean Hunt. It'll go for 4. And Gloucestershire still need 56 for a batting point. They still need 112 to avoid the follow-on. Ollie Carter still trying to encourage Nathan McAndrew. Five of the 9 wickets he has. Hammond waits and just plays that quietly into the onside. I don't know if Dan was looking at a scorecard on his phone there. One of those club ones, handwritten by somebody in.
Yeah, I was just seeing how my son got on today, and he's bowled 4 overs, none for 30.
Right. Best not have a long conversation about that then.
Good start to the season.
Yeah, so many clubs have hardly started because of the weather. McAndrew into Hammond, let that come to him. And quietly out to Jack Carson, who we've not seen a great deal of today, only 5 overs for him. Others have done the work around him. 2 wickets for Crocombe, 5 for McAndrew, 5 for 53. Anson Prentice 1 for 29. And the run out, of course, of Marcus Harris.
Obviously, again, it's important these two go through to the end of play today, because it takes 2 overs off the game tomorrow as well, doesn't it?
It does. McAndrew in. Hammond can't get that away. And fielded by Sean Hunt.
Gloucestershire have got to bat out the day tomorrow to save this game. And they managed to stay there till the end of play. Obviously, the turnaround takes 2 overs off the 96 that are available tomorrow. At the moment, Sussex have got 8 bonus points. Gloucestershire, a mere 1.
McAndrew to Hammond, and trying to keep Hammond at that end so that Crocombe will have the last over at Ajit Singh Dale.
Odds on this one being a bouncer in?
McAndrew hasn't bowled that much short. There was I think there was one in the last over, but Sussex bowlers have worked out that there's nothing in this pitch for the short ball. I think it's going to hurry the batters.
No bouncer.
Can't get that through. So 1 over to go, and James Coles is getting ready, perhaps, to bowl it.
They're going to crowd the bat here. And I thought he's bowled well, Coles. He's impressed me with the bat, the ball, and took a good sharp chance as well to get rid of Graham Van Buren. But he's impressed me as a cricketer.
Yeah, still a teenager, but Sussex have had a good day here, and Gloucestershire have got to really dig in tomorrow.
Last over of the day, and Coles had a bit of a nightmare the last over of the day last night, where he was stumped by James Bracey off the bowling of Zafar Gohar for 74. Here he comes around the wicket to Ajit Singh Dale, and that's just tickled around the corner for 4 runs down the leg side.
Coles may not worry too much about that, but that wasn't a good ball to bowl to number 11.
No, it wasn't. A couple of gentlemen seem to have been enjoying themselves, taking full advantage of the West Country hospitality.
Coles around the wicket to Ajit Singh Dale, who defends that. 4 balls left to go in the day. So Sussex's day. Coles in. Singhdale lets that one go outside the off stump. Sussex's day today with the hosts 198 for 9. They started off. So that's defended. They started off 302 for 4. And they saw that through to 455. Pujara was on 99 overnight. That's whipped into the onside. He got to 151. They got to 455 for 5. And we thought it was going to be an absolute run fest, but their bowlers, visitors' bowlers, have bowled really well. That was tossed up, defended. And that will be it for the day. Ian Randall, not a good day for Gloucestershire.
No, they've been second today, Gloucestershire. They've got to come back tomorrow. They've got to face, in 2 overs' time, a second new ball with the last pair together. And then, as and when that partnership is split, they've got to bat against another new ball, with Sussex having still plenty of runs in the bank and still time to attack. Thanks for your company today. There's the overall situation in the game. Gloucestershire still 257 behind. They're going to have to bat nearly all day tomorrow to actually get themselves ahead in the game, and until they do, they will be at risk. Join us for what will be a rearguard action tomorrow. Thanks to James Healy on the cameras. Thanks to you for your emails and your interaction as ever. Forecast not too bad for tomorrow. It's going to be tense, but it's going to be edge of the seat cricket. We should have got underway at 11 o'clock. Nathan McAndrew leads the Sussex bowlers off. 5 for 53 from 19 overs. He's had a big hand in putting Sussex right in the driving seat in this game. Can they force a win? Can Gloucestershire survive? Join Dan and I and James tomorrow at 11:15. We'll see you then. Enjoy your evening.
well done, and he's done superbly. And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips. There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.